What's up, everyone? Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in the MCU as Villain Juggernaut Crossbones? Part 3. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. 2012. Washington, D.C. Capitol Hill. One day later, omniscient POV. The sun had begun to set over Washington, D.C. as senators and members of the United Nations Security Council all moved to gather together in the Capitol building. Many nations were represented amongst the group, including America, Russia, China, Britain, France, India, Canada, and many others. Multiple members of private security, strike, and the Secret Service were stationed around the perimeter, ensuring each representative remained in place and didn't try to interrupt the proceedings. Alexander Pierce stood comfortably in the center of the large entryway, greeting the various representatives as they walked up to the building. Brock was standing quietly behind him, dressed in his typical Black Shield military uniform and an M4A1 carbine rifle strapped firmly to his back, as he eyed the people filing through the double doors that led into the building. "Nice to see you again, Senator Stivic," Pierce greeted a short, obese man with a sweaty bald head who arrived with the last trickle of other members of the Senate. "Secretary Pierce," the man exclaimed as he shuffled up and reached out his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you at last. I've heard so much about you from my colleagues." Pierce smiled and shook the man's hand. As the two shook hands, Brock's eyebrow quirked as he spotted a familiar blonde-haired young man standing beside the senator. "This is my aide, Werner von Strucker," Senator Stivic introduced the young man, who gave a professional smile and reached a hand out towards Pierce. "Pleasure to meet you, sir," he said, shaking Pierce's hand. "I admire the work you've done." "Likewise," Pierce chuckled. "I hope you'll continue to fight the good fight, young man." "Of course, sir," Werner said, and the two locked eyes for a split second before Pierce let go, then gestured towards the inside. "Come, let's get started." Brock watched as the trio passed by, he and Werner sharing a glance before they made their way into the Capitol building. He felt a little bit of irritation boil within him at seeing von Strucker again, but kept it hidden from view as he followed after them. The large double doors close, leaving Brock outside to stand guard alone in silence with the rest of the security. We move inside the building to the Senate Hall, where Pierce takes his place at the podium and looks out at the assembly. The room is filled with tension, as each nation awaits to hear the outcome of this meeting with bated breath. "Thank you all for coming," Pierce begins. "As you may know, we are gathered here today to discuss the recent events surrounding Loki's invasion of our planet." Pierce pauses for a moment and looks around the room, nodding slowly. "If you haven't heard yet, after Loki's army was defeated, he was taken into custody by the Asgardians. We've been told he has now been sentenced to serve life in their prison. However," Pierce continues without missing a beat, "his sentence doesn't mean we're safe from any other threat that may turn their attention to us. This meeting aims to determine what steps we should take moving forward." Pierce takes a pause and scans the crowd once more, getting a sense of their reactions. "I would like to propose that we begin discussing what kind of response we will take if another invasion occurs and what kind of force we need to maintain peace and stability on Earth." There is a general murmur of confusion amongst the assembly. "Is that necessary?" A German ambassador asks. "Why isn't it enough to simply imprison Loki?" "Because," Pierce replies, "Loki's incarceration is merely a temporary measure. As long as he is alive, the danger will remain. We must consider what we will do in the event Loki escapes or, worse yet, is released. After all, his jailers are his family. What happens when he returns to Earth? How can we stop him?" Some of the diplomats nod their heads in agreement. "That's a fair point," another diplomat says. "What do you suggest we do?" Pierce takes a moment before speaking. "Well, I believe we should first establish a contingency plan." "A contingency plan?" a French diplomat asks. "What does that mean?" Pierce nods his head, and the huge projector behind him comes to life, showing several different blueprints on the screen. Project Insight. It's a project that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been working on for some time now that will allow us to monitor every corner of the world with satellite surveillance. With this project, we would be able to patrol Earth and, with the use of an algorithm that can evaluate an individual's behavior, eliminate anything that can pose a potential threat. If Loki ever returns to Earth, there will be no hiding from us. With Project Insight, we'll know immediately if he's escaped or if he's even on the planet. More murmurs fill the air. So you're suggesting we entrust the world's safety around this technology? One member of the assembly questions. Are you serious? Yes, Pierce replies. I am. The room grows silent as the members of the assembly take in what Pierce is proposing. I think you're overestimating how powerful this technology is, an Indian diplomat points out. I don't think it's wise to invest so heavily in something so expensive. We'd be better off investing our resources into building a military force that can stand up to Loki's army. What if we're too late? Senator Stivik stands to speak up, and the rest of the room goes quiet, showing how much sway he holds. We don't know what we're up against or what they can even do. We lack information. And that could cost us dearly. And that's why we must act quickly. We must be prepared for anything, Pierce reminds the crowd, which falls silent once again. I'm afraid I must agree with Secretary Pierce and Senator Stivik. Ambassador Galag from Latveria speaks up. Perhaps we should focus more on preparing ourselves for the worst-case scenario. That way, if Loki ever returns to Earth, we can be ready to respond. Otherwise, we run the risk of being caught unprepared. The room begins to grow tense as whispers break out amongst the ambassadors. I'm afraid I have to agree with Ambassador Galag, a British ambassador adds. There is a great deal of potential in Project Insight. Again, murmurs fill the air, and the tension grows thick as the members of the assembly debate. Pierce stands confidently at the podium, a small smile playing on his lips as he watches as the discussion begins to turn in his favor. Washington, D.C. Capitol Hill, outside the meeting, Brock POV. I stood on the steps of the Capitol building, looking out at the assembled masses of reporters and civilians behind the barricade below and casually scanning for anyone suspicious. As I scanned the area, I noticed several dark figures walking briskly through the crowd and heading toward the front of the barricade. Jack, I called over next to me. Yes, Major, Jack replied. We got multiple suspicious individuals approaching the perimeter, I told him and pointed them out. Check them out. Copy that, he replied. On it. I'll keep an eye on things here, I told Jack. Keep me updated. Will do, sir, he replied. The comlink went quiet again as I watched my men begin to move on to the new threats, who gently pushed their way through the crowd, not quite blending in, but certainly not standing out either. As my team began to single them out, I turned to see if any other possible threats were lurking nearby. Abruptly, my heightened senses were drawn to a glare of light coming from atop a building a few yards away. I narrowed my eyes and looked up as the figure of a sniper squatting on the roof came into view. With a sigh, I unslung the M4A1 from my back, took aim at the man, and adjusted my rifle's scope. Jack, I called out over the comlink. I got a sniper about 500 yards out. When I take him down, I want you to arrest the people I pointed out. ETA 5 seconds. Copy that, Jack replied. I continued staring at the sniper, who was just sitting there, waiting. He was just staring into space, his eye not even at his scope. 5, 4, 3. I counted silently under my breath. I looked carefully between his eyes. 2. I pulled the trigger. Bang. 2012. Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, Brock POV. Bang. The bullet whizzed through the air, slamming straight into the sniper's right eye and blowing a path clean through his skull. The sniper fell backward, blood pouring from his ruined eye socket as he fell off the building and tumbled to the ground below. Cries of panic and surprise from the crowd washed over me as I lowered my gun and watched the sniper fall with indifferent eyes. I glanced over as Jack and the rest of my guys made their move and arrested the suspects. Move him along, boys, Jack shouted, slapping handcuffs onto the suspects and moving them away from the barricade. With the sniper dealt with, I slung my weapon over my shoulder and walked over to Jack. All right, I said to him. Looks like that part is over. Secure the prisoners and get them ready for transport. Sure thing, sir, Jack said as he stepped forward and grabbed one of the men by the arm. The man tried to resist, but Jack just gripped tighter on the man's arm, holding him in place. Let's go, he said, leading the prisoner away. I walked back up the stairs of the Capitol building, making sure to keep an eye on the panicked crowd as I went inside to report the incident. Washington, D.C. Capitol Hill, Inside the meeting, Alexander Pierce POV. The votes are in. There is a 3-2 majority in favor of project. Inside, I announced to the assembly. With that, we'll reconvene tomorrow morning for the vote on funding. Thank you all for your time and patience. At my words, the assembly disperses, and I step down from the podium, shaking hands and thanking a few members of the delegation as they exit the hall. I thought you were going to lose, Councilman Chao Yin commented as he approached me. I'm sure you did, I replied with a mocking smile. But I still won. You did. Councilman Yin smiled faintly and shook my hand firmly. Congratulations. Thank you very much, I say with derisive politeness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to return and prepare myself for tomorrow's vote. Of course, Councilman Yin says before walking off, leaving me alone in the conference hall. I watch him leave for a moment, then turn and head for the main doors. I reach out and push them open just as Major Rumlow strides up to the doors. He stops short when he sees me standing there. Major, I greet him as he turns around. Sir, he responds, saluting me. We had a small situation outside. I raise an eyebrow at that remark. What happened? I caught sight of multiple suspicious individuals trying to break through the perimeter, as well as a sniper stationed out front. But I took care of it. The sniper was put down, and the suspects are in custody and are currently being readied for transport to an off-site location. No injuries on our side. My eyes widen slightly at the report. Interesting. Have you interrogated them yet? Rumlow shakes his head. No, sir. I reported to you as soon as the situation was taken care of. I nod my head in understanding. Well done. Take me to where the prisoners are to be held, I order. I want to be there for the questioning. Yes, sir, Rumlow says respectfully. He leads me down the stairs, past the barricades, and into the streets surrounding the Capitol building. We walk for a minute before we come across a group of black SUVs parked in a tight line. Is everything ready? Rumlow asks a plain-looking soldier who stands beside the vehicles. Yes, sir, he says after glancing at me for a moment. We're ready to move out. Good, Rumlow says. Then let's go. Yes, sir, he replies. Rumlow walks up to one of the SUVs, opens its rear door, and motions for me to step inside. I follow suit, sitting down on the bench seat as he climbs in next to me and closes the door behind him. All right, I say as I buckle myself in. Let's find out what these people have to say about their little plan. The line of vehicles lurches forward as the convoy begins to roll down the street and away from the Capitol building. I look out the window at the various civilians who stare at us curiously, unsure of what is happening. Any theories on what these people were after? I ask Rumlow. They were probably trying to assassinate someone from the delegation, he says. Or perhaps they wanted to steal intel on what was talked about during the meeting. Either way, they failed. Rumlow replies calmly. I hum non-committally, mulling over his suggestion. At any rate, we'll know soon enough, he continues. Indeed, I nod. We stay silent for a few minutes, lost in our thoughts as the convoy rolls onward. Eventually, though, I can't help but continue to wonder, who could these people have been trying to kill? And why would they try to attack the assembly? Did they know about the project? Or who were we? Whatever the case, whoever they were working with will pay for their actions. I doubt they were acting alone. As I continue to ponder the situation, I feel a soft tap on my shoulder and look over at the capable young man next to me. Sir, he says quietly. We've arrived. I look out the window and see that we've reached the secure location where the prisoners are to be questioned. Let's see what these scum know. /in. Trigger warning. This next scene includes torture. If you know you can't handle that, skip to the end. Washington, D.C. Secure Black Site, Brock POV. The interrogation site was in a dim and humid converted warehouse with a sectioned-off viewing room behind a one-way mirror that displayed 4 metal operating tables lined up in a row in the middle of the room. A small digital clock hangs on the wall opposite the entrance, which is guarded by a pair of soldiers wearing body armor and carrying assault rifles. A long table holding various torture equipment stood off to the side, a standard setup, nothing special or fancy. I pull out a chair and sit down as I watch my men strap the prisoners down on the operating tables, their arms outstretched above them, secured to the tables with thick bands of iron. All right, I say as I stand up. Let's begin. Moving over to the equipment table, I look it over before grabbing a small, vicious-looking electric handsaw and walking over to the first prisoner. This might hurt. I tell him before turning the power switch on the handle to activate it. The sound of the blades buzzing fills the room as they spin to life. Just relax, I say calmly to the prisoner. It should only take a few minutes for me to cut your fingers off. Damn you, he spits bitterly, glaring at me defiantly. I smile at him. That's the spirit. I grab the saw and bring it down hard against the top knuckle of his pinky finger. The blade slices through the skin and flesh easily, causing a gasp of pain to escape from the prisoner's mouth. Blood spurts from the wound, spraying all over the table. As his pinky falls to the floor, I move to the next one and keep going until both his hands are reduced to bloody nubs. Who sent you? I demand calmly as the man just groans in pain as more blood erupts from the severed appendages, splattering across the table. He lets out another cry of anguish as he tries, hopelessly, to stop the bleeding. I press the bloody tip of the blade against the prisoner's wrist. The blade digs deep into his flesh, and I twist the handle, severing the vein and artery in his wrist, causing him to scream in agony. Tell me who sent you. I shout at him, pressing harder on the blade. F-damn yo dash, blood pours forth from the wound, and he screams louder before he finally falls victim to the blood loss and loses consciousness. I release the blade when the screaming ceases, wiping some of the blood from my hands. I grab a scalpel and slice a deep line across his throat, ending his life. The other 3 prisoners wail in pain, their faces contorted in agony. I move over to the next one in line. What's your name? I ask calmly. And Mason, he whispers weakly after a moment. Nice to meet you, Mason, I reply as I grab a pair of pliers. You want to tell me what you guys were doing on Capitol Hill and who put you up to it? I ask the nervous prisoner. I don't know anything. He stammers, gripping the table tightly. That's too bad, I reply with a sigh before grabbing his face. Maybe this will jog your memory. I grip the front of the man's head and tighten the pliers directly underneath his eyelids. They bite into the flesh of his eyelid, cutting through it and pinching it between the 2 metal prongs. The man writhes in pain, screaming in agony as he tries to close his eyes, but the pliers keep them pinned tightly within the sockets. Blood wells up from his eyeball as it bleeds out from under the pliers. His screams become more frantic and hysterical as blood starts pouring from his eye socket, dripping down onto the table. WH, what do you want from me? Just let me go, please. He begs me as I keep squeezing the pliers, and he continues to bleed out. Oops, I chuckle as I hear the faint sound of tearing flesh. Please. He yells in a wild voice as blood squirts from his eye socket. Freaking stop. Sorry, buddy, I reply calmly before jamming the tip of the pliers deeper into the eye, ripping the eyeball free of its socket. Nuu. He shrieks hysterically and thrashes violently on the table. I hold the eyeball up to my eye and inspect it closely as I listen to him scream in agony. It's a strange color, almost brownish red, and feels sticky to my touch. Should be happy I got it all in one go. I chuckle as I toss the eyeball aside. Now, who sent you? I don't know, he whimpers, still struggling on the table. I swear I don't know. I nod at him and step back. All right then. The man's bruised face brightens at my words, and he lets out a sigh of relief, thinking I believe him. Hold still, I order as I grip his jaw in my hand and force his mouth open. Once again, he struggles against me, kicking his legs frantically against his restraints as he tries to get away from me. He growls at me like a beast as I stick the pliers down his throat and tighten the prongs around his tongue. His screams intensify as he starts choking on the small tool. His eyes bulged as he attempted to spit the pliers from his mouth, but they won't budge. With little effort, I yank my hand backwards so hard that the pliers rip out his tongue. The man's eyes go wide with shock as blood begins to erupt from his mouth, and he stares at me in horror. He starts to choke on his blood as I step back and retrieve a thin metal hook from the table. I turn to the next captive and grab his hair. He flails his head wildly, trying desperately to break free of my grasp, but I'm too strong for him. Who dash? Friends of humanity. We're with the friends of humanity. The man shouts as he fights against me. Who? I question coldly while releasing his hair from my hand. We're a revolutionary organization dedicated to freeing humanity from the shackles of oppression and shielding humans from the crimes perpetrated by recent non-human threats. The man cries out as he thrashes helplessly on the operating table. We take orders directly from Senator Peter Crane. He's the leader. 2012 Washington, D.C. Secure Black Site, Brock POV. We're a revolutionary organization dedicated to freeing humanity from the shackles of oppression perpetrated by recent non-human threats. The man cries out as he thrashes helplessly on the operating table. We take orders directly from Senator Peter Crane. He's the leader. At his words, I glance back at the one-way mirror behind me, where Pierce was undoubtedly listening, before returning my gaze to the nervous prisoner. Why did you try to attack the assembly? I ask, my tone utterly calm as I study him closely. We were tasked to kidnap high-ranking officials who didn't represent human interests in Congress and send a message with their deaths. The man yells, and what was that message supposed to be? I ask, the end of all non-human tyranny. The man shouts as he kicks his feet against the restraining straps. They attacked our planet, destroyed our city, tried to enslave our people, and how do the people in power respond? With indifference. They just sat there and let it happen. Even made secret deals with the freaks. He shouts furiously. So we decided we need to show them how serious we are about this. We needed to prove we mean business. The man's rant causes me to pause for a moment. He sounds passionate about his beliefs, but it also sounded a bit rehearsed to me, as if he were just repeating someone else's words. Okay, I state dismissively. Where are the rest of your friends? I don't know. He says, and I take a step closer to the table. Really? I don't know. We have multiple small cells set up around the country, and most of our contact is done online or over the phone. We don't meet up unless we're preparing for a mission. I nod slowly, then crouch down so I can face the man eye to eye. Okay, I say as I place my hand on his shoulder. I believe you. His eyes widen in shock. Then he tries to pull away, but I hold him firm. I told you everything I know. He states fearfully, please don't kill me. I look into the man's eyes and smile reassuringly. Relax, I tell the man calmly. You're not going to die today. The man relaxes somewhat, and his shoulders slump in relief. His breathing slows, and his heart rate returns to normal. Oh, thank God, he exclaims quietly as he looks up at me. That's such a relief. Thank you, sir. I wouldn't thank me yet, I say as I stand back up and turn to my guards at the door. We're about done here. Get them both ready to be transported to the facility in Delaware for a full neural debrief, I order. Yes, sir. They reply and move to assist the two captives as they are led off the operating table and then towards the door. The guy I was talking to still didn't understand what was happening, but if the rumors I heard about that facility are true, then I'm sure he'll soon find out. After the two captives are carried out, I hear the soft click of the door to the viewing room open as Pierce walks through it. Well, that was interesting, he says once he steps closer to me. I must say, while I find your methods to be somewhat crude, I applaud the dedication you have to your work and the organization. It shows great strength of character. He pauses for a moment to look around at the bloody torture chamber before turning his attention back to me. However, it seems like you might want to reconsider some things. Pierce smiles at me. You see, the problem with this sort of brutality is that the more extreme you are, the easier it is for the captive to misunderstand what you're doing. He tells me with a smile. It's important to remember that sometimes it's better to speak softly than to make a ruckus. This isn't an easy lesson to learn, I know, but you should keep it in mind moving forward. I nod dutifully at his words of advice. Thank you for the advice, Secretary Pierce, I say to him with fake sincerity. Don't mention it, Pierce replies as he laughs slightly. Now, why don't we go somewhere private so we can talk about this little situation we found ourselves in? Pierce says as he starts walking towards the exit, and I follow after him. Washington, D.C., Alexander Pierce's residence. A few hours later, I was sitting across from Pierce in the office of his house. We had been there since early afternoon, and a couple of his aides and security men had joined us as well. As I sit here watching Pierce and listening to him speak, I notice that he looks really tired. Not like he was physically exhausted, but mentally drained. Dealing with these cells may be tedious, but they should pose no trouble for us, Pierce says as he addresses the room. But Senator Crane is another story. He has deep connections with Congress and a few contacts in the White House. His sudden disappearance would cause a lot of problems. We need to move carefully on this. With Project Insight finally being put into motion, if we start making waves in the government, they might begin looking into our activities. And if they do that, then our operation here will be compromised. He pauses briefly, taking a sip of water from the glass on his desk. First things first, we need to find out where these friends of humanity are hiding. If there's one thing I've learned from working in politics, it's that having a secret network is useless if you don't have control over it. That goes for the people as well as the bases. He pauses for a moment, looking around at the different faces in the room before his gaze lands on me. Major Rumlow, I'd like you to run point on this. I give Pierce a confused look as I raise my eyebrows at him. I want you to lead a team to infiltrate the Friends of Humanity, gather intelligence on their operations, and report back to me immediately. Once we have what we need, then you'll be free to act upon whatever needs to be done. I nod, understanding exactly what Pierce is asking me to do. Of course, Secretary Pierce. Good, Pierce says as he stands up from his chair and walks around the desk. Now, I suggest you get to work right away. You have a lot of ground to cover, and time is of the essence. I nod again and turn toward the door to leave the office. But before I can make it out of the doorway, Pierce turns around and addresses me again. Oh, and Major Rumlow? Yes, sir. I ask hesitantly. Keep your men on high alert. There's a good chance they could encounter hostile resistance along the way. I nod at his words and leave his office behind me as I return to my hotel to pack for the coming trip. Houston, Texas, Swampland's Friends of Humanity, FA, main compound, omniscient POV. Moving over trees with black trunks, rotting vegetation, and scummy water, we make our way deeper into the swamplands to see a small makeshift camp centered on a dried-out patch of grass. A handful of men wearing worn-out army gear stand guard by the entrance, their weapons at the ready. A large tent sits in the middle of the camp. Inside is a small wooden table with a map spread out on it. On top of the table is a small, high-tech holo display that displays the image of the swamp area surrounding us. A tall, lean man with blonde hair and light blue eyes was seated at the table and stared at the map with intense interest. Beside him sat a pale-skinned man with long brown hair and blue eyes that were firmly set into a stern expression. He was wearing black tactical gear similar to that of his partner. That freak may be an abomination to our species, but he sure makes some useful tech. The blonde-haired man says as he looks at his partner. What do you think, Graydon? The other man gives the blonde man a sidelong glance before answering. I think you should have killed it when you found it, Paul. He says before letting out a sigh. But I guess it's worth keeping it alive if it can help us reach our goals. Paul says as he glances up at his partner. But we got lucky with this one. He's pretty smart for a freak. Graydon nods at the comment before turning his attention back to the map. How long until the first batch of weapons is done? He asks. About a week. Maybe 2, Paul replies. Depends on how hard it is to steal the materials we need. That won't be a problem. Crane has already given the order for his contacts to deliver what we need. Graydon replies. All we need now is to plan our next move. Paul gives his partner a thoughtful look. What should we do about the team that failed? He asks. We can't have them talking to the authorities. I trained those guys myself. They'll never talk, Graydon says dismissively. Besides, they don't know anything that could bring us down. True enough, Paul admits. But we shouldn't take any chances. Let's have our contacts in the police department look out for them just in case. Graydon thinks it over for a moment. Fine, he says reluctantly. Just make sure you tell them that if they see them, make it quick. Those men are still soldiers for humanity. Of course, Paul replies. With that said, Paul gets up from his chair and starts heading toward the entrance. I'm going to check in on the weapons manufacturing. I'll see you later. He leaves the tent and heads towards the holding cells of the FA base. 2012, Houston, Texas, Friends of Humanity, FA. Main compound 1 week later, omniscient POV. Graydon Creed, field commander for the FA, was standing on the firing range beside the main entrance to the compound, overlooking the new batch of recruits practicing with live ammunition. He watched as a group of armed men practiced with their rifles, shooting at targets placed on the ground around them. Take your shots, he shouts as the squad aims, and each man fires a shot at the target. The sound of gunfire echoes throughout the compound as the bullets hit their mark and send pieces of paper flying out of the center of the targets. Not bad, Graydon says as he watches the men reload their weapons. But there's still some room for improvement. Keep practicing. The men nod and continue to fire their weapons at the target as Paul Stacy, Strategic Operations Commander for the FA, approaches him from the side. The recruits are looking good. Yeah, Graydon replies as he nods. Not really much I can teach. The Scoutmaster said a few of them came from military backgrounds. Good, Paul replies with a smile. Any favorites? All of them are good men for answering the call to defend their race from extinction, Graydon replies. But if I had to pick. Graydon's eyes move to the end of the firing line, and Paul follows his gaze toward one of the recruits. He was a tall young man with mid-length dark black hair that was shaved on the sides and fair skin. Dressed in black tactical gear similar to the others who stand beside him, nothing stood out about him, but for the bizarre-looking black tribal tattoos running down both his toned arms. The kid with the tattoos? Paul asks and gives his partner a curious look. Yep, Graydon says thoughtfully. His name's Mark Grunwald. He's been outpacing all the rest of them since day one. Interesting. Paul agrees as he continues to watch the recruit practice. Anyway, I gotta head back to HQ, expecting a call from Senator Crane to finalize the details of the attack. Good luck, Graydon says as he returns his attention to the recruits. All right, that's enough for today. Hit the mess tent and grab something to eat. Then meet me back here for more training. The recruits disperse from the firing range and start heading towards the mess tent, while the ones who aren't part of the drill team go back to their barracks or tents. As they walk past him, Graydon notices the tall tattooed boy staring at him intently. Hey, Graydon calls out to him as he catches his eye. You all right? Mark doesn't answer him. Instead, he stares at Graydon with wide eyes and opens his mouth slightly as he mouths something under his breath. Boom. Before he can say anything, several loud explosions and gunshots ring through the air, followed by the sounds of screaming. All at once, the entire camp erupts into chaos as several gunshots ring out in rapid succession. Men scream and shout as they run around frantically, searching for the source of the commotion. What happened? One of the guards cries as he runs past Graydon, pointing toward the direction of the noise. Shoots incoming. We're under attack. Men panic as they rush towards the gates as fast as they can, only to discover that they've been blown apart by explosives. Boom. Graydon watches as another explosion engulfs the building closest to him, sending debris raining down onto the compound grounds below. Several more explosions follow suit, and the compound begins to shake violently. As Graydon tries to make sense of the situation, a loud bang resounds nearby. Looking over his shoulder, he spots an enemy soldier sprinting towards him, carrying a heavy machine gun slung across his chest. Before he can react, however, a bullet slams into his leg from behind and sends him sprawling forward onto his knees. He quickly rolls to the side, but the feeling of a cold barrel against his neck stops him from moving further. Don't even try it. A cold voice sparks from behind him. Graydon slowly turns around, only to see Mark standing above him with a rifle pointed directly at his head. Panic fills him as he looks around for help, but only the dead bodies of the other recruits lie around them, while the rest of the FA forces try to fend off the soldiers attacking their base. Who are you? Graydon asks gruffly. Mark keeps his finger on the trigger as he looks down at Graydon indifferently. Just a guy doing his job. He mutters as he lowers his weapon slightly and, without warning, pulls the trigger, causing a spray of bullets to rain down on Graydon's body. The rounds pierce his torso, leaving deep gouges in his flesh. Graydon collapses onto the ground in a pool of his blood. His vision blurs and fades away as he falls unconscious. Crash! An explosion rocks the compound as walls collapse into piles of rubble. Screams fill the air as men scramble to escape the collapsing structures. Some manage to get clear before the wall caves in completely, crushing dozens beneath its weight. Others weren't so fortunate. Get back to cover. Someone shouts from somewhere near the entrance to the compound as a barrage of bullets riddles the outside perimeter. Gunfire rings out again, and this time hits home, causing the person speaking to fall backward into the mud. Several minutes pass as the battle rages on, the sound of gunfire filling the air with every passing second. Boom, boom. Another series of explosions rocks the compound, knocking people off their feet and sending dust rising from the earth. Another wave of screams echoes throughout the compound as yet another structure crumbles to the ground. More than half of the buildings in the compound have collapsed into ruins by now, while many others remain intact but damaged. Smoke rises from several places within the compound where fires have broken out due to explosions and gunfire. What's going on? Paul yells as he rushes towards a specific building. Where's Graydon? Sir, they're coming. Paul whirls around to face his subordinate, surprised to hear that. Where? There. Over there. A guard points toward the direction of the entrance. 3 men, armed with assault rifles. Paul immediately tries to sprint harder and orders the guards stationed with him to hold position outside as he moves towards the inside of the building. The inside looked to be an armory as rows upon rows of shelves lined up along the walls, filled with various types of guns and ammo. But Paul ignored the sight as he frantically rushed towards a large metal crate that sat in the corner of the room. A few seconds later, 3 figures appear outside at the entrance of the building. All of them were wearing solid black combat armor with a Silver Shield logo emblazoned on their shoulders. Each man carries a modified FNF 2000 rifle in their hands, and each also has a grenade launcher strapped to their back. They begin advancing upon the FA troops guarding the gate, preparing themselves for an ambush. Suddenly, one of the soldiers guarding the entrance drops to his knees as a stream of bullets tears through his upper body, killing him instantly. Out of my way. Paul yells as he bursts through the walls of the building, clad in a thin silver-plated full-body exosuit that faintly pulsed with purple energy and brandishing a large high-tech-looking rifle. The hell are you supposed to be? One of the enemy soldiers laughs as he raises his rifle. Some knockoff Iron Man. We'll blow you away like Dash. Poof. An intense blast of purple lightning strikes him square in the chest. His body disintegrates into ash mere moments after being struck and disappears entirely from view. Captain, we've got a problem. One of the remaining soldiers cries out over the comm link as they try to raise their weapons in preparation. They were too late, though, as Paul fired another bolt of lightning at the 2 soldiers left standing before him, blowing them away just as easily as the first. Regroup on me. Paul commands over the radio to the remaining FA soldiers as he scans the surrounding area for any sign of movement. We'll kill them all. Don't let any escape. Houston, Texas, Friends of Humanity, FA, main compound. Brock POV. That suit kind of sucks, I muttered as I stood atop one of the destroyed walls overlooking the compound, watching as the small team that I brought with me continued fighting for their lives. Paul rampaged throughout the compound, and while he was in the exosuit, it didn't take long for most of my men to die, either getting shot by lightning or crushed by falling debris when the buildings fell on top of them. Only a handful survived the carnage. I mean, it makes him a little bit stronger and faster, but not by much. I murmured as I watched my soldiers being slaughtered one by one. He's still way more powerful than normal humans should be able to handle. I should probably help. Bang! Bang! My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of distant gunfire and the cries of panic from inside a building off to the side of the compound. Focusing my sight, I could make out several men running out of the building, firing guns and throwing grenades behind them. As the panicked group ran to Paul, I concentrated my enhanced hearing on them. Help! The freak got out. One of the men yelled as he fled to Paul's side. You idiots! Paul screams angrily. The last thing we need right now is a pissed-off mutant. Crash. As if to enunciate his words, a section of the wall of the building explodes outward, sending chunks of concrete flying everywhere. My gaze shifts over toward the building as a small figure emerges from the rubble and dust. Watch out. It's coming. A man warns the others as he ducks back into the building. Get away from it. The figure strides confidently out of the building and onto the compound grounds. Huh. I exclaim in shock and stare at the figure in disbelief as a small silver teddy bear with glowing purple eyes emerges onto the battlefield. Kill it. Paul growls as he raises his gun and fires a burst of purple bolts at the newcomer. 2012, Houston, Texas, Friends of Humanity, FA, main compound, Paul Stacy POV. Shit. I snarl as the purple lightning bolts of energy strike against the metallic shell of the silver teddy bear and do nothing to harm it. This shit is useless. I growl as I retreat into the small group of soldiers I had left with me. Why are you idiots just watching it? Fire. Several of the soldiers open fire on the mysterious teddy bear, only to have their bullets bounce off its thin metallic skin and do no damage whatsoever. The small teddy bear just ignores the incoming fire and begins to shuffle forward in its stubby legs through the stream of bullets over towards us, its eyes surging with purple energy and a vacant look on its innocent face. It's a teddy bear, for God's sake. Just kill it already. One of the soldiers cries out to the others as they continue firing blindly at the miniature toy. The teddy bear continues walking toward the group of soldiers, who begin panicking and shouting in protest as they try to flee from the danger. Zap! A beam of purple lightning shoots out from the teddy bear's eyes, striking one of the fleeing soldiers in the thigh and sending her stumbling forwards. Shit! Help me! Please! She screams as she clutches her injured leg. Don't kill me! Zap! The teddy bear doesn't even acknowledge the soldier's words as another beam fires out and a second soldier falls to the ground next to her, having been shot in the chest. Run! A man shouts as he runs past the fallen soldiers. Get to the gates! The soldiers quickly gather together and begin retreating to the nearby compound gates, abandoning their posts and rushing out of the compound in fear. Damn it! I cursed as I watched everything that I helped build come crashing down around me, and I aimed my rifle toward the prison building where the teddy bear came. I know this thing is just one of your little toys. Come out now, or I'll dash, zap. The teddy bear emits another stream of purple electricity from its eyes, and the next thing I know, I'm lifted off my feet and thrown back into the air. I soar through the air and crash into the ground hard enough to send me flying again. God damn it. I growl as I stumble to my feet and regain my balance, my heart pounding from the impact. Zap! Another beam of purple lightning shoots out from the teddy bear as more unlucky soldiers fall to the ground. We're getting out of here. I shout over the radio to my men. Roger that, sir. One of the soldiers replies. Go. I order as I move to join them. That thing is getting closer to us with each passing moment. Hurry up. Boom. Another section of the wall of the compound collapses inward, sending tons of concrete and steel flying through the air. What the hell, dash? One of my soldiers tries to cry out as a muscular, tattooed arm breaks through the wall and grabs him by the throat. Before he can say anything, the grip tightens around his neck, and then he's pulled through the hole in the wall. Arga dash, a short, muffled scream sounded out from the other side of the wall, followed by a wet thud. What the foo dash, I begin to say, but am cut off by the sight of a familiar figure emerging from the opening in the wall. Isn't that the recruit Graydon pointed out? I wonder as I watch the man emerge from the hole in the wall. Where do you think you're going? He asks with a stern voice as he looks down at me with cold, piercing hazel eyes. Hey, aren't you one of us? I call out desperately to the man. What do you think you're doing? The man ignores me as he suddenly launches himself at our small group of soldiers with inhuman speed and kicks one of the soldiers in the side of the stomach so hard that his entire body is sent flying back before splattering as a wet stain against a wall. The man turns his attention toward another soldier and snatches him by the neck, before crushing his windpipe with his bare hand. The man then leaps towards another soldier and punches him in the gut, the force of the blow making his arm pierce through the soft flesh. The soldier screamed in agony before clutching his stomach, unable to breathe. The man then grabbed his head and threw himself back into the remaining crowd of panicked soldiers. What the hell is going on? I shout as I realize we stood no chance in front of this man. He seemed unstoppable. After the man made quick work of the small group of soldiers, he turned his attention toward me, and I immediately raised my rifle and pointed it at him as I took a step back. Now that that's taken care of, I've been meaning to ask, what's with the teddy bear? He asks calmly as he ignores the weapon aimed at him and strides forward toward me confidently. St, stay back. I reply nervously as I pull the trigger of my rifle. A bolt of purple lightning fires from the gun and arcs through the air, hitting him square in the chest. The bolt easily tears through the thin fabric of his black shirt, but halts as it slams into his skin. The man doesn't flinch or even grimace from the attack. Instead, he just stares at me with indifference as he continues to approach. I'm only going to ask you nicely one more time, he says simply as he nears me. What's the deal with the teddy bear? I slowly lower my rifle as the futility of the situation dawns upon me. Even if I managed to shoot him, it wouldn't hurt him. I don't have any close-range weapons that could do any real damage to him either. In fact, I don't have anything at all. I stutter in confusion, unsure of what to do. The man stares at me for a moment with an unreadable look before his gaze shifts to the side and he takes one step back away from me. Zap! Suddenly, a large purple beam of lightning shoots out from behind me, striking me directly in the chest and knocking me to the ground. Houston, Texas, Friends of Humanity, Fall. Main compound, Brock POV. Era. Paul cries out in pain as the purple beam of lightning hits him square in his back, knocking him to the ground as the force of the blow tears away at the thin metal of his exosuit. Zap! Another blast of purple electricity flies out from the teddy bear, frying his gloved hands as he tries to hold them out defensively to shield himself. Zap! Another pair of purple beams shoot out from the teddy bear's eyes, causing him to recoil away, and the last vestiges of his suit are eviscerated. Zap! The teddy bear begins shooting out another barrage of purple bolts from its eyes, demolishing the suit and causing Paul's flesh to blacken as the beams burn through his skin. Zap! 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 The metallic teddy bear continuously fires off more purple beams from its eyes as Paul's body writhes in the dirt, unable to do anything to stop it. Pieces of the exosuit melted into his skin as the nauseatingly sweet smell of rapidly burning flesh filled the air. The bear continues firing away until it finally comes to a stop as it realizes that Paul has already been reduced to a pile of blackened bones. The compound goes silent as I stare down at the charred heap, before glancing over at the teddy bear as it stands motionless in the distance. Its glowing purple eyes stared at me with a blank expression. My head tilts to the side as I stare down at the metal toy with interest. Is there someone inside this thing? Or is it just some kind of robot? They did call it a mutant, so maybe. My thoughts are suddenly interrupted as the sound of shuffling footsteps reaches my heightened ears, and I look over to see someone approaching from the other side of the compound. It was a small Asian boy who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was wearing a dirty plain white t-shirt and blue jeans. His hair was cropped short, and his eyes were a light shade of purple. As the boy neared from behind the teddy bear's position, he stared at me with cold indifference. "Are you one of them?" he asked calmly as he approached me. I stare over at the boy curiously, wondering where he had come from. "Who are you?" I asked the boy warily. He stares up at me with a blank expression for a few moments before turning his attention back toward the teddy bear and placing his small hand atop its head. The teddy bear doesn't even turn towards the boy as he touches it. Instead, it continues focusing its gaze on me. "We're not going back in that cage," he mutters softly as he removes his hand from the teddy bear's head. The teddy bear remains motionless, its lifeless eyes staring straight ahead. "If you're going to try and kill me, go ahead," he says quietly as he glances over at me. "But I want you to know that I won't let you do it without a fight." Silence falls within the decimated compound as I just stare over at the boy with a quizzical look, before an amused smirk overtook my face. 2012, Houston, Texas, Friends of Humanity, Fall, Main Compound, Omniscient POV. "If you're going to try and kill me, go ahead," the little kid states quietly as he glances over at Brock, who stands across from him. "But I want you to know that I won't let you do it without a fight." Silence falls within the decimated compound as Brock stares over at the boy with a quizzical look, before an amused smirk overtook his face. "Relax, kid. No one is going to try and kill you or put you in a cage," Brock says as he tries to present a calm and amicable aura towards the boy. "What's your dash?" Brock suddenly stopped speaking as he felt a slight tingling sensation reverberate at the back of his mind. Instinctively, his body began to move as. Zap! Another purple electrical beam shot out from the silver teddy bear's eyes, striking Brock square in the chest. The smooth purple beam effortlessly shreds through Brock's tattered shirt and clashes against his bare skin, before evaporating and leaving a charred and blackened gouge in his flesh. "Crap!" Brock grimaced as he glanced down at the scorched skin in the middle of his chest that quickly began to stitch itself back together, before looking over at the small boy who just stood frozen as he watched the feat with utter shock and confusion written plainly on his dirty face. "Are you deaf?" Brock snaps, irritated at the boy as he steps closer to him. "Why, you're not human?" the boy mumbles in a trembling voice. "You're like me, a mutant." Brock steps in front of the boy and narrows his eyes down at him as he lets out a sigh. "I'd rather not explain myself to you," he states calmly. "I don't even know why I'm talking to you at all. Most people who attack me don't live long enough to have a chat after." The boy stares up at him with wide eyes for a moment, speechless at finding someone who is like him. Not human. He mutters under his breath as his vision begins to narrow and dizziness starts to overtake him. Not human. The boy slowly slumps to the ground as the fatigue and stress of the battle become too much for him to bear. Great. Brock mutters as he watches the boy fall to the ground unconscious. At the same time that the boy hit the ground, the metallic teddy bear next to him began to melt and condense into a sphere of molten liquid metal that levitated a few inches off the ground. The hell? Brock exclaims as he watches the liquid metal cascade over the body of the unconscious boy, dissolving as it absorbs into his flesh. Nothing but the sound of soft crackling of flames echoed throughout the compound as Brock glanced around the area once more, extending his senses out to search for any other signs of life, before turning his gaze back down at the passed-out boy lying on the ground at his feet. As he stares at the boy, thoughts begin to race through his mind. Where had this boy come from? What is his power? Is he a mutant? Do mutants even exist in this universe? And if they did, what did that mean for this universe's timeline? As these questions swirled around in Brock's head, he was beginning to feel like his knowledge of this world was becoming more and more redundant as he continued to discover the many alterations that were made to this universe. Brock rubbed the back of his head and let out a frustrated sigh as he pushed the thoughts back before he reached down and picked the unconscious boy up like he was a sack of potatoes, throwing him over his shoulder as he took one more look around the compound. Alia iacta est. He muttered quietly in Latin to himself as he turned around and moved towards the exit of the destroyed compound. Houston, Texas, outskirts of Friends of Humanity fought. Main compound. 20 minutes later, Zira Matsuya POV. I stood within the encampment of the homeless settlement, watching as the children from stable families played outside while their parents slept inside nice warm homes. I'd spent the past hour observing the comings and goings of the people here. It was interesting to note that most of them, despite their apparent differences, seemed to have similar traits. They all held themselves with an air of superiority, they all arrogantly carried themselves, and they all seemed to be completely void of any compassion or sympathy as they looked upon us, those less fortunate than them, with utter disgust and loathing. The scene in front of me suddenly shifts as I now find myself crouching inside a dirty cell as a blonde-haired man stands above, hitting me with a whip repeatedly. How dare you trespass into our world? The man bellowed angrily as he cracked the whip against my back again, peeling off a thin strip of flesh. You're not welcome here, and God will see to it that you burn in hell for what you are, a filthy mutant. I curled up into a ball in pain as I felt the whip continue to strike me. What did we tell you about talking back? The man yells furiously as he raises the whip high over his head and cracks it down on my back again, sending waves of agony coursing throughout my entire body. I whimper in pain, hoping that the whipping would end soon. Please stop. Disgusting freak. The man screams as he lashes me again with the whip. His words cut deep into me as they reminded me of how different I truly was from everyone else. The thought alone made me feel isolated as tears welled up in my eyes and spilled onto my cheeks. Stop. Shame on the human race for allowing you to live as if you were one of us for even a second. He continues to yell as he strikes me again. Shame on us for allowing you to exist. You monster. He brings the whip down again, and I curl up into a tighter ball as the pain intensifies. He's wrong. I'm not a monster. They're the monsters. Your kind is a disease, and we shall purge the earth of your inhuman plague, he declares venomously as he swings the whip back over his shoulder, ready to strike me again. Stop. I scream out in defiance, and the scene shifts around me as my eyes snap open and I awoke from the horrible nightmare. You all right? A cold, familiar voice asks from beside me. I glance up to see the mysterious black-haired man hovering over me with puzzlement written plainly on his face. Just a dream. I whisper hoarsely as I wipe away the tears from my eyes and look around. I was lying in the muddy swamp lands on the outskirts of the Fa compound, which was left as nothing more than a smoking wreck in the distance. The man nods his head and places a hand on my shoulder as he helps me sit up from the ground. How are you feeling? He asks. I take a deep breath and exhale before answering his question. Better, I tell him honestly. Thanks. He stares at me for a moment before giving me a nod. I can't thank you enough for saving me back there, I say as I look over at him. It was kind of you to help me out. He looks down at me and gives me a wild smile. Don't worry about it. Besides, you probably could have handled it yourself if you wanted to. He chuckles softly. Why yeah, I guess so. I reply sarcastically as I scoff inwardly at the notion, knowing full well how much using my ability like that took out of me. The two of us then share a brief moment of silence before he finally speaks up again. What's your name? He questions curiously. I glance up at him, surprised by his sudden interest. My name? I ask him as I tilt my head to the side. Zero Matsuya. He stares at me for a moment as if he were trying to remember something, before shaking his head. Well, Zero, let me introduce myself properly. He tells me as he reaches out his large hand, showcasing the intricate tattoos that run down his arm. I'm Brock, and it's nice to meet you. Shocked by the sudden show of kindness from him, I shake his hand firmly before returning my focus to the scene around me. Hey, are you a superhero? I ask him. Brock looks over at me with a curious expression before letting out another hearty laugh at my question. Hell no. Why would anyone want to be a hero when there are so many other, more fruitful options available for them instead? He said, and I couldn't help but agree with his statement. Why would anyone choose to risk their lives fighting for humans? Why put themselves in danger for people who treat them like crap? It makes no sense to me. No, I'm just some guy who was passing by, he added as he glanced over toward the direction of the encampment. I didn't know what to say as I stared up at him, overwhelmed by the sheer kindness and generosity he was showing me. So, what happens now? I asked nervously. At my words, Brock's gaze shifts back down to me. Well, I guess that depends on you. He replies. You could leave and try to fend for yourself out there. Or you can come with me. I stare at him in disbelief as he offers me the opportunity to stay with him. To be honest, I never thought I'd ever have the chance to be free of this place. But at the same time, I wasn't sure if I was strong enough to survive out there without help. I knew for a fact that I wouldn't make it very far at all. What am I supposed to do? I feel like I should take the offer, but why is he being so kind to me? I don't know. I stutter as I look up at him. Brock smiles faintly and tilts his head to the side curiously. Well, I suppose I'll just have to give you time to think it over, he says as he turns around and begins walking away. Now get up. We need to move quickly. He then turns back around and notices me still sitting on the ground. Oh yeah. He adds as he glances back at me with a smirk. I don't know what you've been told about mutants, but you shouldn't believe everything you hear. Those without power tend to fear those with it. With those words, Brock walks away, leaving me standing there confused as I look after him. What does he mean? I just met him. How could he possibly know anything about me? But then again, how would anyone know what I've been through unless they've experienced it themselves? I stand up from the mud and begin following Brock through the swamplands as he leads me deeper into the darkness of the wilderness. /in. Hey guys, so quick explanation on the character Zero since he's the first real OC I've made for this story. Zero is a combination of two minor mutants from the X-Men comics, Takashi Matsuya and Ziggy Karst. To give a brief explanation of his powers, he has a variation of technokinesis in the form of technomorphing modules that he generates from his body. These modules allow Zero to do a wide variety of things that will be further explained in the story. 2012 Manhattan, New York, East Harlem alleyway behind the Red Fish Blue restaurant one day later, omniscient POV. The night sky was dark and ominous as the moon hung low in the sky, casting its eerie glow over the city as Brock stood in the dirty alleyway behind a subpar Italian eatery dubbed the Red Fish Blue restaurant. A small figure could be seen seated on the ground in the corner of the dimly lit alley, hunched over a bowl of soup as he ate ravenously. Brock had been watching the young boy for the past few hours as he sat there eating his food. Zero appeared to look a lot better as he now donned a clean pair of jeans and a shirt that hung loosely off his small frame. Brock watched as the young man finished his meal and began wiping his mouth clean before tossing the container toward one of the nearby dumpsters. Thank you. I appreciate it, Zero says as he stands up and brushes himself off. Don't mention it, Brock replies simply. So when's your friend supposed to show up? Zero asks him as he looks over at him. Brock shakes his head and sighs. She should be showing up here soon, he answers. Zero furrows his brow and looks at him curiously. Who are you talking about? He asks. Brock shrugs and remains silent as he continues to observe the boy curiously. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Zero apologizes. It's all right. Brock replies as he stares back at the boy with a knowing smirk. But since you're in such a talking mood, why don't you explain to me a little more about your power? At those words, Zero furrowed his brow as he looked back at Brock and tilted his head slightly. My power? He asks. Brock nods his head. Yes, your power, he tells him. Tell me more about it. Zero stares back at him in confusion as he tries to find the right words for what exactly it is that he can do. Well, it's a little hard to explain even for me. He admits as he furrows his brow. Okay, Brock replies. Then show me. Zero gasps in surprise. Like right now, dear? Yes, Brock replies bluntly. I'm curious to see what you can do. Confused by the sudden request, Zero hesitates for a moment before nodding his head. All right, Zero says reluctantly as he closes his eyes and concentrates all his senses inward. After a few moments of intense concentration, he opens his eyes and looks over at Brock. His face is blank and devoid of emotion as two thumb-sized silver orbs of liquid metal float out of his body and hover above the ground in front of him. What are those? Brock asks curiously as he observes the floating orbs. I expected you to make something like that teddy bear. These are the original manifestation of my power. Zero explains. I call them nodes. He then extends a hand toward one of the nodes and focuses intensely on it. I use this power to create them as a means of self-defense. They are constructs that are completely techno-organic, which allows me to manipulate them however I see fit. Zero seemed more confident as he spoke, his attention entirely focused on the nodes in front of him, as if they were having a conversation. They act as a sort of conduit for my abilities, he adds, allowing me to control them in a telekinetic fashion, as well as scan and alter the submolecular chemical chains within them and other things. Interesting. Brock remarks, not fully understanding what the boy just said, as he studies the small orbs with curiosity. Thank you. Zero replies with a smile, happy to have his abilities genuinely appreciated by someone for the first time in his life. Anyway, he continues. I don't know everything my power is capable of. The Fa weren't keen on teaching me much about it. I know that I can use these nodes to do a whole bunch of stuff, including creating weapons and armor, but I was hoping you could teach me how to use them properly. Me. Brock responds with a puzzled expression. Yeah, you're the only person who's ever tried to help me. I figured you might be able to teach me a lot more than the Fa could. Zero states confidently as he looks up at Brock with a hopeful look on his face. Brock seems taken aback by the young boy's sincerity and honesty. Well, he finally says, I don't know what I could teach you. My powers are completely different from yours. Really? Zero asks as he tilts his head to the side in curiosity. How so? Brock furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before responding. Well, mine are more based on physical strength rather than mental, like yours seem to be, he explained. Zero frowns at his response as he tilts his head to the side once again as he tries to understand what his hero meant. Physical strength? He repeats. Like lifting or something? Sort of, Brock replies. But not quite. My power is more situated toward combat and requires a lot less thought. Like superhuman strength and speed. Zero questions excitedly. That's so cool. Brock smiles at the boy's enthusiasm. Little more to it than that. But generally speaking, yes, he says as he watches the boy closely. Cool. So, if you can't teach me how to use my power, can I learn how to fight? Zero exclaims happily. Brock nods his head. Sure, why not? He says with a warm smile. Yes. Zero cheers as he claps his hands together. Can't wait to start learning. He then takes a deep breath as he looks back up at Brock with anticipation in his eyes. So, when do we start? He asks eagerly. Brock chuckles softly as he looks down at the young boy. You're asking the wrong person. H-ha. Zero stutters in confusion. What do you dash? His question is cut short as he suddenly feels a hand on his shoulder. Zero turns around, startled by the sudden touch, and finds himself looking into the 5 glowing red eyes of Ava's mask. Hi, she greets him in her ghostly, deadpan voice. What the hell? Zero exclaims as he quickly backpedals away from the costumed woman. Who are you? He asks nervously as he looks between the two adults. I'm Ava, she replies simply. Brock steps forward and places his hand on the back of Zira's neck, gently pushing him forward and presenting him to the woman. Calm down, he tells the boy with an amused smile plastered on his face. She's with us. Oh. Zuru replies as he looks up at the masked woman with wide eyes. Ava nods her head in acknowledgement at Brock's words, before turning her gaze over to Brock. So this is him? She asks curiously. This is him. Brock answers. He's a kid. She questions as she looks Zuru up and down, before eyeing the small sliver orbs that were floating around him. Yep, Brock confirms. And you brought him out here to join us? She asks incredulously. Not exactly, Brock replies. He's not at all ready for the stuff we get into, at least not yet. Why would you want a kid like this? Ava asks doubtfully about how helpful this child could be. Because he has a unique power I want to learn more about, Brock answers simply. Plus, I think he'd make a good addition to our little team. Ava stares at Brock for a moment in silence, her expression unreadable under her mask. Fine, she finally says. It's your call anyway. Brock nods his head in agreement. Glad you see it my way, he says with a grin. Now, before we move on to the real meeting place. Brock peers down at Zero and the small orbs. Those things allow you to interface with tech, right? He asks. Not exactly, but yeah, Zero replies with a nod. Good, Brock states. Then I need you to take a quick look at her suit for me. Zero furrows his brows in confusion as he looks up at Brock. Her suit. Yep, Brock replies. I want you to look for anything that allows others to track her movements. Track her movements? Zero repeats as he tilts his head to the side in confusion. Just do it, Brock instructs him. We'll talk more later. Okay, Zero replies as he tilts his head to the side. I'll try. He closes his eyes and focuses intently on what he wants to do. Suddenly, the small orbs that were hovering around him began to move toward Ava. They start moving around her rapidly, emitting a bright purple grid as they scan through various parts of the armor. After a few minutes of intense searching, Zero opens his eyes and looks back at Brock. The orbs had moved across the entire length of the armored suit before stopping in front of its chest plate and hovering there momentarily. There, he declares with a smile. Some sort of device is embedded in the chest plate that is capable of transmitting her location. But it doesn't seem to be active. Brock eyes the boy for a moment, slightly in awe of his efficiency, before nodding. Can you take it out? He asks. Maybe. Zero replies. I'm still not used to using my powers, but I can try. As soon as he utters those words, a thin line of light shoots out from the orb, connecting itself with the metal alloy of Ava's armor. After a few seconds, the lines of light disappear as they merge into each other. The orbs then floated back over to Zira's shoulder, where they continued to hover around him. Finished. Well done, Brock praises. Thanks, Zira says with a shy smile as he holds his arms out and lets the orbs drift back into him. Let's go, Dash. Brock abruptly stopped talking as he sensed a group of people emerging from the back door of the restaurant. Brock, Ava, and Zero all turned their heads to see three men dressed in black suits exit the building. Each man looked to be of average height and weight, though none of them were particularly muscular or strong-looking. Their hair was short, ranging from being shaved bald to having a crew-cut style. They all wore dark sunglasses over their eyes, making it impossible to see their expressions. Brock narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the men as they walked out and spotted their strange group standing in the alley. Hey, one of them calls over to us in a gruff voice and heavy New York accent. What the hell are you doing back here? Brock raises an eyebrow at the man's tone. Who the hell are you? He asks coldly, his tone matching the icy look in his hazel eyes. We're the guys telling you to piss off. The man snaps back at him. This area is off limits. And what makes you think we care? Brock retorts. Ava steps forward, crossing her arms over her chest as she looks down at the man challengingly. Look, guy, we don't care what kind of creepy shit you were about to get into with a dressed-up whore and a kid. One of the other men interjects bluntly. But we're here to do business, so kindly piss off and leave us alone. Brock narrows his eyes even further as he glares at the man. We were about to leave anyway, he says, his voice dripping with contempt. But I suggest you watch your mouth before I decide to show just how insignificant your life is. The three men exchange a glance briefly before one of them speaks up. Don't threaten us, asshole, he snarls. The man and his two companions stare down at Brock with contemptuous sneers. You little bitch, do you know who we're with? One of them snarls as he pulls out a pistol and aims it at their group. Get the hell out of here before I blow your brains out. Brock takes a step forward, putting himself between the gun and Zero. Really? Brock replies calmly as he eyes the small weapon. You have no idea what you're dealing with here. He glances back at Zuru and Ava before looking back at the man aiming the gun at him. If you were smart, you'd put that away, Brock states calmly as he takes a step closer to the man. Or else you're gonna end up dead. The man's eyes widen slightly in surprise as he realizes the threat Brock was implying, even with a weapon pointed at his head. His friends also notice the change in his attitude, and they quickly pull their weapons out. What the hell did you say to us? One of them demands as he points his pistol at Brock. Brock smirks at the man as he takes another step forward. I said, if you keep pointing that gun at me, your little life will end here, in this filthy-ass alley. He states confidently as he continues to close the distance between them. Damn this. One of the other men shouts as he pulls the trigger of his handgun. Bang. The bullet speeds through the air and hits Brock square in the chest, burning a hole through his thin shirt, before bouncing harmlessly off his toned muscles. As soon as the shot connects, Brock's eyes flash viciously as he glares down at the man holding the gun. Then, without warning, he rushes forward and grabs the man by the throat with one hand, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. I told you to stop, Brock whispers menacingly into the man's ear. His grip tightens around the man's neck, causing him to cough violently as he struggles futilely against Brock's ironclad hold. He grits his teeth as he tries to force oxygen into his lungs. His vision starts to become blurry as he gasps for breath. Snap! Suddenly, Brock's hand releases the man's throat, and his body drops lifelessly, hitting the ground with a dull thud. What? One of the men mutters bitterly as he looks down at his fallen friend in disbelief. Dang it. Another of the men curses as he raises his gun and begins to unload rounds into Brock. Brock doesn't even try to dodge the hail of bullets, letting them strike harmlessly against his thick skin as he charges forward. He spins around swiftly, catching the third man by surprise as he slams a powerful fist into his stomach. Erg! The man cries out in pain as he looks down to see an arm protruding through his midsection, blood gushing out of his mouth and dripping onto the ground below. As the life leaves the man's eyes, Brock pulls his arm free of his intestines, then turns to face the third man and delivers a swift kick to his knee, snapping it out of place and sending him tumbling to the ground. Brock then moves to stand over the man, who is now clutching his broken leg in agony. Wait, please. You can't do this to us. We're part of the Carbone Dash. The man's desperate pleas were cut off as Brock lifts his foot and brings it down hard on the man's skull, crushing his cranium like an eggshell. The man falls limp as Brock stands over him, not even breathing heavily as he observes the bodies of his fallen foes. All right, he breathes quietly, regaining his composure as he walks over to Zuru and Ava. That's taken care of. You guys ready to go? Ava simply nods her head at his words, the brutal show of violence not even affecting her. But Zira doesn't say anything for a moment as he stares up at Brock with wide-open eyes. Zira begins to mutter quietly, and for a second, Brock wondered if his display of force was too much for the young boy to handle. That was freaking awesome, he exclaims excitedly. I've never seen anyone kill a group of armed thugs with nothing more than their bare hands before. It was like a movie. Where did you learn how to do that? Can you teach me that? Brock smirks as he watches the boy cheerfully chatter away. Come on then, let's get going, Brock states as he turns away and starts walking towards the exit of the alleyway. 2012, Hell's Kitchen, New York Warehouse District, Brock POV. After taking care of the thugs from earlier, I led my small group to a place where we could talk in private. We were currently standing in the middle of a large empty warehouse in the most lawless neighborhood in New York City, Hell's Kitchen. It was a simple building made of brick and concrete, though it wasn't exactly brand new. It probably hadn't been used in decades and looked like it was falling apart in some places. There were barely any windows and only one door, which was situated directly in the front of the building. It was located next to a busy train station, so the building had once served as a storage shed for the trains themselves before the railroad company decided to build newer, better warehouses elsewhere. "This is where you'll be staying for the time being," I informed Zero after showing them inside. "It's not fancy or anything, but it should serve our purposes for the moment. How'd you find this place?" Ava asked curiously as she glanced around the dimly lit space, scanning the shadows for possible threats. "I didn't," I answered truthfully. "This was one of the safe houses that my caretaker set up for his assignments. Figured this would be a good place to lie low if I ever needed it." "You're not worried about him coming back here?" Zero asked me cautiously. "Not really, in fact. Kind of hoping he does," I replied. "He and I still have a score to settle, so if he comes here, he won't be walking out." "Are you two staying here too?" Zero asked me nervously as he looked up at Ava and me. "No, I'm heading out," I answered with a shrug. "I've got some work to take care of. Ava will stay here with you for now. You two have a lot to talk about." "We do?" Ava asks. "Yeah," I confirm as I smile and look over at Zero. "I want you to do a full inspection of the tech in her suit. See if you can find a better alternative for her condition till we find a more permanent solution." "Her condition?" Zero questioned. "She'll explain." "All right," Zero murmurs. "I'll check it out." "Good," I reply as I look back at Ava. "Try not to scare the kid too much." "I won't," Ava responds confidently. Then, without saying another word, I turn around and leave the warehouse, making my way back towards the cage that was the SHIELD headquarters. New York City SHIELD headquarters Secretary Pierce's office a few hours later. In summary, we faced heavy opposition during the mission, I reported as I stood in front of Secretary Pierce, who was seated behind his desk. Most of the team was killed in the assault, but I managed to acquire all the information on the other FOSS cells, as well as destroy their base upon my exit. I finish explaining and place a small device on his desk, no bigger than a thumb drive. "Your office has been updated with the data from my analysis. Should you require additional information, I will be available to answer any of your questions," I tell him. "Excellent work, Major Rumlow," Secretary Pierce tells me with a nod. "I appreciate everything you've done for us and the sacrifices you have made to protect our interests." "No problem, sir. Just doing my job," I reply casually. "Well then, I suppose that's all for today," Pierce states as he stands up from his seat. "Thank you again for your help." "Of course, sir," I say as he walks and stands up from his desk. Pierce shakes my hand and thanks me politely before gesturing for me to leave the room. Once outside, I walk back to the elevator and take it down to the lower level, where I make my way to the strike team barracks. I enter the facility and head towards my room, but before I can reach my quarters, I hear a familiar voice call out to me from the hallway. "Major Rumlow." Jack calls out as he runs over to me. "Jack," I greet my foster brother. "I heard you were back, so I came to welcome you personally," he says with a wide grin on his face as he reaches his hand out for a shake. "Thanks," I reply as I return the gesture. "So what happened? How'd the mission go?" "It went great," I respond with a smile. "We took out the entire cell, including the leader, and captured all the intel we needed to proceed." "That's great," Jack exclaims happily. "You know you're the pride of our team, right?" "Why is that?" I ask curiously. "Because you always come through when we need you to," he says with a chuckle. "Plus, you're pretty cool, in a weird sort of way." "I'll take that as a compliment then." I laugh lightly. "Anyways, I wanted to talk with you about something before you leave." "Oh yeah? What's up?" "Let's talk in my quarters," I suggest as I lead him to the door of my room. "Sounds good," he replies as we enter my room and close the door behind us. "So what's up?" he asks curiously as he sits down on the couch while I sit down in a chair across from him. "I wanted to ask, how do you like your life here?" I ask him cautiously as I watch his reaction closely. "I love it," he responds enthusiastically. "The team treats me like family. They've given me a purpose, and I get to fight for a great cause every day. So if you were given the chance at something better, would you take it?" I ask quietly. "What do you mean?" he asks with confusion. "I mean, if you had a choice, would you quit?" "Quit?" Jack exclaims as he jumps up from the couch. "Are you crazy? Why would I ever want to leave the best thing that's ever happened to me?" I can see the fire burning within his eyes as he looks at me. and I know that he means every word he says. Shame. What's this about? He questions. Why would you even ask such a question? Don't know? Maybe I'm just feeling some fatigue after the long mission. I lie. Never mind. Forget I said anything. No, wait, what's wrong? Jack asks with concern as he grabs my shoulder. Is there something bothering you? Nah, it's nothing. I try to reassure him. Just tired, that's all. Okay, then I'll let it go, Jack responds with a sigh. But if you ever need to talk, I'm always here for you. Thanks, Jack, I say as I lean forward and give him a pat on the shoulder. You're a good brother. I know, he answers quietly as he smiles slightly. Now, I'll let you get some rest. We both stand up from the couch and begin walking toward the door. Bye, Jack, I say as I wave goodbye to him. See you later, he responds before closing the door behind himself. Manhattan, New York, East Harlem, the Red Fish Blue Restaurant, Omniscient POV. The restaurant was a popular hotspot for both locals and tourists alike. It was located in a quiet section of Manhattan, nestled amongst the hustle and bustle of the city's busiest neighborhoods. The establishment was small, but its interior was decorated with a rustic theme that blended well with the neighborhood's atmosphere. The restaurant boasted a huge patio area out front that overlooked the Hudson River and several large aquariums filled with colorful tropical fish. It was probably the only place in New York City where people could enjoy seeing exotic fish in their natural environment. Rosalie Carbone, leader of the Carbone crime family, was seated in a sectioned-off part of the restaurant, near an oversized window overlooking the river. She was drinking a glass of white wine as she watched the sunset across the water, as well as the lights twinkling across the cityscape. Several men stood around her in suits, waiting for their orders. Do we have any leads on who took out Luca, Matteo, and Angelo? Rosalie asked quietly as she sipped her wine. One of her bodyguards, a bald man named Lombardi, spoke up from behind her. No, ma'am, he answered. We've narrowed it down to 3 possibilities. This could be provocation from the Stokes, an act of war initiated by the Irish, or a show of force from the upstart who's been buying all the property in the area. Which is most likely? Rosalie asked calmly. All of them, maybe. Lombardi shrugged. It's hard to determine until we find out who authorized the hit. Makes sense. Rosalie nodded. Keep your ears to the ground. I want to know who did this before my father arrives next week. Also, look into those properties and see if you can find out which ones belong to this mysterious buyer. Will do. And don't rule out the possibility that it could be a third party working for someone else, Rosalie told him. Whoever killed those guys was very skilled. If I had to guess, I'd say they could be trained professionals. Yes, ma'am, Lombardi acknowledged. Anything else? Nothing else, Rosalie told him with a sigh. She knew that whoever was responsible for killing her men was going to pay dearly for it. She wouldn't allow any more harm to come to her family, especially not when she was trying to do everything in her power to keep what they had from the hands of their enemies. I won't let anyone hurt my boys, not anymore. She takes another sip of her wine and watches as the sun sets across the water as she ponders her next move. 2012, New York City, SHIELD headquarters. For weeks later, New Year's Eve, Brock POV. Standing in the hallway of the headquarters building, I admire the decorations that are scattered throughout the hallways. Everyone in the organization seemed to be getting into the spirit of things tonight as I passed by various corridors of the building and made my way toward the upper levels, where the festivities would be taking place. It's easy to spot the areas where the partygoers congregate, as the halls become packed with chatter and laughter. I walk past one group of people who are standing around a makeshift bar set up inside an office suite. A bartender dressed in black pants and a white shirt is pouring drinks for the merrymakers, who seem to be having a good time. As I continue walking, I notice a few security guards patrolling the halls. They're wearing their typical gray uniforms, but instead of carrying guns, they each carry a stun baton, which I assume is for crowd control. Moving through the crowd, I pass by a few women who send me sultry looks. One of them catches my attention as I stop and stare at her for a moment, admiring the curves of her body beneath the tight material of her dress. Her hair is pulled back tightly into a ponytail that hangs down her back, and her full lips are pursed together as she observes the people around her. Natasha. I greet her as I approach her. Hello, Brock, she replies with a warm smile. Enjoying yourself? I ask, curious to see how she's doing since she returned to work. I am now, she laughs. Didn't expect you to show up to these kinds of things. I didn't either, I admit, but I figured it would be nice to make an appearance before ducking out early. Same here, Natasha nods. Stark invited the team to his party, so I thought I'd go and check it out. You're looking lovely tonight, I tell her as I take in her outfit. Thank you, she says as she smiles at me. You're not too shabby yourself. You think so? I ask as I glance down at my attire, a plain black fitted button-down and jeans. I'm afraid I'm not as well dressed as you are, though. You're fine, she tells me as she reaches forward to fix my already straightened collar. And besides, it's New Year's Eve. You should wear whatever makes you feel comfortable. True enough, I nod. Well, I'll let you get back to enjoying yourself. I'll see you later. Wait, Natasha calls out to me. Would you like to dance? Sure, why not? I answer with a grin. She turns to face the DJ booth and motions for me to follow her. I grab onto her hand as we walk to the stage where the music is playing. As we reach the edge of the platform, she pulls me close to her and places her arms around my neck as we start to sway gently to the beat of the song. For a brief moment, we're alone on the crowded dance floor. We stay like that for a while, moving to the rhythm of the music as we gaze into each other's eyes. I heard you're going on leave, she asks softly. Yeah, I have some personal business to take care of, I tell her. That's understandable, she assures me. How long will you be gone? A few weeks, I reply. Natasha nods, then presses her body closer to mine. If you need anything, I'm here for you. Thanks, I reply. I appreciate it. Anytime. Natasha smiles at me as she leans forward and kisses me softly on the cheek. Happy New Year, she whispers as she releases me and walks away. I watch her go, admiring the way she moves across the room. She seems to glide effortlessly through the crowd, and she's aware of my gaze as she glances over her shoulder at me, giving me a small smile before mingling with the large party crowd. She seemed nice. Ziru's energetic voice echoed from the small device in my ear, pulling me from the thoughts swirling through my head. For a human. I quickly look around me to make sure no one is listening before responding to the young boy through the comm channel. You're supposed to be monitoring Ghost, not me. Oh, she's already done. All the upgraded hacking tools have been planted and are ready for data retrieval, he assures me. Just wanted to know how you were holding up. Sounds like you were having fun. Any problems? I ask, ignoring the last comment. None, he says confidently. All the devices are operating smoothly, and there haven't been any interruptions or errors. The Shield mainframe has been completely compromised, and I've got access to their internal network, although there isn't much there to find yet. Their security measures are pretty tight, so my nodes need a bit more time to fully decrypt the data. But everything is running perfectly according to plan. I hope so, I respond quietly as I continue scanning the room. Good work. Just keep plugging away at it. Will do, Zira responds cheerfully. See you back at base. I disconnect the comm channel and begin to move through the crowd again, heading towards the elevators to take me down to the lower levels of the building to leave. Hell's Kitchen, New York Warehouse District. 1 hour later, the streets are lit only by dim streetlights and neon signs that line the sidewalks. It's dark out, and the area is quiet, except for the occasional sound of a car speeding down the road. After reaching the warehouse district, I bypass the security gate and enter the empty parking lot, where several cars are parked. I park my vehicle near the rear of the building and exit through the driver's side door. Walking through the parking lot, I make my way toward the front entrance, where I can hear voices coming from inside. Making my way through the doors, I step inside the building to see Zira sitting at the console of a large computer monitor. He looks up at me as I enter and gives me a small wave before turning back to his work. The inside of the warehouse no longer looked like a dusty old storage unit. Instead, the space had been transformed into a hospitable and modern workspace. There are several computers set up in the center of the room, each connected to a multi-flat screen display. All of the monitors are currently displaying different views of various parts of the city. Each image is accompanied by a series of numbers and letters that I assume are code. A small kitchen area was located off to the left side of the main workstation, and at the far end of the building, there is a staircase leading up to the second floor. where all the bedrooms and bathrooms are located. Zero turns around to face me as I walk across the room. "Welcome home, boss," he greets me with a wide smile. "Thanks, kid." I acknowledge him with a nod, then move my gaze over to the monitors, where lines of code appear to be scrolling by. "What's the status?" "Things are still running smoothly," he tells me proudly. "Most of the data has been retrieved and decrypted, and I've also infiltrated their internal network." "Excellent work," I say as I lean against the wall beside the staircase. "How long before you finish?" "Not too long," he answers. "Once I finish reviewing the data, I'll be able to give you a complete report. Right now, all I have is a list of addresses and private records that belong to various SHIELD employees and other organizations within the United States government and military. So far, none of this information has been useful in locating our target." "Anything new on the street level?" I ask. "No," Zira tells me, shaking his head. "All the surveillance equipment around the warehouse is working perfectly, and nothing suspicious has been detected. Though we do have a few shady dealings going on outside, mostly drug deals. Sometimes I spot the rare Prosty-Zero is cut off as beeping sounds emanate from one of the monitors." He turns back and looks over at the screen. "Yes," Zero exclaims. "I found him. I think I did." He brings his hands together excitedly as he turns to face me. I move over to the monitors and look at what's showing on the screen. On the display, a picture of an old man with white hair with horn-rimmed glasses appears. "Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym," Zero reads aloud, "a professor at Princeton University and a renowned expert in quantum mechanics. He's considered one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics. He's also known for developing a theory that suggests subatomic particles have memory and can interact with each other even if they're separated by great distances." "Any current address?" I ask. "Says here he owns a manor in San Francisco," Zero answers. "It's not listed under his name, though. The property belongs to a corporation called Quantum Industries." "Interesting," I nod. "So, he's probably hiding out there somewhere. Or maybe he's dead," Zero speculates. "Either way," I tell him as I turn away from the monitors to look at Zero, "we will find him eventually. It may take some time, but we'll get him." "You sure this guy has what we need to fix Ava?" Zero asks. "Don't know for sure," I admit. "But if not, he'll at least lead us somewhere else that does. Either way, we've still got a good lead on him and a possible location to search. So, we'll see where it takes us." "Do I get to come along?" Zero asks hopefully. "I could help with the search." "Of course you can," I nod. "But you have to stay behind the scenes." "Okay." Zero grins widely at me and nods enthusiastically. "This is going to be so awesome." He squeals excitedly. "We'll make him pay for what he did to Ava's dad." "That's the spirit," I grin back at him. "Let's get started then, shall we?" I smirk at the kid's bloodthirsty enthusiasm. "First, start reviewing that data. I want to know every piece of information you can find on Dr. Pym." "You got it, boss," Zero says before returning to his work with renewed eagerness. Leaving the kid to his work, I step outside into the cold night air. I look up at the starry sky above me and feel a sense of calm settle over me as I lose myself in thought about what lies ahead for all of us. I've come so far from the little boy who first came to this world. When I was a child, I was lost and confused, unable to do anything but what others told me. But now, I've become a person who makes his own choices. I've grown stronger, smarter, and bolder than ever before. But despite my accomplishments, there's still a part of me that feels weak. Weak because I'm afraid of the future, afraid of where this road leads. Afraid that one day I won't be strong enough to survive. Because deep down, I know that the only way to keep moving forward is to never stop fighting. As the wind blows across my skin, I close my eyes and let the cold night air wash over me. Bang! Bang! Fireworks explode in the sky above me. The loud bangs echo throughout the city as the bright bursts of light illuminate the darkening sky. I stand motionless, staring up at the brilliant fireworks, watching them burst into beautiful colors that reflect against the stars twinkling brightly overhead. I feel a warmth settle in my chest as I breathe in deeply, filling my lungs with the cool night air. Something stirs inside me, something primal and powerful. A longing for freedom, adventure, and, most importantly, revenge. I open my eyes and look around me. taking in the sights and smells of Hell's Kitchen. Everything feels alive tonight, and the entire city pulses with energy and life. Now the question isn't who is going to let me. It's who is going to stop me. I whisper to myself as I stare out at the glowing lights illuminating the skyline above. 2013, San Francisco, California. A few miles away from the private jet terminal, 2 days later, Brock POV. I glance out of the small plane's window as we drift over the clouds and watch them roll by. Zira stares excitedly out the window as Ava sits across from me in silence. Even through her full body armor, I notice she looks tired, worn down by the stress and strain of the past 2 days. As we get closer to our destination, I see her leg fidgeting nervously beneath the table between us. "Are you okay?" I ask gently after a moment. She looks up at me before nodding. "Yeah, just a little anxious," she admits to me quietly. "How long until we land?" "About half an hour," I answer. "Good." Ava sighs as she leans back in her seat. "You think Pim will be there?" "Hopefully," I reply. Ava looks over at me curiously. "I know it was part of our deal, but I didn't expect you to help me out this quickly." "Well," I begin, "what kind of leader would I be if I couldn't deliver on my promises?" "You would be Fury," Ava muses. I chuckle lightly at her comment and shrug, touche. After a few moments, the engines of the jet grow silent. We sit silently as the plane continues to glide down the runway. Soon, the wheels touch down softly on the tarmac, and the pilot comes on the intercom. "Mr. Rumlow, we have reached your destination," he announces. Ava glances over at me. "All right. Let's get this mission started." She shifts out of sight as Zero and I stand up from our seats and make our way to the exit. Once outside, we step down from the plane and wait patiently while the pilot, a thin, grizzled middle-aged man with graying brown hair and a full beard, pulls out our luggage. "You gentlemen need me to call you a ride?" he asks politely once he's finished collecting our things. I shake my head. "Nah, we're good," I say as I hand him a small stack of bills. The pilot smiles warmly as he swiftly pockets the money. "Have a nice trip, and please feel free to call should you need my services again," he says before returning to the cockpit. The three of us step out of the terminal and immediately head toward the waiting car parked just outside. "Nice," Zero comments as we approach the black luxury sedan. "Yeah, I agree, though it should be considering how much I had to pay for it." Zero laughs as we pack our stuff into the back and enter the vehicle. We pull away from the terminal and head out onto the busy streets of San Francisco. Pim Manor, San Francisco. 2 hours later, the sun begins to drift beneath the clouds as a classic-style manor looms large and comes into view as I pull up and park the car a few blocks away from it. The house sits high atop a hill overlooking the bay below. Large trees surround the driveway, creating a secluded atmosphere that seems miles away from any other buildings nearby. "Are you sure this is the place?" I ask Zero. "Absolutely," he replies confidently. "I've studied everything S.H.I.E.L.D. had on Pim. He's supposedly been living here since he retired from his position with the organization." "All right," I said before, looking over at Ava, who was seated in the passenger seat. "Are you ready?" Ava nods her head. "I've been ready for this moment since I was a little girl. All my life I've wanted to avenge my father. Now that day has finally arrived. Just remember, our priority is finding a sample of the energy that infected you." "Okay," Ava nods. "Great," I smile. "Then let's go kick some ass." We both step outside the car as Zero tries to follow us, but I catch him by the arm and shake my head. "No, stay put," I order him. "There's no telling what might happen in there. You stay here and guard the car. If anything happens, alert us right away." "Oh man, this sucks," Zero starts to complain, but I give him a look that silences him, and he reluctantly agrees before returning to the car. "All right," I say as I turn back to Ava. "Let's go." We approach the walls of the estate and stop just short of them. Ava scans the area carefully and then motions for me to follow her path through the brick walls surrounding the property. With little effort, I leap over the wall easily and land beside Ava on the other side as I scan the grounds around me. I spot 2 security guards patrolling the perimeter of the property and nod at Ava. She nods back and shifts out of sight before heading off in their direction. I follow her closely, using my enhanced senses to track her while keeping a distance between us as we move deeper into the property. We pass several large statues lining the path leading up to the main house, which is covered in ivy and moss. One of them in particular catches my attention. It's a large stone statue depicting a woman with flowing blonde hair wearing a gown that looks like it belongs in a museum or perhaps a garden. I blink and stare at the statue for a moment before shaking my head and continuing as we reach the front door. Ava nears the closest guard from behind as she seizes him by the neck and slams his head into the brick wall to his side. His body slumps to the ground unconscious as I rush towards the other one and grab him by the throat and twist his neck violently before throwing his corpse over my shoulder and carrying it out of view. I glance back at Ava as she approaches the second guard, who has regained consciousness and is trying to break free from her grasp. She smirks at him before snapping his neck and dragging him to the same spot. The two of us continue to move deeper into the grounds, making our way up to the main house. I glance around me and take in the scenery. The mansion is perched on top of a hill, surrounded by lush green foliage that stretches out in every direction. I don't hear any sound coming from inside the building, but Ava continues walking up the front steps and into the house. I follow after her, scanning the interior of the large structure. Several hallways are branching off from the entranceway, and as we move deeper inside, we come upon an ornate sitting room. The walls are lined with bookshelves containing several leather-bound books, each bearing a symbol on its spine. A distinct scent catches my enhanced nose, and I inhale deeply, recognizing it instantly as the aroma of freshly baked cookies. Someone's here. I pause for a moment and glance over at Ava, who is examining a painting hanging on the wall next to us. The picture depicts Pym in a blue suit holding a cane in his hand as he stands tall and proud against a backdrop of colorful flowers. Focusing on my senses, I hear the sharp sound of a heartbeat coming from the upper level of the house. This way, I whisper to Ava as I enter a doorway on my right. I let her up another set of stairs and into the second floor of the house. I take a moment to look around me and then continue down yet another hallway. I pause at the end of the corridor as I hear slow, deep breaths coming from the other side. Slowly turning the corner, I hold up a hand and motion for Ava to keep quiet. We stop in front of a large wooden door with intricate carvings and gold leaf adorning its surface. I make another hand sign and Ava moves to phase through the door. I remain still for a few seconds before she returns to me. "It's a woman," she whispers. "She's asleep." I nod as Ava slips back into the room, and I try to silently open the door to follow her, but it creaks open loudly as I try to push it forward, and the sound wakes the woman inside. She sits up and stares directly at me as I step into the room. Her hair is a dark brown color, falling loosely about her shoulders, and her skin is pale and smooth. Her big amber eyes are wide and staring in shock as she looks at me. She looks to be in her late 30s and appears to be quite beautiful. I feel a strange sense of familiarity wash over me. I felt like I'd seen this woman somewhere, but couldn't quite place her face. "Who are you?" She shouts at me angrily. "What are you, Dash?" Her screams get cut off as an invisible hand clamps over her mouth. She is suddenly pulled from the bed and tossed aside with surprising force. She hits the floor hard, landing on her stomach as her arms are forced behind her back. "Gah!" she shouts as she struggles to rise and fight back. Ava appears atop the woman, holding a pair of thick zip ties in her hand. "Where's Pym?" She snarls at the woman as she tightens the zip ties around her wrists. "What do you want? Why are you attacking me?" the woman demands. "Answer the question." Ava snaps, tightening the restraints even more. "I have no idea what you're talking about," the woman cries out. Ava grabs the woman by the chin, pulling her neck back and forcing her to look her straight in the eye. "You're lying." "Where's Pym?" The woman's eyes widen in fear. "What? I don't know anything. You will tell me where he is, or so help me God." Ava threatens as she shoves the woman's face into the floor. She reaches down and places her wrist near the woman's ear as a sharp blade vents out of her gauntlet, caressing the soft skin of the woman, who is now struggling to regain her composure and break free of the zip ties. "Wait," I call from the doorway behind her. Ava freezes mid-cut and turns to look at me. "What?" she asks. "Hold on a minute," I say as I slowly walk towards her. "Let me talk to her first." Ava frowns at me and hesitates for a moment before nodding her head and releasing the woman. "Fine," she says, but only for a moment. The woman slowly gets up to her knees and takes a deep breath to calm herself. Please, just let me go. I swear I don't know anything about this Pim. You're his daughter, right? I ask calmly, moving closer to her and lowering my voice. What? The woman asks, shocked by my words. I point to a picture sitting on top of the nightstand beside her bed. The picture shows a young girl with long, dark hair standing next to a younger Hank Pym. That's you, isn't it? I say gently. Why, yes, that's me, the woman admits nervously. I'm sorry, I tell her sincerely, but you have to answer some questions for me. I promise we won't hurt you. Why? She asks, confused. I sigh and lean against the wall. Because if you don't, someone else might die because of you. I don't understand, she says. What are you talking about? I look over at Ava, whose eyes are narrowed at the woman. Look, I begin. I know you want to protect him, but we need to know where he is. We mean him no harm. We just want to talk. The woman glances down and looks up again. He isn't here anymore. Excuse me. Ava gasps as she steps toward the woman, but stops as I shoot her a look. He left, the woman says, just last week. He told me he was going to visit an old friend of his. That's all I know. Old friend? I ask. Yes, she replies. All he said was he was going to visit some guy named Garrett. But that's it. He didn't say what his relation to him was, or when he'd be back. Can you at least tell us where he went? Ava asks. No. The woman shouts. I step closer to her. Listen carefully, please. Someone really bad wants to hurt him. We can stop it, but only if you tell us where he is. I don't know. The woman cries. I don't know anything. I stare at her for a moment longer, judging whether or not she was lying, before dropping my gaze and speaking softly. All right, thank you for your time. I turn away from her and walk back to the doorway and nodding at Ava. The woman remains on the floor, and I close the door behind us. Well, that wasn't very helpful, Ava scoffs. What now? Well, she's telling the truth, I tell her. For now, we search the house for clues. There has to be something here that could help us. Okay, but what about her? Ava asks, motioning towards the door. Guess that's up to you, I say, giving her a cold look. What do you mean? Ava asks. You said you wanted revenge, right? I ask and Ava nods. Well, a dead daughter for a dead father doesn't sound too bad to me. At my words, Ava just stares at me, dumbfounded by my suggestion. Or don't. As I said, it's up to you. I say as I start to walk away from her, heading back down the hallway. Ava starts to follow me, but I hear her footsteps slowing behind me. Do you think that's what my dad would want? She asks quietly. I pause for a moment and turn my head to look at her. Not to sound like a prick, but he's dead. The question is, what do you want? Ava stays quiet for a second, then shakes her head. I don't understand you sometimes, Brock. I don't respond to her comment as I continue to walk down the hall. I move towards the staircase as Ava's footsteps sound out behind me, followed closely by the soft creak of a door opening. 2013, San Francisco, California, Pym Manor, Omniscient POV. As Ava took care of her business upstairs, Brock searched around the manor for any clues that might lead him to something that would help cure her. Screams rang out from upstairs, followed by the scent of blood, but Brock just ignored them as he began by checking the study, which contained several scientific journals and files detailing Pym's work on various projects. He also made sure to check the bathroom and bedroom where Pym had slept. Both rooms were empty, save for an old toothbrush and a couple of articles of clothing. Brock checked the kitchen next, finding a variety of foodstuffs and an unused coffee machine. He set about brewing himself a cup of coffee as he continued searching through the house. He found a small office off to one side and wandered into the room, pausing momentarily to admire the view outside the window that looked out onto the cityscape of San Francisco. Turning back, Brock began to read through a few of the papers lying on the desk. One of them was titled New Data on Negative Energy Projection. He skimmed through the paper quickly, scanning the information and looking for anything that might give him insight into how Pym used his research. Nothing stood out to him, though, so he moved on to the next piece of paper. The effects of quantum energy on the human body, preliminary findings. Unlike the last two papers, there was much less technical jargon in this one. He read it thoroughly, knowing that most of this stuff was over his head, but he figured it was worth a shot. Ava returned from her business upstairs and found Brock reading through a stack of papers on the desk. "Hey," she called out from the hall. "Are you done in here already?" Brock glanced up from the pages, noticing the small splatters of blood that covered Ava's suit. "Yeah, I'm almost done," he replied. "How'd it go?" "Well, I got what I came for," she says. "So, what did you find?" "Nothing yet," he tells her as he stores the papers in the small duffel bag hanging from his shoulder. "This house is pretty big, though. I'll keep looking around." "All right, I'll get cleaned up and come back to help," Ava says and heads for the stairs. Brock watches her ascend the steps and then returns his attention to the study. His eyes scan around the room, stopping at the bookshelf that stands off to the side of the desk as he spots a small, imperceptible seam between the wood. He peers closer and notices that the crack goes all the way up to the ceiling, where it ends abruptly. He leans forward and looks under the shelf, finding another small gap in the floorboards. He reaches down and traces the outline of it with his fingers, feeling the rough edges of the hidden space behind the shelf. Brock grips the bookshelf on both sides and pulls it from the wall with his hands, revealing a large metal door behind it. A keypad sits on the wall opposite the door with a series of buttons below it. Putting his hand on the door, Brock felt that he could easily rip through the metal, but not wanting to trigger any kind of alarm that might be connected to the door, he decided against it. Instead, he decided to go out to the car and get Zira to see if he could figure out how to bypass the lock. San Francisco, California, Pim Mannersrue follows Brock down the hallway and enters the study. He notices the large metal door and moves over to it to examine the lock. "Damn," he mutters as he kneels in front of the panel. "This thing has a high-level encryption on it." Brock walks over to him and peers over his shoulder. "Can you open it?" "Yeah, but it will take some time," Zira replies. "The lock is connected to the security system of the house and will send out an alert to all local authorities if the wrong code is entered or the door is tampered with. So I have to shut the entire grid down before I can even make any progress." "All right, let me know when you've gotten somewhere with it," Brock says. Zira gives Brock a thumbs up before returning to work. Four small silver nodes appear around his body as he begins tapping at the controls on the panel. The lights on the panel dim for a moment before brightening again, indicating that he successfully disabled the system. After a long moment, Zira stands up straight and smiles at Brock. "I was able to get around the first layer of protection. Now, I just need to hack into the lock itself." After a few more minutes of tinkering with the lock, a loud click comes from the panel as the door slides open with a soft hiss. "Great job," Brock says, walking over to peer through the door. "Thanks," Zira replies. Brock motions over to the other side of the room and gestures for Ava to follow him as he walks through the door. They step through the doorway together and enter another room. "Stay up there," Brock calls back to Zira as he and Ava move to explore the hidden room. Steps leading down into darkness lead them down into a basement where they find a large storage room filled with boxes and crates. Several of these contain a variety of chemicals and equipment. "Wow, this place is huge," Ava remarks as she steps across a pile of wooden pallets. She looks around at the collection of items in the room. "What is all this stuff?" "Some kind of lab." "Probably," Brock says. "Looks like this is where Pim stored all the things he was working on." They continue to wander around the room, examining the contents. Brock spots a large safe that is embedded into the wall near the back of the room and moves towards it. A combination lock was affixed to the front of it, with a series of numbers running along its edge. He moves to tear open the safe, but Ava grabs his arm and stops him from doing so. "I got this," she says as she reaches out and phases her hand halfway through the lock. Faint clicking sounds emit from the lock as the mechanism inside rotates, releasing a bolt. Ava removes her hand as the heavy door swings open. A space takes up the upper part of the safe, looking as if something was hanging inside of it once upon a time. At the bottom lay several tubes that appear to be filled with glowing blue and red liquid. Brock approaches the tubes, brushing his fingers against the glass. "Is this it?" he asks, turning to face Ava. Ava nods. "It certainly looks like the stuff my dad would work with, but I don't know what the red stuff is." Brock looks at the tubes in thought for a moment, then turns back to her. Pim's research papers mention something about a particle he created back in the 1980s. Maybe that's what this stuff is. "Could be," Ava replies. "Either way, we found what we're looking for. So let's get out of here before someone finds us." Brock nods as he stores the tubes away in his duffel bag and moves to follow Ava back up the stairs, but stops as a large object that sat in the corner of the room and was covered with a tarp catches his eye. He walks over to inspect it, pulling back the cloth to reveal a large silver vehicle. The vehicle looked similar to what Brock thought a hover car would look like. Its exterior was made from chrome-plated metal that seemed to glow faintly as it reflected the light of the room. Brock brushes his hand against the smooth surface of the vehicle and reaches for the door that opens on the driver's side. The door slides smoothly open, revealing a seat surrounded by a holographic display screen. He climbs inside and examines the interior. A single driver's seat was situated in the front of the vehicle, with a control panel to either side of it. Another row of seats lined the back, each with its own console and display screen. "Whoa," Ava says as she approaches the vehicle and looks inside. "Think I found our ride home," Brock tells her, stepping out of the vehicle and closing the door. "Does this thing even work?" Ava asks, reaching out a hand to stroke the roof of the vehicle. "No clue," Brock replies, "but good thing we have our little genius on hand to solve that problem." Classified location: SHIELD helicarrier Nick Fury's office. One day later in the SHIELD helicarrier, Nick Fury sits behind his desk reviewing paperwork. A knock comes at his door, and he glances up from his desk and calls out for whoever it is to come in. Agent Hill walks into his office, holding a file folder in her hand. "Director, here's the roster of all the recruits that were recently assigned to the new field team." Fury takes the folder from her and scans through the names on the list. "Thank you, Agent Hill. Any standouts?" he asks as he looks her over. "Yes, sir," she tells him. "A few. There's a new pair of scientists, Dr. Fitz and Dr. Simmons, who seem quite promising. Then there's Agent Ward, who's been given the second-in-command position under Agent May. His leadership skills and combat ability are going to be a great asset to the team. Lastly, we've added a highly skilled hacker that we've had our eyes on for a while, Daisy Johnson." "Interesting choices," Fury says, glancing back up at her. "Run a secondary background check on each of them. I want to know everything about their pasts. Make sure there aren't any red flags in their records." "Understood, Director," Agent Hill replies. "Good. Now, please leave me alone to finish this," he says as he lays the folder down on his desk and closes it. "There's one more thing, sir," Agent Hill tells him. "Oh yeah? What is it?" Fury says, leaning back in his chair as his hand taps the top of the desk. "One of our constricted assets hasn't reported in for a couple of days," she says. "She usually is permitted a bit of freedom, but has never been away for this long." "Which one?" Fury asks. "Ghost, sir," Agent Hill replies. "Has anyone tried tracking her?" Fury asks. "Yes, sir, but her tracking device seems to have been deactivated," Agent Hill replies, "which means it's either malfunctioning or she's gone off the grid completely." "That doesn't sound like Ghost," Fury says. "She's always been too smart for that. She knows we're her only chance at living." Agent Hill nods her head. "If she's truly off the grid, then she must have done it purposefully. She may have realized that she couldn't trust us anymore and decided to cut ties with us." Fury sighs and rubs his temples. "Call in one of the techs and ask them to run an analysis on the tracking device. They might be able to give us some clues about where she went." Agent Hill nods again and leaves the office. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York Warehouse District. A few days later, omniscient POV. In the old dilapidated warehouse district of Hell's Kitchen, one building stood out amongst the others as flashes of purple light illuminated from within the building now and then. Moving inside, we see several computer servers humming softly, their noise barely audible over the sounds of traffic from outside the building. Next to the servers was a young man, typing away at a keyboard as 7 small silver nodes moved about the warehouse in a whirlwind of activity. A few of them could be seen carrying fragments of mechanical parts toward a partially finished machine that took up most of the center floor. The machine looked like a tall, cylindrical chamber with several thick cables coming out of it, connecting various pieces of machinery scattered throughout the room. One end of the cylinder was attached to a massive power supply unit, while the other end was plugged into a socket in the ceiling above. As the nodes near the huge machine, bright purple sparks would flash as they began attaching the various mechanical parts to its base. Once all the components were secured, the nodes would start wiring themselves into the circuitry within the machine. The process continued like that until eventually, the machine came alive with a low humming sound emanating from it. Zero finishes entering data into the terminal and sets aside his laptop. He stretches and yawns widely before moving over to a shelf where he retrieves a small duffel bag. He pulls the bag over to himself and unzips it, grabbing a few vials of the glowing blue liquid that were inside before moving back to the machine. Putting on thick black latex gloves, Zira carefully uncorks the vials as he empties them into tubes that are connected to a larger container that holds a green substance that looks very much like algae. After filling the entire compartment with the solution, he attaches a hose to the top of the reservoir, which connects directly to a small vent hole located on the backside of the casing. Every last drop of the chemical mixture enters the processor as Zero plugs the remaining ends of the tubing into the vents. With a final push of air pressure, the tube seals itself shut, cutting off the flow of oxygenated water. After a minute passes without any malfunction, Zero lets out a hopeful sigh and stands back to admire his creation. His eyes widen in awe when he sees the large chamber fill with a glowing teal-colored fluid. It starts to spin rapidly as the machine continues to hum loudly. Within seconds, the spinning slows down and the tank fills up faster than expected. In less than 30 minutes, the machine is full. Zero leans forward and touches the side of the cylindrical chamber, feeling the cool surface beneath his fingertips. He smiles broadly and shakes his head. "This is incredible!" he exclaims excitedly. "I did it." "What do you mean?" a voice asks from behind him. Zero jumps in surprise and spins around quickly, only to see Brock standing behind him wearing a wide grin. "You scared me," he says sheepishly. "Sorry," Brock responds. "Did you create this yourself?" Brock asks as he looks over the huge machine. "Yeah," Zero answers proudly as he steps closer to Brock. "It wasn't easy, though. I'm not exactly a scientist." Brock raises an eyebrow skeptically. "And this thing will cure Ava? How can you be so sure?" "Well, I haven't tested it yet, but I think it should work," Zero explains, using the information from Pym's research papers and the samples of the blue liquid that we collected. "I figured out how to stabilize the mass chaotic quantum energy that's running rampant throughout Ava's body. This should allow her system to start functioning properly once again." "How soon till we find out if your theory works?" Brock presses. "Give me another hour." 2 max, Zero assures him. "Once I'm certain that the machine is working at 100% capacity, we can begin the procedure." "All right then," Brock says, nodding his head. "Let's hope that it does what you say it'll do." Hell's Kitchen, New York Bean Club. 2 hours later, inside the Bean Club, a hideout for the New York chapter of the Irish mob, 2 men sit across from each other in a dimly lit booth inside the basement of the establishment. Both wear dark suits, white shirts, and black ties. Their faces expressionless as they stare silently at each other. An older gentleman was sitting between the two and sipping on a glass of scotch, watching intently as both parties spoke candidly among themselves. Both men turn their heads toward the elderly man as one of them gathers the courage to speak first. "So, Mr. Nesbitt, do you believe my plan to take out the rest of the dogs of hell will succeed?" he asks in a heavy Irish accent. The older man shrugs nonchalantly. "Only time will tell, sonny boy. But you need to make sure that none of our boys do anything stupid, because if they get caught, then the tenuous peace between the other crews is broken and it'll be all-out war. So you'd best make sure that no witnesses see them doing it. Otherwise..." He pauses briefly before continuing. "They won't live long enough to regret whatever decision they made." Nodding his head, the younger man agrees. "We understand, sir," he says solemnly, knowing that he needs to follow orders precisely just in case something goes wrong during the operation. "Just let us know when you're ready to move against them. We'll hit them hard and fast." "Of course," Nesbitt says as he pats the 2 young men on the shoulder reassuringly. "Now, why don't you boys go ahead and call it a night? Seems like you lot are gonna have a busy day ahead for you," he says calmly. With a slight bow of their head, the 2 younger men turn to leave but stop abruptly when they hear loud footsteps descending the stairs leading up to the main level of the bar. Turning around, they look up to see 3 of their fellow gangsters walking down the staircase toward them. "Hey," Lads, one of the men calls out cheerfully, we got some news that might interest ya. Word is there's been some strange activity going on in the warehouse district lately. Heard someone talking about some weird light show happening in one of the buildings. And why should we care about that? One of the men asked sarcastically. Don't know. Sounds interesting enough to me. The third one replies, maybe we ought to pay a visit to the place and see what we can find. Who knows, maybe we'll find some Drayoct, the second guy adds jokingly. All five of the thugs laugh heartily together as they walk by the table where the young men sat earlier. Mr. Nesbitt watches quietly as they pass through the door and disappear up the stairs. The youths of today are such arseholes these days. He mutters under his breath as he takes another sip from his drink. Hell's Kitchen, New York Warehouse District. Brock POV. You sure you're ready for this? I ask Ava as she stares at the machine in front of her with fear written clearly upon her face. No, she admits nervously, but I've come this far already. If I stop now, then everything I worked for will be lost forever. At least this way, I have a chance to save myself. My hand reaches out tentatively and rests lightly on her arm, giving her comfort as she stares blankly at the machine in front of her. She turns to meet my gaze. Thank you for helping me, Brock, she whispers hoarsely. Without you, I wouldn't even have had a choice. She moves closer to me and wraps herself tightly in my arms as we wait patiently for Zira to finish prepping the machine. Her breathing becomes shallow, her chest rises and falls heavily as she tries desperately to calm her nerves. Finally, Zira returns holding a long, thin tube filled with clear liquid. He walks up next to us and removes the cap from the end of the tube, letting the liquid trickle forth into the reservoir below the machine. Moments later, the whole tank glows brightly as the liquid absorbs into the circuitry. Is it ready? I ask. Yes, Zira reassures us confidently. Everything has gone according to plan thus far. All that remains is to put you inside and activate it. Ava nods weakly, still staring at the glowing apparatus in front of her. My fingers brush hers ever so slightly and give her support, encouraging her as she finally manages to muster up enough courage to step forward. She reaches the base of the machine and begins to strip off her suit, revealing a tight-fitting black bodysuit underneath. Taking another deep breath, she climbs the small steps along the side of the machine until she reaches its top and is peering down into the vat of glowing liquid below. Her legs tremble as she approaches the edge of the platform and eases herself down until her entire body is completely submerged underneath the liquid. She closes her eyes momentarily before opening them again and looking straight ahead. Beginning the activation sequence, Zero announces softly, reaching into his pocket for a small remote control device. He pushes a button on the controller and waits expectantly for a response. Suddenly, there's a soft buzzing noise coming from within the machine, followed shortly thereafter by a series of high-pitched words accompanied by flashes of purple sparks that shoot outward from every corner of the room. Within moments, the machine comes to life, emitting a deafening roar that rattles our bones. The lights of the warehouse flicker wildly as the machine begins pumping a powerful stream of electrical current through all of its components. Ava begins to scream in agony as the intense pain radiates throughout her entire being. I feel the effects of the electricity coursing through my flesh and blood like burning hot waves of heat radiating onto my skin. But despite her screams of anguish, she doesn't try to escape. Instead, she grips firmly onto the edges of the chamber and hangs limply in the liquid while enduring the excruciating torture inflicted upon her body. As Zero and I watch helplessly from outside, the sound of an alarm suddenly echoes throughout the warehouse. What's that? I ask Zero, who moves over to his desk and eyes the monitors mounted above his computer. He punches buttons on his keyboard frantically, trying to figure out what caused the sudden alert. Shit, he exclaims. We have intruders trying to enter the building. Slightly surprised by the sudden news, I move over to stand beside him and peer at the monitors myself. Sure enough, several figures appear on the camera feed, moving clumsily toward the entrance. They seem confused as they search for a way in. When they realize they aren't able to break past the security doors, they begin searching for some windows to smash instead. You think it's S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or maybe the police? Zero wonders aloud. Doubt it, I reply. They're too sloppy. Not nearly organized or prepared enough for either of those groups. Should I activate the defense systems? He asks, turning away from the monitor screen and settling down in his seat behind the desk. No, the last thing we need is everyone in the neighborhood wondering why turrets are going off everywhere right now. I respond flatly. I'll handle them. You keep monitoring things here. Understood, boss, Zira says without hesitation. I nod approvingly at him and turn to move toward the heavy metal door that leads out to the front of the warehouse. Taking one last glance back at Ava, whose cries have stopped echoing throughout the warehouse, I open the steel door and exit the building. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District, Omniscient POV. Moving quickly through the shadows as the sun sets overhead, 7 gunmen approach a large warehouse located at the edge of the district. 2 of them carry assault rifles slung casually across their backs while the others hold submachine guns holstered securely beneath their jackets. Purple flashes of light leak from the building as they slowly continue to creep forward cautiously. As they draw nearer, they notice large steel doors of the warehouse are latched shut and secured with a thick lock. A sign hanging over the doorway reads, "No trespassing," in bold red letters. Looks like nobody wants anyone getting in. One of the men jokes loudly as he peers closely at the property. Must be something good inside. His companions chuckle at his words. There's no doubt that whoever owns this particular piece of real estate must be very important indeed if they were willing to spend thousands of dollars securing it with such expensive-looking locks. How do we get in? His friend asks curiously, cocking his head sideways and squinting suspiciously at the steel door. Another man laughs humorously. Simple, fellas. We find a window, bust it open, climb in, grab whatever we want, and run like hell before anybody notices what's missing. They all burst into laughter as they exchanged glances amongst themselves excitedly. Their faces brighten as they envision how much money they could get once they gain entry. It would certainly help ease the financial burden brought onto their rackets by the recent increasing appearances of costumed vigilantes roaming the streets. Suddenly, a loud buzzer sounds from somewhere within the building, which causes them all to pause awkwardly. Looking around anxiously, they listen intently for any further alerts. After waiting for a few seconds, however, nothing else happens besides more silence. Well, looks like somebody may be home after all, the leader remarks thoughtfully, scratching his chin as he ponders whether or not to proceed with their plans tonight. Yes, we better take a peek inside first. The rest of his crew agrees, enthusiastically nodding their heads in agreement. With weapons drawn and raised in readiness for anything, they spread out around the perimeter of the building, looking for any potential avenues of ingress. After checking every corner of the warehouse carefully, none of them could locate any possible entrances aside from the locked double doors directly in the front. Restlessly pacing back and forth along the walls, the group continues to debate among themselves as they decide on what their next course of action should be. Before finally deciding on trying to blast through the hinges using their weapons, they regroup at the front of the building and stare silently at the massive steel door. Each man points his gun at the door and aims it squarely at the hinges. "Ready, lads?" The leader shouts impatiently. One by one, they cock their weapons as the leader begins to count down. 3, 2, oh dash, the leader's words are suddenly cut off as the large steel doors begin to slide open. The men look startled as a figure emerges from within, the bright light emanating from the interior silhouetting him against the darkness of the night. For a moment, he stands there motionless, red glowing eyes peering back at the group menacingly. Then, before any of them can react, he leaps forward, landing atop 2 of the gunmen and knocking them unconscious in a matter of seconds. Just as swiftly, he grabs another gunman by the throat and slams him violently into a nearby wall. "Fire!" The leader yells sharply as he swings his weapon around and prepares himself for battle. "Everyone fire! Now!" The remaining members of the group begin firing rapidly in succession as bullets fly in every direction. Most of them miss, but some manage to strike the intruder solidly, only to ricochet harmlessly off his exposed flesh. "What the hell?" The leader gasps incredulously, watching in horror as the man effortlessly moves through the hail of bullets without suffering so much as a scratch. The man charges furiously toward the 4 remaining gunmen. He lunges forward, striking one of the thugs square in the face and sending him flying backward, crashing hard to the ground where he lies unmoving. Another thug rushes toward the attacker and attempts to tackle him to prevent him from moving, but just barely misses grabbing onto him as the assailant swiftly dodges his grasp and lands a powerful blow onto the back of his neck, snapping his spine instantly and causing him to fall lifelessly to the floor. Damn it! What kind of freakish mutant shit is this? The leader roars angrily under his breath as he watches in disbelief and utter fearful awe. With lightning speed, the lone attacker turns abruptly toward another member of his team and delivers a swift kick to his head, crushing his skull easily. Damn this! The leader mutters quietly and pushes the last remaining gunman roughly towards their assailant as he turns and tries to flee. The gunman falls forward and glances back angrily at his cowardly leader. "You damn bastard!" He growls viciously at the leader's fleeing back. A shadow looms ominously over him, and he turns his head just as a pair of strong hands wrap tightly around his head. In an instant, he feels a sharp, stinging sensation erupt through both sides of his scalp as the man pulls forcefully upward. Blood starts to gush freely from his neck as the man rips his head clean off while simultaneously kicking downward at his torso. The head rips from the body, followed by a bit of his spine as the body drops limply to the ground. Then, with inhuman strength, the attacker tosses the decapitated head toward the fleeing leader's back. Like a bullet, the severed head strikes the man full force between his shoulders, making him slam painfully into the concrete pavement below. Staggering from the impact, the leader of the group manages to regain his composure long enough to reach down and retrieve his pistol from its holster on his hip. But even then, he hesitates when faced with the sight of the stranger standing calmly amidst the carnage surrounding him. Without warning, he raises his arm and fires repeatedly, aiming randomly toward the man, hoping desperately that somehow he might hit him with a stray shot. Sadly, though, most of his shots go wide and end up hitting random objects scattered about the area. Without pausing, the powerful stranger simply steps forward smoothly, until eventually reaching the fallen leader lying prone on the ground. Click, click, the leader futilely tries to shoot the man point blank, but still fails miserably again and again as the clip of his weapon has run dry. Reaching out elegantly, the mysterious killer grasps the leader by the collar and lifts his body from the ground. Despite himself, the wounded leader struggles feebly, attempting unsuccessfully to free himself from the grip of death. Finally realizing his defeat, he releases a sad sigh, knowing fully well that he has lost as the powerful stranger drags him along mercilessly into the depths of the warehouse. Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District. Brock POV. Nice work, boss. Zero greets me as I step foot into our warehouse after dispatching the intruders successfully. He peers down curiously at the wounded man hanging limply in my hand. "What are you going to do with him? Are we keeping him alive?" He inquires nervously, glancing briefly back at me questioningly. "I have a few questions I'd like answered regarding who sent these guys for us," I explain as I toss the man roughly to the cold floor of the warehouse. "Eric." The man whimpers weakly as he hits the ground heavily. "How's Ava doing?" I ask Zero, ignoring the man's cries of pain. "Is the procedure done yet?" Zero shakes his head sadly. "We're almost finished, but it's taking longer than I expected for her to recover. Her body seems to be fighting the cure." I nod and look over toward the large glass tank sitting near one side of the room. Inside, Ava drifts peacefully in the liquid as she sleeps soundlessly, undisturbed by the carnage that just happened outside. "All right, guess all we can do is let her be for now," I say softly as I bend down to grab the whimpering man at my feet. "If she makes it, she makes it. Either way, we'll know soon." Turning away from the tanks, I drag the man toward a room we had set up specifically for interrogations. "Oh right," I add, turning back momentarily to address Zira seriously. "I almost forgot. There are 2 more of these guys I left alive outside. Take care of them, then get rid of all the bodies." What? Zira responds uncertainly. "You want me to do it? Is that a problem?" I ask as I study his expression closely. I knew he was just a kid, but if he wanted to keep working with me, he'd have to get used to these things sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he won't survive here. Zira just stands there for a moment, frozen stiff as he contemplates my orders gravely. But ultimately, he nods and answers firmly, "No, sir. I'm on it." "Good," I reply approvingly before turning back to leave. Dragging the prisoner behind me, I enter the interrogation chamber, quickly closing the heavy metal door shut. Inside the small, dark room, lit dimly by a few flickering fluorescent lights, I set the captive down harshly on the metal tabletop and released him slightly, allowing him freedom of movement. As he slowly gets his bearings, I turn back around to see him staring blankly at me expectantly. "So, you gonna tell me why you tried breaking into my place?" I inquire as I lean casually against the wall. My tone remains calm despite being quite annoyed at having been interrupted during such important business. For a brief second, the young man stares uncomprehendingly at me, unblinking. Fear flickers across his eyes as the realization of his situation sets in. His gaze darts wildly throughout the small room, searching for something, anything, that could save his life. Suddenly, fear gives way to panic as he realizes no escape exists beyond the confines of the room. Realizing the futility of resistance, he takes in deep, shuddering breaths and forces himself to remain composed as he replies shakily, "And no one gave us the order. We just wanted to check what was going on." His voice trails off hopelessly, and he lets out a resigned, sobbing gasp, unable to continue speaking aloud due to his terror. I approach the man calmly as he instinctively recoils backward and reflexively raises his arms defensively. "Please. That's the truth." He pleads pitifully as he shrinks further away from me. Noticing how frightened he appears, I pause briefly and ponder whether or not torturing him would yield any useful information anyway, considering his current state of mind. "I'm guessing you guys were affiliated with one of the gangs in the neighborhood?" At first glance, I don't think any of those thugs looked particularly tough, nor did they seem like very experienced fighters. They didn't stand a very good chance against someone like me who possesses considerable combat skills. The man nods shyly, confirming my assessment. "Yeah." Tears rolled silently down his cheek, revealing his vulnerability. Allowing him time to collect himself once again, I wait patiently before continuing to speak directly to him. "Which gang?" I ask as I take note of his reaction. If he doesn't answer honestly, I will make sure he experiences excruciating physical torture until whatever secrets lie hidden spill forth willingly. "The Irish mob," he answers timidly, wiping the wetness from his cheeks using his sleeve as he continues to tremble uncontrollably. My eyebrows rose slightly. It wasn't exactly surprising since I knew many criminal organizations stayed around here, earning money by selling drugs and other illegal merchandise. However, none of them ever bothered approaching this district before. A sigh escapes my lips as I realize how small a matter this whole thing was, and indignation begins to rise within me at the boldness of these men. Seems an example needed to be made. "Tell me everything you know about your organization," I demand sternly as a plan begins to form in my head. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York Bune Club. A few hours later, Omniscient POV. The streets of Hell's Kitchen were noticeably quieter this night compared to usual. Normally filled with cars honking loudly and incessantly, people rushing everywhere trying to catch taxis and buses, and police sirens blaring nonstop. Tonight, however, silence reigned supreme. Nothing moved except for the occasional street light blinking intermittently, giving the impression of eerie darkness haunting the city. Even the wind seemed unusually silent today, which added to the overall sense of unease felt among everyone walking cautiously through the deserted avenues. A feeling of impending doom hung thickly in the air as danger loomed for anyone foolish enough to ignore the signs. Rian Nesbitt, leader of the Hell's Kitchen Irish mob, sat alone in the basement of the Bune Club, nursing a glass of scotch inside a dingy bar booth as he waited impatiently for news concerning the crew that left earlier. "Where the hell are those boys?" Nesbitt huffs irritably as he takes another sip from his glass. Now entering his 60s, he looks tired and worn out and barely able to stay awake anymore. Yet, regardless of his age, he refuses to give up this life. After all, he's seen plenty of men younger than him die in this game without much effort whatsoever. Sooner or later, though, he knew new blood must come along to replace the old. And although Nesbitt isn't looking forward to seeing his demise anytime soon, he understands that change happens naturally. Eventually, he figures he'll join the rest of the dead men whose lives ended prematurely because of their involvement in organized crime. On the upper floor of the building, Raindrops began to beat against the glass windows of the club as the men busy themselves with cleaning tables and mopping floors as they start to close shop for the day. The bartender glances back towards the entrance, where two armed thugs patrol diligently, scanning every person exiting the establishment carefully for suspicious behavior as they always do each evening. As midnight approaches swiftly, the doors of the club slam open abruptly, causing both guards stationed at them to spin around, startled. Shock and bewilderment register clearly on their faces when suddenly a tall figure donning ebony plate armor emerges through the door under the cover of the pouring rainstorm behind him. Glowing red eyes stare intently at the pair guarding the front while lightning flashes overhead, illuminating his form and making him appear ethereal and inhuman. What one of the thugs starts to say, but is cut short mid-sentence as a massive fist slams hard into his face, sending him crashing violently onto the ground and killing him immediately. Before the other thug can react, the armored warrior grabs him by the throat and squeezes lightly, snapping his neck and tossing his limp body to the floor. He strides confidently past the two bodies and enters the club completely unfazed by the carnage he has just wrought. Three more thugs emerge from behind the bar shortly thereafter. Their weapons are drawn and aimed squarely at the intruder who walks straight ahead, unaffected by either threat posed by the gun barrels pointed menacingly in his direction. Without hesitation, the intruder lunges forward as bullets begin flying erratically above his head. With deadly accuracy, he punches the closest thug with powerful force, shattering his bones beneath his metal gauntlets. Without slowing down even a little bit, he turns sideways, grabbing another thug by his head and slamming his skull against the brick walls surrounding the club. The thug's head pops open like a watermelon dropped on the pavement, leaving only bloody mush dripping down to the floor below. He swings round sharply, facing the last remaining thug, who begins to shake visibly from the fear gripping hold of him so tightly he couldn't possibly move. "Where's the boss?" The armored man asks bluntly in a deep, modulated voice. Menace emanates powerfully from it, threatening violence should the man refuse to answer him properly. Dismayed by the strange appearance of the newcomer, the man couldn't even attempt to respond, instead choosing to simply point over with a nervous gesture to a set of stairs off to the side, which led to the lower level of the club. The stranger nodded grimly, understanding what the man meant. Stepping forward briskly, he moves toward the staircase and proceeds down the stairs leading deeper underground and leaving the surviving thug dumbfounded as he stands alone amongst the bloodbath, unsure of what else to do. Upon reaching the bottom levels, the stranger pauses as he comes upon another pair of thugs guarding a steel-reinforced door. Both men had their guns at the ready as they had heard the commotion upstairs, but froze instantly as they saw the armored figure descending the steps, feeling the dangerous aura emanating strongly from the man, signaling imminent death for whoever dared get in his way. The armored intruder looks over the two thugs standing guard nervously and begins to walk calmly towards the two thugs, who move their fingers to pull the triggers of their weapons. At that same instant, the armored man rushes forth at inhuman speed and strikes one of them in the stomach, blowing apart the thug's torso and crumpling his entire frame within seconds as lifeless chunks tumble helplessly to the concrete floor. In one smooth motion, he strikes the other gunman, who collapses motionless as well, falling victim to the merciless onslaught unleashed upon them by the unknown attacker. The man continues his stride past the two corpses and heads toward the locked, reinforced door. With quick efficiency, he raises his leg and kicks open the reinforced door, easily crushing the metal of the door underneath his foot as if it were made of thin cardboard. Bang, bang, two shotgun shells pepper the man's armor as he walks through the doorway, the pellets bouncing off the dark metal plates harmlessly. "Shit!" Nesbitt exclaims as he reaches down to reload the small sawed-off he was holding tightly. The older mob boss loads two more shells into the weapon and looks back up, only to find the unknown invader standing a few inches away from his face. Nesbitt freezes momentarily, still holding the handle of the shotgun as he tries to force himself to appear relaxed. Who are you? What do you want?" Nesbitt's voice stammers nervously, exposing the fear coursing through his veins. He knows full well what kind of trouble awaits him should he fail to cooperate fully with whatever this thing was that has intruded into his territory. Still clutching the gun tightly in his hands, he struggles desperately to maintain control of the strange situation. Without warning, a large armored hand reaches out and grabs hold of the shotgun, pulling it forcefully from the grip of the terrified elderly man and cradling it before placing it neatly aside on the bar. "You won't need that now," says the masked intruder coldly as he places a gentle yet firm grip upon Nesbitt's shoulder, preventing him from moving even an inch. "Your men tried to invade my turf tonight, so I thought I'd return the favor." Nesbitt trembles involuntarily as waves of dread wash through his body at hearing the ominous statement uttered by the stranger. Forcing himself to look more confident than he feels, he manages to muster enough courage to address the stranger. "Luke, I don't know don't." The masked individual interrupts. "Your boys already talked. So you standing here trying to lie to my face only insults my intelligence. Besides," he adds quietly, "I only came here to deliver a message." His tone remains steady despite having killed several members of the old man's crew mere moments ago. With a slight nod, Nesbitt reluctantly relents, realizing there isn't any use arguing further after all, given the circumstances. Instead, he decides to swallow hard and continue speaking. What's the message?" He speaks softly to not rouse the man's anger any more than he already had. Although terrified, Nesbitt also realized that talking would be better than fighting, considering just how strong this mysterious visitor was proving to be. The mouth of the skeletal faceplate turned up, revealing a hauntingly sadistic smile. That momentary expression sent shivers running throughout Nesbitt's spine as terror firmly gripped hold of him once again. This time, though, it didn't stem solely from being confronted by such unimaginable power. No, rather, it stemmed primarily from knowing someone capable of inflicting pain far worse than anything he had previously done back in his day. "You're the message." The armored creature growls ominously as his crimson glowing orbs bore deeply into the frightened leader of the Irish mob. "Wait. We can talk about this." The old man pleads as the armored menace raises his arm, and 5 short serrated claws grow out from the metal covering his hand. They gleam wickedly in the dim lighting of the room, pulsing with dark crimson energy that gives off the feeling of pure, unbridled malice. "Please." Why dash, before Nesbitt could utter another word, the 5 sharp claws swung down viciously, cutting clean across his chest, opening flesh and ripping muscle. The man reached back and swiped forward again, cutting cleanly across Nesbitt's body and slicing him open like paper effortlessly. Blood gushes heavily from the gaping wounds created by the vicious attack. With each strike, dark crimson tendrils began to fester around the cuts until finally forming thick black lumps roughly the size of baseballs near the centermost wound on his abdomen. Even from afar, Nesbitt felt an intense burning sensation beginning to radiate outward from the puncture holes in his skin as the liquid oozed slowly throughout his system. "Hey, waha, here." Nesbitt screams wildly in agony as he attempts to crawl backward away from the terrifying humanoid apparition towering over him. As he tried to get away, the burning sensation around his wounds turned into searing heat, consuming his insides, rapidly turning painful sensations into unbearable ones. Within minutes, he collapsed onto the ground, writhing uncontrollably as the fiery inferno consumed his internal organs, melting them alive inside his gut, eventually destroying everything vital within his system. A final agonizing scream escapes his lips as consciousness fades quickly and darkness consumes him forever. Hell's Kitchen, New York Boone Club thunder booms loudly outside, shaking the foundations of the Boone Club as sheets of heavy rain pelt relentlessly against its exterior. Inside, however, things remain quiet save for the occasional sound of footsteps echoing faintly through the empty corridors of the club. Brock, clad in full armor, walked back up the steps of the club, cautiously eyeing the interior closely, looking for signs of life or movement anywhere amidst the darkened chambers beyond. A small round object that leaked at the bottom was hanging in his hands loosely, Nesbitt's severed head. As he made it back upstairs, Brock was surprised to see the thug he had spared cowering in the same spot where he had left him. Fear and stress were written visibly on his face as he looked up at Brock with wide eyes that were filled with dread. Brock stared silently at him for a long minute without saying a single word, allowing his gaze to penetrate right through the young gang member's soul and see every secret hidden therein. Finally breaking eye contact first, He placed the dead man's head gently atop the table beside him. Place this where everyone can see it and spread the word. The warehouse district is mine. Anyone caught trespassing? His words hung in the air between both parties for some time before Brock broke the silence once again, continuing, "We'll end up exactly like your friend here." He paused briefly, letting the chilling threat sink in. The young gang member swallowed audibly, unable to speak aloud due to sheer frightful apprehension caused by those imposing metallic features staring directly at him intensely. He had heard the blood-curdling screams coming from below and wanted nothing to do with the man who had caused them. Brock turned around and headed toward the door when he heard a shaky voice call out from behind him, causing him to stop abruptly mid-stride. Who are you?" the young man asked, trembling slightly. It took considerable effort to form coherent sentences under such duress, while simultaneously attempting to suppress his anxiety. Turning swiftly to face the source of the question, Brock smiled menacingly under his helmet as the skeletal faceplate mimicked the action perfectly. "Crossbones," was all Brock said as he turned and continued walking away steadily, heading back outside onto the dark, stormy city streets. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York Bond Club. The next day, omniscient POV. A few hours after dawn breaks over Hell's Kitchen, a large crowd gathers along the sidewalk to gaze at the horrific sight hanging above the doorway of the Boone Club. Many people stand speechless, gazing upward in horror at the gruesome display dangling lifelessly overhead, wondering among themselves just what happened last night. "Isn't that Nesbitt?" someone asks curiously, pointing upwards at the severed head dangling above them. Others begin nodding vigorously, agreeing with the assertion. "I heard some guy barged in and whacked his whole crew last night." Another person whispers hesitantly as others start murmuring excitedly amongst themselves. Some turn their attention elsewhere, completely ignoring the spectacle entirely. "They say you wore this crazy, weird suit of armor." One woman starts gossiping enthusiastically, and that he mowed through the Irish like some kind of demon-possessed butcher. Her friends laugh heartily, joining her amusement as everyone gathered began exchanging stories regarding the incident. Police sirens wail furiously down the street, causing everyone assembled to scatter hurriedly. They all scurry back into their respective buildings, not wanting to get caught up in the investigation. Several police cars screech to a halt, suddenly blocking traffic from proceeding onward as police officers scramble hastily from their vehicles and rush to secure the scene. Within minutes, dozens of uniformed policemen flooded the area surrounding the building, gathering information and interviewing any potential witnesses. Two detectives walk briskly towards the entrance of the Boone Club and peer up at the severed head that is dangling by its hair above them. Both men pause momentarily, admiring the macabre trophy suspended high above their heads, muttering quietly to one another before stepping inside, taking care never to disturb the bloody mass that hangs precariously overhead. Stepping carefully over corpses, pools of congealed blood, and the bloodstains that were splattered everywhere, both investigators pause briefly, examining the carnage before entering the club together. One pulls out a small notepad and begins taking notes of the body slumped motionlessly on the floor. "Looks like they got ambushed pretty badly," says Detective Mahoney confidently, noting the numerous bullet holes riddled through various parts of the establishment, including walls and furniture. A lot of them, too, judging by all these slugs embedded in the walls. "I don't think so." "Take a look at the bodies scattered around," replies his partner, Detective Blake. "This place is full of bullet holes, but none of the bodies look to have been shot. Looks more like somebody used a sledgehammer to bludgeon everybody instead," he theorizes as he bends down near a body with its head crushed open, bits of brain matter and bone pulled beneath it. Mahoney's jaw drops in shock as he looks on disbelievingly at the grotesque sight lying before him. Looking around at the bodies, he noticed that none of them had any gunshot injuries whatsoever, only massive blunt force trauma inflicted on them, indicating something else may very well have occurred here besides a simple gang war. "Detectives, you should take a look at this," an officer yells frantically from the basement. The two detectives hurry down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, they find two other cops waiting anxiously next to a headless corpse. "Yes, we found the rest of Nesbitt," Detective Mahoney quips darkly as the two near the corpse and examine it closely. Both men gasp upon seeing the numerous lacerations carved deep into the body's torso if it were attacked by some kind of beast wielding sharp talons. Gashes ran rampant across the exposed flesh and muscles, bones protruding through. In addition to the claw marks, many wounds on the victim looked to be infected by some kind of corrosive bacteria that was eating away the flesh of the deceased as if devouring him alive from within. "What the hell happened here?" exclaims Detective Mahoney, bewildered by the grisly discovery. His mind raced to try desperately to comprehend why anyone would want to inflict such terrible damage on another human being, let alone use such brutal methods. "Have any witnesses come forward?" Detective Blake asks one of the officers, who snorts at the question. "In Hell's Kitchen? Please. We're lucky someone even called this in." The cop replies sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "Nobody ever sees anything in this neighborhood unless there's money involved." He adds bitterly, "Someone must have heard something though, right?" Questions Mahoney incredulously, still struggling to wrap his head around how this massacre could go unnoticed by everyone. "I overheard a couple of the locals talking, but it's mostly just crazy rumors," answers the other cop nonchalantly, scratching his chin. "Rumors? Like what?" Detective Blake inquires. "Well, apparently, some kind of demon wearing a magical suit of armor walked in here and killed everyone indiscriminately until no survivors remained." The cop explains, a huge smile spreading across his face as he recounts the ludicrous story. The pair of detectives stared at him blankly for several seconds before bursting out laughing hysterically at the ridiculous tale told to them. Their laughter soon dies as they remember they were standing in the middle of a crime scene and immediately regain their composure. "So no credible witness has stepped forth yet, then?" Inquiries, Detective Mahoney rhetorically asked himself rather than addressing anybody specifically. "We should look into the rival gangs. Maybe whoever did this came from somewhere close by," suggests Detective Blake. "Sounds good enough to me," Detective Mahoney agrees. They both turn to leave, discussing further details about investigating the case. Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District, Brock POV. Stepping back inside the warehouse after a long night, I look around for my companions. Ava was still drifting peacefully in her tank, and Zuru was working away diligently on computer equipment nearby. When he saw me enter, Zuru jumped off his seat and hurried over to greet me. "Hey, boss, how'd it go?" the small boy asked me eagerly. "We shouldn't have any more trouble with those guys," I replied calmly, "or any of the other gangs either." Zira nodded his head thoughtfully, understanding fully what I meant by that. "How's Ava?" I asked, looking over at the large tank she rested comfortably in. Her condition didn't seem to have changed much since I had left. Zira sighs sadly as he softly speaks, "She won't wake up. I don't know what's wrong. She seems to have taken to the procedure well, but she hasn't moved an inch since." He continues despondently, watching the woman float listlessly in front of us with concern etched clearly onto his youthful face. I nod slowly, listening intently to his words as I try to think of some way to solve this problem. Ava was an important piece to my future goals. I couldn't afford to lose her now, as that would mean having to put some plans on hold. If possible, I need to figure out whatever is keeping her unconscious or else risk putting myself and this fledgling organization I was creating at a great disadvantage against our enemies. "Any idea why she isn't waking up?" I inquire cautiously, hoping he might offer a solution. He shakes his head apologetically. "No, boss. No clue." He answers dejectedly, rubbing the top of his bald head nervously, thinking hard. "I work better with machines than people. We need someone who knows biology and genetics, someone who can help diagnose what's going on with her." My brow furrows as I consider our next move. "Any candidates in mind?" "No, but I can find some," Zira says, rushing over to his workstation and typing away at the keyboard. Moving over to the monitors, I watch as he quickly goes through the contents of hundreds of databases, searching for anyone with the relevant credentials we needed. After scanning through thousands of entries, he pauses for a moment, finally finding some that seemed promising. Data files containing names, addresses, phone numbers, and email contacts belonging to some of the most prominent scientists specializing in medical research and genetic engineering located throughout the world appeared on the screen. There are only 3 people listed here who have all the qualifications we require. Dr. Carlin Malice, a biogeneticist who works here in New York at a company called Industrial Garments and Handling. Dr. Evan Declan is geneticist and CEO of Declan Research Laboratories based out of London. And Dr. Helen Cho, a world-renowned geneticist and the leader of the UGN research group. She lives in South Korea. Zero informs me. Looking over the files, one name stood out most prominently to me, Dr. Helen Cho, a Korean scientist whose expertise lies primarily in the fields of cell biology and genetics for healing purposes. She is notable for having created a device called the Regeneration Cradle, which is highly coveted by multiple government agencies worldwide, including SHIELD. But what drew my interest was not her prowess as a scientist, but the small blurb about her family that was listed below her picture. As I read over the information, a plan began forming in my head. I looked over at Zero, who was busy clicking buttons on his keyboard rapidly while staring intensely at the screen. Asking him casually, "Have you finished the upgrades on the hovercraft yet?" His expression brightens instantly when I mention the vehicle project he started earlier this week. He nods excitedly, "Almost done. Just have to finish calibrating everything and test drive it once again. It'll probably be ready by tomorrow." "Why? You decided who you want?" he questions curiously. Smiling broadly, my gaze shifts back toward the monitor where Helen Cho's picture stares back at me expectantly. Manhattan, New York, East Harlem, the Red Fish Blue Restaurant. One day later, omniscient POV. In the late hours of the evening following the news of the massacre of the Irish mob, a woman was seated in the back room of the restaurant, sipping from a wine absent-mindedly and glancing occasionally between papers spread haphazardly atop a table strewn with documents and photos depicting gruesome images from the recent crime scene. Rosalie Carbone, leader of the Carbone crime family, sat behind her desk as her men stood silently around her. All wore dark suits adorned with red ties, except for one man dressed differently from them all, her son, Salvatore. He had chosen to wear leather pants paired with a black shirt and vest accented with gold chains hanging loosely around his neck. A bottle of whiskey sits conspicuously beside his glass, which was filled halfway to capacity, evidence suggesting he had already indulged heavily before arriving at the meeting. I don't get it. Why are we worrying so much about what happened to those Irish pricks? Salvatore wondered aloud, breaking the silence in the room. They weren't worth shit anyway. It doesn't make sense to waste time on them. We should be out there taking over their territories before someone gets there first, he exclaimed drunkenly, gesturing emphatically towards the door leading outside of Rosalie's office. "Be quiet," Rosalie exclaimed sharply, glaring daggers at him before letting out a sigh and calming herself. "You will shut your mouth and listen carefully, young man, because I'm getting tired of repeating myself every 5 minutes." She reprimanded him sternly, crossing her arms tightly folded together beneath her bosom. Her tone softened slightly as she continued to explain things to him patiently. Rosalie slid one of the pictures she was examining across the table towards the young, drunken man, before continuing to speak quietly, almost conspiratorially. "I don't care that these Irish bastards got themselves murdered," she informed him solemnly as she tapped the photo gently with her manicured finger, making sure nobody missed noticing the blood-splattered corpse lying dead against the wall. The corpse's head was split open wide, exposing gory viscera spilling freely onto the floor, along with shards of bone sticking jaggedly from the gaping wound in his skull, revealing the extent of the violence inflicted upon his personage. But the way they were murdered seems similar to how our guys' bodies ended up last month. Salvatore frowned deeply, studying the image. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," he said, unconvinced, sounding skeptical and doubtful. "Their corpses were found completely beaten to death with extreme force," Rosalie said flatly, refusing to entertain such notions. "It looks too damn suspicious if you ask me. There aren't many cases like this happening in our city that I can think of." Her voice grew softer as she spoke, moving closer to him and sitting down on the opposite side of the table, looking lovingly at her only child and affectionately stroking a hand tenderly through his hair. "It's the same guy. I'm sure of it. So right now, all I need from you is to take a crew, go down to Hell's Kitchen, and start looking for this bastard." "Okay, memo." Salvatore scowled briefly, obviously unhappy being treated like a naive child by his mother. Ignoring his obvious displeasure, however, he merely shrugged indifferently, responding curtly, "Okay, mama." Turning abruptly, heading out the door with the other men, leaving Rosalie alone in her office with nothing more than righteous indignation flashing vividly within her eyes. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York Warehouse District, Brock POV. I waited in the large warehouse as Zuru worked feverishly on finishing the modifications necessary to complete his new hovercraft design. With each passing hour, the machine became increasingly more refined until, eventually, Zuru declared completion and proudly showed me the newly modified aircraft. Once completed, it resembled something straight out of science fiction movies, sleek lines covered with glossy chrome-plated armor plates. All right, that should be everything. It still needs a paint job, but aside from that, it should fly perfectly fine. I've added 2 extra power cells underneath the chassis for extended flight time, he told me happily. After seeing the final product, I could tell immediately that Zira took pride in his creation. Even though he hadn't been able to add the weapon systems due to time constraints, I knew that simply possessing another form of transportation capable of flight would significantly increase my mobility capabilities. Excellent work, Zero, I complimented, patting him on the shoulder as I walked past to inspect his latest creation. Thanks, boss. It feels good knowing somebody appreciates my efforts after working so long on this thing, he enthused gleefully. Stepping closer to the vehicle, I slid open the driver's side door and climbed inside gingerly, testing how comfortable it felt as I adjusted my position accordingly. Seated comfortably behind the wheel, I turned on the ignition switch to activate the engines and watched as a series of lights lit up on the console in front of me, indicating various status updates regarding power levels and engine performance. As I familiarized myself with the controls, Zero moved over and opened the warehouse entranceway's double doors, allowing fresh air into the building. How long do you think you'll be gone? Zero asked as he approached the vehicle's window, watching me as I prepared to depart. I shouldn't be gone long. Maybe a day or 2 tops, depending on whether I encounter any problems with Dr. Cho. My reply sounded confident, although I wasn't entirely sure. Zira nodded at my words. Don't worry, boss. If anyone can convince her to help us, then surely, it's you. His face broke into a broad grin full of confidence and optimism, clearly believing himself correct and assuming I'd succeed in convincing Helen Cho. I smiled politely, accepting his praise and encouragement. Just make sure you hold down the fort till I return, okay? I instructed him, thoughtfully peering back at him intently. He returned my stare evenly, nodding firmly to my request. Of course, sir. No problems will happen on my watch. With our brief exchange concluded, I reached forward and pressed a button which caused the engines to power up loudly, followed shortly after by the whine of metal scraping against metallic surfaces as the wheels began to fold inward. The car started to float above the ground, creating purple-tinted energy currents that swirled violently around the underchassis of the hovering vessel. Zira stands back, admiring the sight of his creation at work as I slowly pull out the warehouse doors, then slowly rise higher off the surface of the concrete ground, gradually gaining momentum as I gained altitude and moved ever upward steadily with ease until finally reaching an acceptable cruising height. A satisfied smile spreads across my lips as I gaze down at the New York cityscape glowing vibrantly beneath me. After checking my power gauge reading, I engage the autopilot mode and lean back, resting my hands behind my head contentedly as I settle in for the long flight to South Korea. Hell's Kitchen, New York Irish mob territory, former Salvatore Carbone POV. Strolling through streets littered with trash and broken bottles, people begin to notice my presence and point conspiratorially at me as I move through the shitty neighborhood. However, none dared approach close enough to me, deterred by several armed men wearing suits who accompanied me. Isn't that the Carbone kid? Someone asked loudly as we walked past. Quiet. Another warned ominously. That ain't none of our business, okay? They muttered nervously under their breath. A wide grin spread across my face at the attention received from the locals. My mother always said, fear wasn't a good motivator, but I thought otherwise. Growing up in the family's territory made me accustomed to dealing with people who were afraid of offending my parents' authority, which in turn made them afraid of offending me. And I loved using that fear to my advantage whenever possible. We soon arrived at our destination, a dilapidated old tenement located on the same block as the Bond Club, where the Irish mob massacre had taken place. As we approached, we saw a group of thugs who were lounging casually nearby, drinking beer openly while smoking cigarettes, leaning lazily against parked cars, and talking amongst themselves. Their conversation ceased abruptly when they noticed our group approaching, suddenly becoming far less relaxed and more attentive. Catching everyone's eye simultaneously, I stopped walking directly ahead of them, staring hard at all 6 of them without blinking. One large, burly thug moved forward, boldly stepping between me and the others and blocking my path as he stared defiantly back at me. "You need something, rich boy?" he asked harshly. I grimaced at the man's lack of regard for my family's reputation and looked over to one of my guards, giving him a subtle look before turning back to confront the belligerent gang member standing menacingly before me. "I don't like the way you're speaking to me. So we'll talk after you learn some proper manners," I say as I move back to lean against the wall, and my men move forward to surround the group of thugs. "Not too hard, boys. We still need to ask these bitches some questions afterward." The leader of the pack seemed unimpressed by my threats, sneering angrily at me. "What the hell do you want?" Bang! Bang! 2 loud gunshots rang out, startling the small-time hoodlums as the large, muscular thug dropped to the ground, clutching his knees, which were bleeding profusely from being peppered with bullet holes. 2 more shots ring out quickly, following shortly afterward, sending 3 additional thugs sprawling backward, writhing in pain and gripping their chests. My crew closed in swiftly, surrounding the remaining 4 thugs, who raised their hands in surrender and forced them to form a line before me. They then dragged the bleeding leader over and forced him to kneel on his wounded knees at my feet. "Ready to talk?" I asked coldly as I looked down upon the groaning, large man who writhed helplessly, trying desperately not to pass out. What do you want?" The terrified thug questioned frantically. "Why bother asking? You already know why I am here, bitch." A wicked smirk crossed my features as I leaned forward, glaring intensely at the pathetic thug kneeling below me. "So let's cut to the chase, shall we? Tell me everything you heard about what happened here 2 nights ago," I demanded sharply. His expression changed instantly as the realization that I meant serious business struck home. Forcing himself upright despite feeling lightheaded and dizzy from blood loss, he forced forth every ounce of strength to speak. "I only heard stories. People say the Irish messed up with someone they shouldn't have. That they got killed because of it." He stuttered feebly, unable to meet my intense glare. "Rumor is whatever took them out. Wasn't." "Wasn't what?" I pressed impatiently, demanding answers. "Wasn't human, but some kind of monster. A demon, according to rumor anyway." He answered hesitantly. I stare at the man for a second before an incredulous laugh escapes my lips. "Oh, really? A demon?" I inquired sarcastically. Shrugging uncomfortably, the thug replied quietly. "Nobody knows. Just rumors floating around town. Everyone says they heard it from someone else, but nobody saw anything themselves." While listening carefully to his answer, I glanced curiously at my crew members, who stood silently around me. Amused expressions were painted on their faces. "Well shit, guess my mom was right. Boys, the people in this neighborhood are all crackheads and lowlifes, aren't they?" I joked lightly as laughter erupted among those gathered near me. Then I returned my attention to the frightened large punk lying injured on the floor, and anger began to well up within me. Reaching forward, I grabbed the man roughly by the hair, yanking his head upwards painfully, forcing him to peer into my dead eyes once again. Beads of sweat formed along his forehead and glistened brightly in the dim lighting conditions provided by streetlights illuminating the alleyways outside the tenement building walls. "I'm going to need you to start saying something useful, or I'm going to kill you," I growled dangerously, looking deeply into his eyes as he trembled slightly in fear. People say the demon claims the warehouse district as its turf now. Apparently, said if anyone trespassed, they'd end up like Nesbit. He gasped weakly, struggling to get the information out. "Barely." I sighed as my head dropped slightly, disappointed that there weren't any solid leads yet. But I wouldn't give up easily. Instead, I just needed to find better sources than the usual idiots roaming Hell's Kitchen. Pulling my gun from my holster, I rest the barrel gently against the base of the thug's skull. "Please, man, I'm telling you everything I heard." Tears rolled freely from his cheeks, streaming down his dirty face as he pleaded with me. Then he paused momentarily, taking another shaky breath before continuing. "Jay, just check the warehouse district. You'll find him. Sighing heavily at having wasted time questioning such useless fools, I look over at one of my gunmen, who shrugs, "Can't hurt to take a look, boss." Turning away from him, I study the crying thug's pleading eyes for a few moments before releasing his scalp and lowering my weapon slightly so that it pointed towards the ground instead. "All right, fine. This bitch will lead us straight to the spot," I order decisively as the weeping man lets out a relieved gasp. "Kill the rest, though. W8. Bang, 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 bang." 4 quick shots ring out, killing each of the big man's friends as they try futilely to crawl towards safety. With bullets fired into their bodies, most didn't even manage to scream. The burly man falls limply onto the filthy pavement as the sight of his friends all dying around him breaks whatever last shred of resolve remained inside of him. I grin darkly as tears streamed endlessly from his eyes, falling heedlessly to the ground as he sobbed uncontrollably. "Get him up," I ordered softly, turning to my crew, who hoist the whimpering young thug up and drag him over next to me. Looking briefly over at him, I glanced down at him sadly, shaking my head. "You better hope we find something, or your death won't be nearly as merciful as theirs." Pulling out my cell phone, I dialed a number composedly. Within minutes, 5 armored SUVs appeared down the street and immediately surrounded the tenement buildings. "Mount up, boys. Let's go kill a demon," I quipped cheerfully as I climb into the passenger side door of one of the vehicles. 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District, 0 POV. The warehouse felt empty, with Ava still immobile in the tank and Brock leaving earlier today. I sat alone in silence, in front of my computer screen, watching news reports scroll past as I pondered how much longer until they both would return. It was going to be almost unbearable sitting here, waiting patiently day after boring day. Not knowing what to do with that time besides watching TV and doing nothing productive whatsoever, other than maintaining Ava's chamber. Thinking about her brought a pang of guilt to my chest, as I couldn't help but feel at fault for her current predicament. Maybe if I knew how to use my powers better. A long, sullen sigh escaped my lips as I shook off thoughts of blaming myself and tried to move my thinking to something more productive. Turning back towards my computer, I began typing furiously as I went through hundreds of pages worth of research materials about mechanical engineering, biotechnology, cybernetics, basically anything that would help me enhance my abilities further. All sorts of notes scribbled hastily throughout various books, articles, journals, and manuals filled my desktop, jotted hurriedly during brief periods of free time spent researching new techniques and technologies my nodes could assimilate with. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the sound of the proximity alarm interrupted my studying, causing me to jump slightly. Glancing nervously over at the monitor beside me, a dumbfounded expression crosses my features as I watch the image of 5 blacked-out SUVs rapidly entering the warehouse district premises and heading toward our base. A worried frown came to my face at the sight of the incoming possible enemies, but Brock's parting words instantly echoed clearly in my mind, and I quickly forced myself to move. Whirling around, I hit one of the buttons on my console, activating the homebrewed security system I had installed months prior. The sound of metal gears grating and churning assaulted my ears as various parts of the large warehouse began to shift and move slowly. Several heavy steel barrels emerged from hidden compartments around the building, extending outward and locking firmly onto the incoming targets. Each of these massive high-tech guns extended above the ground and pointed down like giant robotic sentries ready to fire deadly projectiles should intruders ever attempt to breach our perimeter defenses. As the turrets locked securely into position, my heart raced wildly at the thought of imminent danger approaching. However, relief washed over me as the thought of people coming to ruin this place suddenly occurred to me. This is the first real place I've been able to call home since, well, ever. I will not allow anyone to take it away. My mouth set firm as determination surged through me. 10 fist-sized silver orbs of smooth liquid metal streamed out of my body and began to congeal together, morphing into the mechanism I'd been playing around with for a while in my head. No matter who comes calling, they'll regret ever stepping near here. My fists clenched tightly, and excitement rushed through me as I continued to prepare for the coming battle. Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District. A few minutes earlier, Salvatore Carbone POV. You sure this is the place? I asked skeptically, glaring back at the teary-eyed hoodlum who was currently staining my leather backseats with the dirty blood pouring copiously from his wounds. Grimacing bitterly and wiping away fresh droplets of snot dripping from his nose, he nodded shakily. Why, yes. This is where everyone says is his turf. Nodding solemnly, I turned my gaze ahead to survey the area our small convey was parked in front of. It looked like an abandoned rail yard, littered with trash strewn across a broken concrete walkway between rows upon rows of old rusting train cars scattered haphazardly everywhere amidst piles of scrap metal left behind by previous tenants. There wasn't anything remotely resembling civilization anywhere nearby, save for maybe a couple of dilapidated shacks standing precariously atop crumbling foundations half buried beneath layers of accumulated filth. The only fully intact structures present seemed to be 3 warehouses situated close together and the graffiti-covered brick wall stretching out around the property's confines. A rusted gate in the front was the only thing stopping people from entering. What do you want to do, boss? Lombardi, my mother's right-hand man, asked cautiously from the passenger seat. His voice sounded tense and apprehensive, which irked me somewhat, considering we're supposed to be professionals. What do you think? We're going to storm the place and make quick work of every single person hiding in there. I snapped irritably at him while giving him a hard glare. But, sir, what if we don't have enough men or firepower available to engage whoever's in there without getting ourselves killed too? He argued desperately, trying unsuccessfully to convince me otherwise despite being aware that I always got exactly what I wanted. We should at least contact your mother and slap. I backhand him sharply across his cheek, cutting off his protestations mid-sentence as pain shot through my knuckles from hitting the hardened man's jaw. Lombardi didn't even wince under the assault, grimacing angrily, but keeping quiet as he realized arguing no longer served any purpose anyway. Shut up already, I demand coldly as I look him in the eyes, daring him to speak up. I've already told you what we're doing. Now relay my orders. The Italian soldier pauses for a second before simply nodding silently at my command, then turning to address his subordinates in the other vehicles via the radio headset attached to his ear. A moment later, the 5 armored SUVs roar to life simultaneously and speed forward toward the main gate leading directly into the warehouse district grounds. The loud engine noise echoes harshly amongst the deserted surroundings as it reverberates along the barren landscape surrounding them. As expected, nobody even attempted to stop us when the lead car forcefully rammed the rusted gate open. With the way clear, the convoy moves swiftly deeper into the desolate territory, passing through the entrance gates and entering the warehouse complex. Which one of these shithouses is the guy hiding out in? I questioned the bleeding hoodlum seated in the back while glancing curiously ahead at the 4 structures for any signs of movement within. I don't know. He answers hesitantly, fear evident in his tone. My head snaps back as I turn around to berate the pathetic man, when suddenly, the car abruptly shifts direction violently, flipping the vehicle on its side and sending me tumbling backward. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A sudden barrage of heavy gunfire erupts from outside the vehicle, forcing me to duck low beneath the dashboard as hot rounds smash into the overturned SUV, shattering the windows and peppering its exterior with large holes. Wincing inwardly as shards of glass fly dangerously close to my face, I grit my teeth and peek my head upward through the broken window just far enough to see who the hell was shooting at us. 4 high-tech-looking turrets were jutting out atop one of the warehouses and loomed ominously above us as they began to unleash another barrage of high-caliber ammunition into the other SUVs, relentlessly firing on them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several more bursts shoot forth and strike multiple times against the vehicle's thick armor-plated hulls before finally penetrating deep into their sides and puncturing through the occupants. Boom. Explosions rang out within the courtyard, making me flinch down as a portion of my convey was ripped apart and sent debris flying freely through shattered windows as chunks of bullet-riddled metal scattered onto the ground. Shit. I curse reflexively under my breath, realizing this place had better security measures than I anticipated, especially given how poorly guarded it looked from afar. Salvatore, we need to get out of here now. Lombardi shouts urgently over the din of gunfire raging around us, prompting me to nod curtly and pull out an unholstered pistol from underneath my jacket. Shaking off any lingering nerves caused by the intense impact moments ago, I aim carefully and squeeze off 2 quick shots at one of the turrets, aiming straight upwards at its barrel protruding from the rooftop. Bang! Bang! Both bullets slam cleanly into thin air, though failing to penetrate the heavily reinforced material used to construct those things. They must have built them well, because none of my men's weapons seemed capable of piercing their tough protection either. Rah! Lombardi grunts from beside me as he kicks out the panel of broken glass that now makes up the windshield and scrambles to pull me upright so that we can exit through the new opening. Grabbing hold of the edge of the smashed-up paneling covering the front of the tipped car, Lombardi yanks on my arm and drags us both painfully out of the wrecked vehicle. "Let go of me," I shout indignantly as he tries pulling me forcibly down into cover behind the overturned SUV, repeatedly tripping over all the loose rubble lying everywhere. Lombardi lets out a frustrated growl, ignoring me, and continues dragging me onward regardless. Scowling ferociously at his insubordination, I try kicking him in the shins, but fail miserably as he dodges aside and keeps moving forward. With little choice but to follow suit or risk getting caught up in whatever mayhem was occurring elsewhere, I reluctantly let him drag me forward. Unexpectedly, all 6 of the turrets suddenly fall silent. However, the commotion continues unabashed inside the warehouse district as sporadic gunshots can be heard sporadically echoing intermittently amid the cacophony of chaos taking place elsewhere. Glaring darkly at the battle unfolding behind me, I grow increasingly agitated at having failed so miserably thus far. Zap! Zap! 2 purple lightning bolts suddenly flash past my body, narrowly missing my torso and striking the side door of the nearest car and scorching through the metal completely. Boom! Burning pieces rain down onto the compound below, and metal fragments are flung about wildly, making movement difficult for anybody unfortunate enough to remain still exposed to direct hits from the falling wreckage. Zap! Zap! Another pair of bolt streaks pass, followed closely by the sound of my men's dying screams ringing out behind me, until silence again falls in earnest. Looking briefly back at the scene, I noticed that most of the vehicles were now engulfed in flames. A single figure moves through the smoke billowing from the various wrecks, seemingly unaffected by it whatsoever. The figure walked calmly amongst the carnage, its tall figure covered completely in some kind of gleaming silver suit of power armor. What the hell? I snap furiously as I watch helplessly as the mysterious individual walks nonchalantly through the chaos, firing bolts of purple lightning from his hands effortlessly at any enemies unlucky enough to cross paths with him. "We need to go," Lombardi yells frantically beside me, pushing me roughly toward the front gates. "Run ahead." I'll lay down cover fire. Not wanting to waste time thinking any more about it, I quickly comply and start running full tilt towards the main road ahead. If nothing else, I needed to put distance between this Iron Man wannabe bastard and me before something worse happened. Snick. A robotic-sounding mechanical whir filled my ears momentarily as sharp pain shot through my leg, causing me to stumble to the ground. Turning back to find out why, I spot 2 beady purple eyes staring back at me intently. The eyes belong to a small metallic silver beetle with 2 razor-sharp, jagged mandibles jutting outward menacingly from either end of its robotic face. Blood dripped steadily from its long-bladed mandibles as a bleeding severed leg lay limply discarded near its 6 short, thin legs. My face went white as I followed the blood trail downwards to discover it was my own. My mind reeled in horror as realization dawned upon me that thing cut it off. Error! I scream hysterically as the shock wears off and panic sets in once more. Raising my gun, I fire desperately at the robotic creature, but the bullets just bounce off its thick metallic carapace. It slowly rose unsteadily to its hind legs and regarded me coolly as it held tightly to the mangled remains dangling lifelessly from where part of my calf muscle used to be. Its tiny insectoid eyes bore into mine as it began rapidly advancing closer, clearly intent on finishing what it had started seconds earlier. Not him. The armored figure's mechanical voice rang out, and the machine creature immediately halted in place. It turned away and scuttled hurriedly up to the towering armored humanoid, who was casually walking over while dragging Lombardi's beaten and broken form behind him like a bag of dirty laundry. Without hesitation, the little robotic insect crawled up the back of the armored figure and merged itself seamlessly with the powered exosuit, becoming fully integrated with it almost instantly. As soon as the process finished and it became whole again, the big dude tossed Lombardi carelessly aside contemptuously, leaving him crumbled unconscious against the wall next to me. "Sorry about that. Still working out the kinks." The man's robotic voice called out, and for a second, I could have sworn it sounded like it came from a kid. But before I could say anything else, and without wasting another instant, the armored man stepped forward aggressively toward me, looming large above me with his intimidating stature and imposing presence. "Who sent you?" His booming mechanical voice asked sharply amidst the chaotic sounds in the background, the four glowing eyes on his helmet radiating a violent purple light. "Tell me right now if you want to have a peaceful death." 2013, Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District. Next day, omniscient POV. After the defeat of Salvatore and the other members of the Carbone family, Zero spent the rest of the night interrogating those who lived through the attack mercilessly. At the same time, little silver nodes moved throughout the warehouse district, cleaning up the mess left behind during the fight. By morning, all of the surviving members of the Carbone had been executed without mercy, their bodies thrown into the furnace beneath the warehouse building as all their weapons and what was left of their vehicles were dismantled for parts. All evidence linking Brock's group to the massacre vanished overnight thanks to his efforts. Zero took great pleasure in watching his mechanical minions work tirelessly to complete his orders even as he lounged comfortably in a beach chair, sipping coffee leisurely atop the roof, overlooking Hell's Kitchen. A laptop lies across his lap as he scrolls idly through numerous police documents detailing the identities of the various criminal organizations operating within New York City. He compiled extensive files containing information regarding the organized gangs currently residing there, which included names, aliases, locations, photos, family histories. Anything useful that might come in handy for Brock should he ever decide to take action against them. As he worked, Zero glanced at the watch on his wrist lazily before letting out an amused snort. It should only be another few minutes or so. He muttered to himself as he picked up a pair of high-tech-looking binoculars from beside him and trained them to the east side of town. A playful and mischievous grin spread across his lips as he waited patiently for his gift to arrive. Manhattan, New York, East Harlem, the Red Fish Blue Restaurant. Rosalie Carbone paced back and forth impatiently inside her office, waiting anxiously for word on her son and the crew he went out with. "He should have reported an hours ago," she grumbles irritably, glaring daggers angrily at the men who stood silently around the room, none of them willing to speak lest they incur further wrath from the distressed mother. Rosalie glares harder at each man standing before her, seething mad at being kept hanging as every cell in her body was screaming at the top of its lungs that something bad has gone wrong. Her anger boils dangerously close to erupting as she clenches her fists tightly, holding herself back just barely from lashing out violently at whoever dared keep her ignorant of Salvatore's fate. Finally deciding to give everyone present a break from enduring her wrath, she turns abruptly and storms outside into the restaurant proper instead. Opening the doors leading directly into the kitchen area, she strides purposefully inside. "Where's Julius?" she demands sharply of the cooks working diligently among piles of freshly baked bread dough and simmering pots bubbling vigorously on several stoves scattered about the kitchen. Several chefs glance nervously upward when confronted by the furious woman storming into their midst, but manage not to react too much despite feeling compelled otherwise. "He went to the back for a smoke, ma'am," one cook replies hesitantly. Rosalie nods absently in acknowledgement and moves to turn towards the back door when a man with a thick mustache steps swiftly through the back door carrying a large box in his hands. Panic and fear were etched into the man's face as a light sweat began forming along his forehead. "Julius," Rosalie calls out to the panicked man, who turns toward her with wide, fearful eyes. "Ma'am," he starts tentatively, then stops dead cold mid-sentence as he looks down at the box in his hands. "What's wrong? What happened?" Rosalie shouts shrilly. Her sudden outburst causes dozens of heads to pop up from different areas of the busy kitchen, all turning curiously toward the source of such extreme agitation coming from someone usually known for keeping calm under pressure. Some kind of weird-looking drone dropped this off out back, Julius says quietly, trying desperately to ignore how frightened he feels. I think you need to see this, ma'am." His words send shivers of terror coursing through Rosalie's veins and cause goosebumps to rise all over her fleshy arms and neck. Fearful anticipation builds relentlessly inside her chest as she cautiously approaches the trembling man, who places the box gently down on a nearby table and backs away hastily. As she reaches down carefully to open the large package, her heart leaps painfully hard into her throat as she sees exactly what the delivery contained. A neatly wrapped severed head was laid carefully out atop stacks of bloody butcher paper sheets that were stained liberally red. Rosalie stands frozen motionless as reality finally sinks in deep enough for her comprehension, forcing herself to swallow to regain control over breathing properly. She closes her eyes and takes a calming breath deeply through parted nostrils. "My boy, my baby. No, no, and no." Tears fill her eyes anew as fresh grief wells up unexpectedly. "Oh God, please don't let this be true." She lets loose a piercing shriek of anguish beyond description as tears pour freely from her soul in torrential streams. With shaking fingers, she picks up the badly beaten head gingerly by both sides of its scalp and lifts it tenderly out of the box. Carefully lifting it high overhead so everybody could get an unobstructed view of it, Rosalind stares blankly at it intensely and whispers, "Not yet, please." Several people gasped aloud in unison as they uncomfortably witnessed such a gruesome sight firsthand. Shaking visibly, Rosalie drops heavily to her knees, sobbing as she holds the severed head close to her chest. Click. An electronic chime suddenly sounds out from inside the box, making those closest to it look over confused. Boom. A huge thundering explosion echoes powerfully throughout the entire building, sending the members of the Carbone family, the hard-working cooks, and innocent diners alike scattering bloodily everywhere amid screams of fright and confusion. Glassware shattered and tables overturned are strewn about haphazardly amidst widespread destruction caused by the blast wave sweeping through the establishment. Smoke billows ominously from multiple points of origin, spreading outward until visibility becomes impossible due to dense black clouds filling the air. Those caught unaware by the unexpected detonation scramble blindly away from danger as fast as possible, some falling victim to unseen dangers lurking amongst the debris littering the streets below. The Red Fish Blue restaurant was reduced to rubble. Within moments, everything belonging to anyone connected with the Carbone family was utterly destroyed. All that remained afterward was smoldering wreckage littered with burning scraps of metal and charred human corpses. Sirens wail incessantly from down the street as fire trucks roar into the scene, accompanied closely by ambulances rushing frantically to aid victims trapped underneath fallen beams and collapsed walls of brickwork and stone construction material. Other rescue workers hurry past, heading straight into the burning rubble themselves to search for any survivors buried beneath tons of collapsed masonry. Panic spreads quickly throughout the neighborhood as a large crowd of terrified citizens begins to form near the site of the devastation. What happened? Isn't that the Carbone spot? Are we safe here? Who could have done this? Frightened voices echo hollowly through the empty husk of the once vibrant street as witnesses begin streaming en masse toward the disaster zone. Bystanders huddle together uncertainly as questions fly wildly between concerned parties seeking answers on how things unfolded as they did. Grim-faced fire investigators rush inside the ruins, searching endlessly for signs of life amidst the smoking pile of bricks and wood slabs still ablaze after nearly 1 hour since the initial bombing occurred. They discovered nothing save scorch marks where a small explosive device must have been detonated remotely, causing massive damage to the people and the property. One of the firemen lifts a section of the demolished wall and sees the burnt corpse of a woman lying lifelessly in the fetal position on the floor, a round charred-up mass of meat and bone held tightly to her chest. How could somebody do this? How can anybody possibly justify destroying their city like this? One firefighter growls furiously, enraged beyond belief at having witnessed such an atrocity. Another shakes his bald head sadly as he gazes solemnly downward at the remains of 2 young children whose dead bodies lie crushed beneath chunks of concrete blocks that fell, crushing them instantly upon impact. Their parents died alongside them, unable to escape their doom. This city is going to hell. The old bald firefighter mutters darkly as he glances up at the setting sky despondently. And I have a feeling that this is only just the beginning. Seoul, South Korea UGN Research Lab. Dr. Helen Cho POV. Nervousness filled me as I sat alone in front of a computer monitor, staring intently at the screen as if hypnotized by the numerous complicated calculations scrolling rapidly across my display window. My hands tremble slightly as anxiety grips hold of me tighter than ever before, as time continues ticking inexorably onward, leaving precious little opportunity remaining for success to slip through our grasp. With the clock winding down steadily, panic began setting in more strongly for Dr. Chong and me as we hurried feverishly to finish testing U-8700 ourselves in preparation for submitting final data reports for review. We needed results now. If we didn't submit soon, we would lose valuable research funding, money that could help us speed up development considerably. There simply weren't sufficient funds available to continue conducting tests indefinitely without additional financial support. That meant we had to show progress ASAP or else risk losing significant amounts of grant money to other competing projects. We're almost finished. Dr. Chang shouted excitedly from somewhere behind me while simultaneously checking his workstation screens for updates on current status readings. Turning slowly in place, I peered suspiciously at him curiously. His expression seemed unusually happy today compared to usual, which struck me as odd considering we were dealing with potentially disastrous consequences if these experiments failed. That was very unlike him. However, given the circumstances surrounding this particular project, perhaps it made sense why he might be acting differently. After all, this experiment involved playing God by using technology far ahead of anything mankind currently possessed. It required tremendous courage and conviction, even daring to attempt such a risky endeavor. Few scientists took risks worth taking anymore because there weren't many rewards left to enjoy afterward, either way. Most researchers nowadays prefer safety above all others, avoiding challenges altogether unless absolutely necessary. They wanted security instead of uncertainty, stability rather than change, comfort over curiosity and excitement. There was less reward in pushing boundaries and exploring unknown territory, especially when doing so came with great personal sacrifice attached. Done. Let's go check your samples right away, Chang blurts eagerly in response to my questioning gaze. Let's hope they've reacted well to the treatment, I reply worriedly. Both of us shared similar concerns regarding potential side effects, as neither knew what kind of effect U-8700 would produce on human cells anyway. All previous attempts utilizing synthetic DNA-based drugs showed early promise but produced unpredictable adverse reactions in test subjects during later stages of clinical trials. This led to frequent failures, resulting in the complete abandonment of further experimentation, effectively ending any hopes of developing new pharmaceuticals capable of treating previously untreatable conditions. Even worse, failure begets greater levels of ignorance concerning basic biological principles underlying disease processes, thereby preventing future medical breakthrough discoveries. Ultimately, humanity lost ground in terms of understanding its own biology and natural healing capabilities thanks to the reckless abandon brought about by greed-driven profit motives. But I'm hoping against reason and logic that U-8700 will prove successful regardless. Not merely beneficial in itself, but also useful in helping develop better treatments for diseases affecting millions worldwide. Such strides forward may someday lead to even curing death itself. But alas, none of that mattered to greedy corporations looking solely for monetary gain, thus ensuring that cures never arrived anywhere within reach for average everyday folks suffering horribly every day from illnesses long thought to be hopeless cases. Some companies cared primarily about profits, not patients needing assistance. Everything looks good so far, Dr. Chong states confidently as he checks another readout. The samples have responded positively overall. Relief floods over me as I exhale loudly, knowing it worked despite fears otherwise. All we can do now is check back in several days and observe whether the changes persist over time, Chong adds calmly as he walks around restlessly beside me, nervously watching the monitors displaying various stats related to the ongoing lab activities. Let's hope this one will be more effective than the previous iterations. I respond enthusiastically, nodding as I share in his enthusiasm, at least momentarily. Our combined efforts paid off big time again as we beat the odds and kept everyone guessing as to what would happen next. Now we wait patiently to find out if this latest effort proves effective in achieving desired goals or fails miserably. Either outcome promises great dividends, eventually providing benefits to humankind, although the latter option carries much higher stakes personally for both of us. I think I'll go take a break for lunch. Would you care to join me? He asks hopefully, trying once again to woo me into joining him outside for food and conversation. As always, though, I declined politely once more, saying, "No, thank you, doctor. I should really be getting back home. The kids will be getting back from school any minute." He smiles dejectedly in return. "Okay then, maybe some other time then." His hopeful offer makes me smile a little in turn, although he knows perfectly well that won't happen anytime soon. Life has become increasingly difficult for me, despite recent successes, as the trauma of my missing husband lingered painfully strong in my heart, reminding me daily that I was truly in this alone now. "Have a good night, doctor," I say quietly, turning sharply towards the door leading out of the laboratory area and taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage level immediately thereafter. A lonely walk awaits me along the vacant rows of empty spaces illuminated by the long fluorescent lighting fixtures located intermittently throughout the facility. A few cars sit parked neatly lined up, waiting silently awaiting occupants who don't seem interested in returning tonight. Walking briskly, I move through the parking garage as an eerie quiet settles in the space, and only the occasional passing car briefly disturbs the silence. My mind wanders aimlessly as thoughts of exhaustion, loneliness, fear, regret, and despair fill my consciousness, yet no longer overwhelm me entirely. Instead, they remain subdued enough to allow room for rational thinking to resume, gradually replacing irrational emotions in favor of focusing on immediate needs. I come upon the space reserved specifically for my vehicle and step swiftly toward it, automatically reaching into my pocket to retrieve my keys. With my key firmly in hand, I move to unlock the doors and get in, when I notice a small folded-up note resting atop the dashboard. Puzzled by the note's placement, I unfold the piece of paper and carefully read each neatly written word. "If you would like to find out what really happened to your husband, call the number listed. 2013 Seoul, South Korea UGIN Research Lab. Parking Garage, Dr. Helen Cho POV. If you would like to find out what really happened to your husband, call the number listed." I read and reread the short sentence 3 times, wondering what exactly the words "really happened to your husband" could possibly mean. Was someone actually able to identify what happened to Philip? That can't be true, can it? Most of the authorities and private detectives deemed his disappearance to be due largely to foul play stemming from illicit affairs. Others believed he committed suicide under mysterious circumstances shortly after learning about me becoming pregnant with our next child. None of those theories offered me much consolation, though, as they didn't sound like the man I married. Philip loved his family. There's no way he would just leave us without explanation for whatever reason anyone claimed, and certainly wouldn't commit suicide. No matter how bad things got, he'd fight tooth and nail until the bitter end, defending us with everything he had. Suicide was a foreign concept to him, until recently. Suddenly shaking uncontrollably, I drop the note onto the passenger seat and repeatedly punch at the steering wheel as tears stream freely down my cheeks. All rationality goes flying straight out the proverbial window as raw emotion takes control of my body and soul. Fearful desperation overwhelms me suddenly, making breathing hard to accomplish, let alone focus properly on driving safely. Panic sets in as the reality of the situation sinks in deep. For months, I struggled desperately searching everywhere imaginable for clues leading to Philip's whereabouts, desperate to uncover evidence proving he was even still alive. Search warrants were issued, police investigations conducted, surveillance cameras monitored, interviews, and search parties, all yielding nothing substantial whatsoever. Nothing except unanswered questions begging for answers. Now, after 3 years of wandering around in the dark, someone finally wants to come forward to explain where he went. Why? What did they know already that nobody bothered telling me? Taking a deep breath, I try to pull myself together. With trembling fingers, I pick the note back up and stare at the phone number printed underneath. It doesn't look familiar, probably because it isn't a local Korean number. However, I decided to give it a shot anyway. At worst, I'll learn more information about my husband, possibly confirming rumors circulating privately between friends and neighbors here locally. Or it could confirm that Philip is indeed dead, which might serve equally as well, too. Trying unsuccessfully to calm myself down, I removed my cell phone from my purse and dialed the number indicated at the bottom of the letter. Bring. After the third ring, somebody finally picks up the line. Dr. Cho, glad you found my note. A deep, unfamiliar male voice says in fluent Korean that was accented heavily with American intonations. The phone goes quiet for nearly 30 seconds as I try to find the words to respond coherently. Yes? My breath catches in my throat as the reality of what I was doing dawns on me fully. Is it true? Do you really know what happened to my husband? Silence rings ominously loud over the phone for a moment before the person on the other end speaks one word that completely shatters the dam of emotions I built up inside. Yes. Anxiousness and fear grip tightly inside my chest, threatening to choke the life right out of me, and tears flow profusely anew as I try to force myself to calm down. How do I know you're telling the truth? I question the man as my hands shake violently while gripping a tight hold of the steering wheel. Another pause follows quickly afterward, followed by a heavy sigh. You won't. Biting my lips, I stay silent and listen attentively as I hang on to every single syllable uttered from the stranger's mouth. But if you want to hear what I know. His tone sounds apathetic, almost cold. Like he was indifferent to the plight of trauma, he was subjecting me to it. Come to the address I just texted you. He then hangs up abruptly, leaving me staring blankly at my cell phone screen, numbly, unable to comprehend what just transpired. Confusion reigns supreme as doubts swirl wildly, causing my panic to set in deeper. What do I do? What am I supposed to believe? Is he lying or not? Who is this guy anyways? How does he connect to my husband? Shaking relentlessly now, I hit the redial button frantically, but the call doesn't even go through. Frustrated beyond belief, I open my message and look at the last text I just sent. MT, Anson Jarrett Gill Trail, 2 hours. I stare down at the text for a second, unsure if I should follow such cryptic instructions. Then anger seethes through me, forcing me to make a quick decision. If this mystery caller knew anything about Philip, then it's worth the risk to see firsthand what he knows, especially since this has been the only shred of tangible evidence connecting to Philip I've heard since he went missing. After all these painful, agonizing years spent struggling to survive in limbo, perhaps this stranger might provide some answers regarding why he disappeared. Finally coming to a decision, I start my car and pull out of the parking garage, heading northbound on the highway towards MT Anson Jarrett Gill Trailhead. Seoul, South Korea. MT Anson Jarrett Gill. It took a grueling hour and a half of driving through the rush hour traffic congestion before I arrived near the Mount Anson Jarrett Gill Park entrance gate. After paying the cash fee required by the park rangers station nearby, I drove slowly further uphill, climbing steep roadways. Finally nearing the entrance to the walking trail bridge overlooking the Seoul city skyline below, filled with lights twinkling brightly against the black backdrop. Tall trees line both sides of the winding, narrow footbridge, which leads up to Anson Mountain summit, offering a spectacular view of the sprawling metropolis laid out beneath. As I step out of the car, the late dusk hits me as I look around the entrance for the person I was supposed to be meeting. Traffic noise is barely noticeable amidst the peacefulness provided by natural surroundings. Small clusters of people strolled along pathways lining opposite sides of the bridge, enjoying the cool evening breeze and fluttering their hair, gently brushing past them. Trees cast shadows across the path, creating secluded nooks, perfect spots to enjoy solitude away from crowds milling about. Couples holding hands stroll side by side, arm in arm, gazing lovingly into one another's eyes, oblivious to the world surrounding them, lost within themselves, momentarily forgetting all their worries and concerns. Buzz, my phone vibrates and I reach into my pocket to retrieve it, noticing one new text notification alert blinking brightly on the display screen. Head up the path and take a seat at the third bench you pass. The text reads, "The sender must have seen me arrive, which means he's somewhere in the area, watching me." I shiver nervously, glancing around as I try to locate any suspicious-looking individuals lurking somewhere close by. However, everyone looks friendly and happy, relaxed as they have fun chatting happily among groups spread evenly throughout the entire wooden trail. Uncertainty fills me once again as I'm left pondering whether or not I made the correct choice in trusting whoever this mysterious person was. But, casting aside any morbid thoughts, I move away from my car and begin to make my trek up the trail of the mountain. After several minutes of hiking upwards, steadily gaining elevation, I pass my 2 picnic bench stops, continuing onward cautiously until a 3rd bench finally comes into view up ahead. Moving closer to the tree-lined sitting spot, I look around sharply as I search the vicinity for any signs of someone approaching. Noticing nothing out of the ordinary, I sit down stiffly on the bench and watch closely for anybody who may approach unexpectedly. The sun completely set behind the horizon as I waited anxiously for something to happen. After 30 minutes, I continue scanning the darkness concealing thick forest foliage surrounding me on either side of the trail. Suddenly, I heard footsteps rapidly approaching from directly behind me. Startled by the sudden movement, I jump out of my seat as a tall figure appears from between the trees surrounding the trail. The tall figure was dressed casually wearing jeans, a white t-shirt that stretched snugly over his broad shoulders, and covered with an unbuttoned jacket worn loosely over his broad shoulders, exposing muscular arms flexing slightly as he walked briskly toward me. His hazel eyes sparked slightly, understanding the night sky, giving him the appearance of a menacing shadow stalking silently upon prey. Dark features accentuated a handsome, masculine face, complemented nicely by the mid-length wavy jet black hair that was shaved at the sides and tied up neatly in the back. A small, friendly smile graced his face when we first locked gazes, making him appear genuinely pleasant and inviting. Yet, anxiety still gripped my heart, instantly rendering me speechless. "Dr. Cho, glad you decided to meet," said the stranger, extending a hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you in person." He smiles kindly, flashing pearly whites. His posture exuded confidence, unlike most men I've encountered. The only thing lacking is the warmth that wasn't emanating from his penetrating gaze. Hello." I managed to squeak softly, feeling somewhat intimidated by the handsome stranger standing so close beside me, towering above me like an adult looking down at a small child. He extended his hand toward me, wanting to shake mine. Uncertain how to react, hesitant yet curious, I accept the offer. As our palms touched briefly, he smiled warmly again, taking notice of my nervous reaction. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions," he begins conversationally, speaking English rather than Korean. "And hopefully we'll get your answers soon enough. But let us begin there, shall we?" He points towards the space on the bench. "We can talk better seated comfortably instead of trying hard to keep awkward eye contact." Relieved knowing I don't need to speak much during this initial encounter, I nod politely, accepting his suggestion. After getting situated properly on the wooden bench, I turn my head sideways to study the mysterious young man seated beside me, curiously wondering what kind of background he had besides being able to communicate fluently in multiple languages. Although I couldn't tell exactly what age he looked based solely on appearances due to a lack of distinguishing characteristics except for height, physique, build, and clothing style, he appeared young, judging by his looks. Perhaps the early 20s would be an accurate estimation, considering physical attributes. However, I wasn't entirely certain. I can practically see your thoughts racing through your mind as you attempt to process everything going on right now, Dr. Cho, said Brock quietly, breaking the silence after noticing me intensely scrutinizing him for quite a while. "So many things are unclear, still aren't they?" He continues matter-of-factly without waiting for a response from me. "But I do hope I can maybe make things clearer to you," he added calmly, studying my expression carefully. Without warning, his intense focus suddenly shifts back to the scenery passing around us. "Who are you?" I ask hesitantly. However, no answer comes forth, prompting more anxiety to rise inside me each time my heartbeat starts beating faster. Instead, he simply stares straight forward for a while, watching passers-by walk swiftly alongside us, unaware of our presence concealed in plain sight. "Let's just say, I'm an old friend of Philip's," Brock nonchalantly voices, sounding amused. "Where is he?" My voice quivers noticeably as apprehension rises dangerously high in anticipation of answering the dreaded question burning deep within me, hoping desperately for good news. although dreadfully afraid of receiving bad tidings too. This stranger could very well be the solution for all those unanswered questions haunting me endlessly day and night. Or worse, could be connected somehow to whatever happened to Philip himself. Brock lets out a sad sigh as he leans forward, resting his elbows on top of his knees. What if I told you that the reason why Philip vanished isn't that he ran away on purpose? What if I also explained that someone forced him to leave? He asks solemnly. Would that help ease your pain substantially? Would it bring closure to end this nightmare you're living in right now? Looking at him intently, I stared deeply into his face, searching for clues that might give me some indication of indeed he was telling the truth or not. What are you talking about? I questioned. Your husband got caught up with some dangerous people, explained Brock, sadly shaking his head in disbelief while staring downwards as though remembering unpleasant memories. They threatened him into working for them under duress, using threats and blackmail tactics to force cooperation. He pauses, letting out a heavy breath. Philip didn't have any allies within this organization other than me. We worked together to bring down this group. A pause followed, then continued. But unfortunately, Philip was exposed as a traitorous double agent and was forced to go into hiding. Gasping loudly, I grab hold of the edge of the bench tightly as I listen attentively to every word spoken by the mysterious person seated next to me. It felt surreal listening to somebody else describe events involving the person you thought you knew everything about. Fear grips me anew as I go over every memory I have of Philip since we've been together. The long work hours. The mysterious late-night calls. He started acting strangely lately, including disappearing frequently, leaving me worried sick about where he'd gone. And lastly, how he kept insisting on spending more nights away from home, claiming business trips were necessary. A small part of me thought he might have been cheating, but Philip never struck me as that kind of man. He loved his family dearly, always putting us before himself. He used to complain constantly, saying how selfish I am whenever I refused to accompany him anywhere, even on little errands such as grocery shopping. Anger begins building up inside me, as the thought of someone forcing that kind and loving man into abandoning his family and leaving us with no idea whether he was even alive anymore makes me want to scream aloud in rage. I looked over to Brock, who was studying my reaction carefully, and noticed my inner turmoil stirring as anger simmered within me. Who? I questioned softly while clenching my fists tightly underneath my thighs. Who were the bastards that took my husband away from me? Screaming loud enough for anyone nearby to hear, startled onlookers stopped dead in their tracks, turning heads simultaneously and surveying my direction. Hearing my outburst, Brock's face showed slight surprise as he glanced around cautiously. Then, realizing nobody heard anything beyond the soft sounds coming from our muted conversations, he turned back toward me, a small, amused grin forming across his lips before returning his attention elsewhere. Have you ever heard of a group called Hydra? Asked Brock in a low, conspiratorial tone. Deliberately avoided direct eye contact as he watched the others walking past us along the trail. 2013 Seoul, South Korea. MT Anson Jarrett Gill Trail. A few minutes later, Brock POV. So, you and my husband have been secretly trying to stop this clandestine Hydra organization? Dr. Cho asked in a hushed whisper. And the reason you approached me to inform me personally is, you need my help to heal one of your teammates? She inquired further, keeping her voice barely audible while observing my face closely for any sign of deception. Instead of responding verbally, I nodded slowly, gazing straight back with a mask of sincerity as I studied her reaction to the elaborate lie. We stared at each other for a long moment before Dr. Cho spoke again. Her voice sounded strained, holding strong emotions contained beneath layers of controlled composure. Why? Why didn't he trust us with these secrets? Confusion filled her words as she tried unsuccessfully to comprehend how the man she loved could live such a dangerous double life. Was she buying this? Philip didn't want to get you involved in danger unnecessarily, I said gently. But I believe your medical skills may prove useful in helping bring an end to this menace plaguing Seoul. I paused momentarily, forcing emotion to fill my voice. If you truly love him and wish to save and bring him home, then please, help me. I declare admirably, like a true hero ready to risk his safety fighting against formidable odds. Dr. Cho went quiet for several seconds, and I was slightly worried I would have to move to Plan B, which would just get messy. Before moving ahead, however, she finally responded to my heartfelt plea. "If you mean what you say, then yes." Tears began streaming freely down her cheeks as relief spread throughout her body, allowing tension to drain out of her frame. "I will do everything I can to help you, but you must promise me you'll take me to see Philip when it's safe," she pleaded earnestly, wiping tears angrily falling from her cheek with shaky hands trembling uncontrollably. Momentarily stunned by her emotional acceptance of the dubious tale, I hesitated uncertainly, unsure of how I should respond. Truthfully, I didn't think she would buy the manipulative lie this easily. "I promise. When this ordeal ends, I will reunite you two once again," I replied with fake sincerity as a reassuring smile was plastered on my face, patting her shoulder lightly. With renewed strength, she wiped the rest of her tearful display, hastily composing herself. "So what now? Do we leave immediately? Or wait until morning? You know it's dark outside already. I also have to make arrangements for the kids and work," she remarked anxiously, glancing around nervously at the passing pedestrians. "Don't worry. We'll leave when you've made all your preparations here first," I assured confidently. "Just call me at this number when you're ready to depart," I add as I hand her a piece of paper. She pockets it without hesitation. "Thank the heavens you came upon me today. If not, this whole mess probably wouldn't have ended for me. I would have just been left wondering." Hesitating briefly, she adds, "If he actually did run away on purpose or something terrible happened to him." Tear streams continue flowing unabated as she falls apart emotionally, unable to contain the feelings bottled up inside any further. Sighing inwardly, I reach over and give a gentle squeeze on her shoulders, trying to calm her nerves as best I could given the circumstances. "Sorry." Smiling wryly, she apologizes, looking embarrassed. "I guess I should be going, before the kids start getting worried." Sniffling repeatedly, she turns around, clearing her throat forcefully, making attempts to compose herself. "Thanks so much, Mr. Brock." Saying that, Dr. Cho stood up abruptly, heading toward the path leading downhill toward the parking lot. The wind blew briskly, carrying cold air mixed in with lingering traces of warm, humid summer heat. As I watch her disappear behind tall trees lining the narrow pathway, my eyes meet hers for only a brief second, giving me a glimpse of sadness reflecting brightly in her gaze. As soon as she disappears completely from view, I stand up silently, following suit, and exit the park shortly afterward. She actually bought it. Didn't expect that outcome, honestly. I thoughtfully muttered under my breath as I glanced upward towards Mt. Anson Jarrett Gill, towering majestically above. Its peak is covered in dense green foliage, offering breathtaking views overlooking downtown Seoul below, stretching the faraway horizon line and extending miles into the distance. Looking up at the peak, my mind wandered back to my school days, and I couldn't help but be thankful to Hydra for giving me the tools needed to accomplish my goals. Guess they have themselves to blame for the monster they've created. I mused quietly as I slowly walked along the trail, a small devilish smile spread lightly across my lips. Washington, D.C., USA, U.S. Capitol Building Nightfall Omniscient POV. Gentlemen, I'm proud to announce that the first of the new retrofitted helicarriers for Project Insight completed its maiden voyage earlier today, announced Secretary Pierce, proudly seated at the head table surrounded by numerous dignitaries sitting adjacent to him after witnessing firsthand the successful test flight conducted moments ago. His announcement elicited cheers and applause among many attendees gathered within the hallowed chambers of the upper house of Congress. Secretary Pierce smiled broadly at the positive reception, receiving nods of approval all around from those present. "Sir, it's arrived." An attendant standing beside the podium whispered to Pierce, who slightly raised his eyebrows at the sudden news. "It landed safely approximately 15 minutes ago, escorted by our people, and is waiting for you at the designated location." Pierce looked relieved, hearing the good report, nodding approvingly. Then he turned to address everyone assembled. "Thank you all very much for your support and for joining us tonight. This day marks another significant milestone in restoring the Earth's pride through technological advancement and innovation. It's time we show those invaders how we humans fight back." Applause erupted, filling the room as Secretary Pierce stood proudly, pumping one arm up and waving vigorously at the crowd as he gave them his best political smile. Looking pleased with himself, he moved forward off the stage and promptly headed toward the entrance doors, opening them wide to reveal bright lights spilling forth, illuminating the chamber interior and casting shadows everywhere except directly facing the doorway itself, creating a dramatic lighting effect. Walking purposefully toward the exit door, he stepped outside, taking quick steps down the short corridor toward a row of SUVs awaiting his arrival. Hurry to the location, Pierce orders as he steps into the vehicle. I want to lay eyes on this weapon myself. His driver responds promptly as the small convoy pulls off smoothly, driving away swiftly and departing the Capital District, en route to the designated coordinates located deep underground somewhere near the Virginia state border. After traveling some 25 kilometers southward in silence and arriving at their destination, Pierce exits the car and immediately starts shaking hands cheerily as he greets the members of staff stationed there who were eagerly anticipating his presence. After exchanging pleasantries, Pierce enters a large hangar complex accompanied by 3 security guards escorting him down to a makeshift lab set up specifically for testing purposes, complete with dozens of technicians working tirelessly as they assemble various pieces of equipment scattered haphazardly across various work tables that were attached to computer monitors displaying different data readings collected during previous tests. There were rows of neatly organized shelves containing countless boxes labeled with cryptic codes, apparently indicating specific parts required for completing the project. A few engineers worked diligently, inspecting finished products placed side by side next to them, examining multiple displays mounted high overhead as they monitored progress reports. But what drew Pierce's eyes the minute he walked into the room was a long metal tube, with the Soviet Union emblem emblazoned prominently on top, that sat upright and vertically aligned parallel to the floor. Her Oberst Pierce, sir, welcome, greeted General Karpov, Director of Research Operations, bowing respectfully as he approached Pierce. He extends his arm, motioning toward the elongated metallic cylinder lying in the middle of the laboratory. May I present to you one of Hydra's greatest achievements yet? He pauses dramatically. The Winter Soldier, a highly trained combat specialist capable of operating at the super soldier level. His voice trembles, suddenly becoming almost reverential sounding, as if speaking about sacred relics instead of military hardware. This soldier was developed exclusively for use in covert missions requiring stealth capabilities, infiltration tactics, and assassinations. Pierce looks impressed, listening intently and staring at the large tube laid before him. He moves closer to the container, studying it carefully and noting the scratches and dents visible, even though no damage appears obvious otherwise. General Karpov continues explaining. We had a little trouble shipping him here over from the Siberian facility because of certain complications encountered due to weather conditions. Will this affect performance? Pierce inquires, curiously eyeing the device suspiciously. Karpov shakes his head adamantly. No, sir. The scientists have assured me that as soon as they're able to recalibrate the weapon, he should perform perfectly fine. Moving aside as Pierce inspects more closely, he watches attentively as Pierce examines every inch of the object, scrutinizing details and meticulously checking for imperfections and flaws where applicable. Finally satisfied with the inspection, he turns to look at General Karpov, frowning skeptically. How long? Only a few months, sir, replies Karpov. Pierce's face pauses for a moment before he smiles politely. That sounds fine. Thank you for bringing him here personally. Let's hope nothing goes wrong between then and now, shall we? Also, tell your scientists not to rush things too quickly, okay? Let's ensure perfection rather than speed. Taken aback by Pierce's composure, Karpov hesitates momentarily as a sense of dread permeates the atmosphere. Finally, respond cautiously. Yes, Herr Oberst, we won't compromise quality for time. Turning toward the researchers watching nearby, he shouts. Okay, guys, stop messing around. Get cracking right now. Shaking hands frantically signaling urgency. You heard the man. Get to work. Everyone stops talking amongst each other, instantly turning their attention solely focused on finishing whatever task is assigned to them. Standing alone in front of Pierce, who was still wearing the same professional mask covering most of his facial features while remaining silent, Karpov bows deeply in respect. Saying goodbye to Pierce, he leaves and hurriedly rushes to help out anywhere he can. Is he needed? Pierce asks aloud, pointing at Karpov, who leaves the area. He oversees the entire Winter Soldier program and was the one who successfully arranged the assassination of the Elder Stark several years ago, explains a guard standing beside Pierce. Very well. Keep a close eye on him. If you see he's incompetent, then get rid of him, instructs Pierce, tapping fingers against the sides of his chin pensively as he contemplates the options available to him based on the current situation unfolding. Moving toward a chair positioned strategically opposite the Winter Soldier containment unit, he sits down, crossing his legs and comfortably leaning back as he gazes blankly at the metallic chamber, pondering the next phase of Hydra's grand plan. I'm close, Pierce mutters quietly to himself as he stares ardently at the cryopod. I'm so very close. 2013 Seoul, South Korea. MT Anson Jarrett Gill Trail, 2 days later, omniscient POV. Do you need to bring 3 bags? Brock questioned Dr. Cho as she struggled to lug 2 heavy rolling luggage cases along with a large backpack, dragging behind her, causing her considerable difficulty moving fast enough to keep pace with Brock, who was walking alongside her. The pair was treading through the restricted grounds surrounding the MT Anson Jarrett Hill hiking trail, which lies hidden from the main path by tall trees. They were currently traversing uphill, passing through thick forest vegetation, cutting off any possible visibility significantly and reducing any chance of running into someone else unexpectedly wandering nearby. Well, yes, I don't know how long this trip may take, and I'd like some of my own clothing choices. Besides, one of these is filled with my research supplies, replied Dr. Cho, firmly refusing assistance offered by Brock. Where are we going, anyway? Dr. Cho asked as she continued struggling past him, continuing onward until reaching the edge of the hillside before she stopped briefly, catching her breath and trying desperately hard to keep up with Brock, who was already halfway up the slope and wasn't even winded. Brock didn't answer and just watched on impatiently as Dr. Cho stopped again, panting heavily and attempting unsuccessfully to regain her strength. Dr. Cho finally reaches the top of the hill, grasping tightly onto Brock for support and breathing rapidly as sweat drips profusely from her forehead. Removing her glasses and wiping her sweaty brow clean, she stares upwards, noticing something unusual sitting under a large tree, just barely visible above ground amid the dense foliage covering it. Glancing sideways at Brock, Dr. Cho gives him a questioning look as she is concerned by what she sees. What is that? She asked, pointing toward Brock's hover car that was parked underneath a tree and was covered with large branches that blocked the sight of the vehicle. I thought you said we were going to the US? How do we do that in a car? Dr. Cho questioned, unaware of the vehicle's purpose or function. Shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly, Brock grins at her as he answers dismissively. Just get inside and buckle up tight. Dr. Cho gives the young man a dubious stare but reluctantly obeys, ignoring the doubts swirling around in her mind. San Francisco, California, Pym Manor, 1 day later, Hank Pym POV. Thanks again for the ride home, Delroy, I say gratefully to the aging hero seated next to me, despite feeling uncomfortable riding in such an old clunker of a car. Delroy throws me a sarcastic smirk, acknowledging my gratitude without saying anything further and returning focus to steering the rickety vehicle toward my neighborhood. Don't worry about it. Least I can do after that terrible trip, Delroy says with a slight chuckle, making me smile guiltily. Besides, it does me good to see my goddaughter once in a while since I haven't seen her in so long. The older gentleman says, chuckling softly as he reminisces fondly upon memories long gone by. At first glance, Delroy seemed harmless enough, although somewhat eccentric looking given his age, sporting thinning hair peppered with gray strands mixed with black ones streaked throughout resembling Einstein's famous white beard, coupled with bushy eyebrows partially obscuring vision due to lack of grooming. But appearances are deceptive, especially because he has been known to be extremely dangerous, wielding powers that grant him 3 times the physical attributes of even the finest human athlete. However, his actions speak louder than words ever could. Having retired many years ago following decades of service as 3D man, he didn't seem interested in reprising his role anymore. preferring instead to spend his days relaxing and quietly enjoying life away from public scrutiny and soaking in his golden retirement nest egg acquired thanks to his superheroic exploits. "So Hank, how are you holding up?" asks Delroy, changing the subject abruptly. "What do you mean?" I ask, confused, wondering why he would inquire about my health. "I'm fine." Delroy glances over at me with a knowing expression, seeming amused by my response. "Oh, come on. I saw how sluggish and tired you looked in your suit." My eyes widen, startled by his sudden accusation. "Excuse me, what are you trying to say?" My tone becomes stern, warning him about his next words. Smirking broadly, Delroy laughs. "Listen, I know you don't want to admit it, but you're getting old. You're not a spring chicken anymore, physically or mentally. We both knew all along that eventually, our roles will change someday sooner or later, but unfortunately, it's happening much earlier than expected." He adds, sadly glancing towards me sympathetically, understanding the magnitude of the sad realization. "And frankly, neither of us should be still working in the field anymore. It's a young man's game anyway." A stunned silence fills the car as I contemplate everything Delroy told me, silently taking mental notes regarding changes occurring within myself over the years of being Ant-Man. Although reluctant at first, accepting reality gradually became harder to ignore. There comes a point in everyone's career where they must accept change. Whether willingly accepted or forced upon oneself, there always arrives a day when you have to face the fact that the glory days are truly over and permit yourself to retire gracefully. Allowing younger heroes to assume leadership positions have replaced those whose bodies cannot continue performing adequately any longer. Maybe you're right." I mutter weakly, unable to argue with his assessment. In truth, it hurts realizing that I am growing increasingly decrepit with advancing age, suffering from aches and pains associated with aging body parts and joints deteriorating steadily one year after another, losing functionality and slowly degrading, until inevitably failing altogether and rendering me useless. It isn't easy admitting defeat, particularly when facing one's own mortality. Delroy doesn't respond, leaving me to my thoughts as we arrive safely outside the gates of my manor. He leans over and presses the button on the intercom system located near the driver's side window. We sat there waiting patiently for a reply, but none came immediately, prompting Delroy to press the buzzer again. Feeling something was wrong, I reached down and pulled the keycard for the gates out of my bag. Pressing the keycard against the panel, I wait anxiously, hoping for the best. After several seconds pass, a chime rings out, indicating successful entry into the protected property. Then suddenly the gate begins opening automatically, revealing familiar surroundings greeting my gaze and welcoming me home. As Delroy drives forward, smoothly maneuvering around the circular driveway entrance, parking neatly beneath the portico lined with stately columns leading to the grand double doors of the manor, I step out of the car and get a foreboding feeling as I notice the guards that I left to protect the manor were nowhere in sight. A shiver runs up my spine as I rush into the house. "Hope!" I call loudly as soon as I enter the foyer, calling out the name repeatedly as I searched everywhere, only finding empty halls and rooms that echoed hollowly, as if no one had passed through them for a while. A sense of dread overtook my mind as I frantically rushed upstairs to check in Hope's room. Running up the large wooden stairs, I sprint down the hallway towards her door and move to open it, but stop short as I spot a bit of dried blood staining the doorknob. Fear grips my heart, tightening my throat and threatening to suffocate me entirely, preventing me from speaking and forcing me to breathe shallowly as a heavy amount of panic sets in. "Hope!" I call out weakly as I slowly twist the handle, listening intently for any sound coming from beyond the closed bedroom door. Hearing nothing, I gently open the door, slightly peeking inside and nervously yearning to find her sleeping peacefully on her bed. The first thing to hit me was the smell, a sickening odor permeating every inch of the room and filling my nostrils with a revolting scent. A vile mixture of blood and decomposing tissue combined and creating an overpowering miasma, resulting in a nauseating smell that overwhelmed the senses. Moving cautiously deeper into the darkened interior of the dimly lit room, my eyes search around frantically before landing on the figure lying motionless, sprawled across the queen-size canopy bed. "No!" I gasp, stunned, momentarily frozen, and unable to process the shock and horror seeking to overtake my sanity. No, no, no. It couldn't possibly be true. Not possible. No way. Impossible. But alas, it was true. Propped on top of the bed, like some kind of sick display, Hope's lifeless corpse lay cradled in death. Blood-soaked sheets stained crimson red with gore, pooling below her head and forming dark stains that spread outward along the cream-white sheets. Her pale skin was coated in the sticky residue, her fragile arms dangling limply at her side and exposing the bloody wounds inflicted by razor-sharp blades. Multiple stab wounds punctured deep gashes that dripped arterial fluid freely from various severed arteries, staining copious amounts of blood deep into the padding, turning it brown. Walking closer numbly and examining her features, tears began streaming uncontrollably from the burning hot emotions erupting violently from my broken heart. Closing her beautiful hazel-green irises that were staring blankly ahead with vacant orbs devoid of emotion, I look over and notice a note placed neatly on the nightstand beside her unmarred pillow. To Hank Pym. The front of the note reads, written elegantly in flowing letters of cursive. Feeling detached, my hand moves on its own to pick up the note as tears flow unabashedly forth. Opening the note, I was greeted by the sight of one line scribed delicately in ink, blood for blood. 3 simple words cut deeply, penetrating the soul more profoundly than any knife slicing through flesh. 3 little words that would be etched permanently and indelibly within my psyche forever, reminding me of the harsh reality I was now living. Hope. I howl aloud, my hoarse voice breaking free of the pent-up anguish wailing endlessly within, as silent agony and rage swell within me, causing pain worse than anything imaginable. Hank. Delroy called out from downstairs, running toward me urgently. Hank. His sentence trails off midstream as he spots me cradling Hope's limp and bloody body atop her bed. Turning back toward me with tearful eyes filled with sympathy and remorse, he approaches tentatively, placing his hand firmly on my shoulder and trying to offer me any comfort he could in this shitty situation. I will find who did this, I vow solemnly, struggling unsuccessfully to keep control of the raging emotional turmoil roiling inside. They will pay dearly for taking my daughter's precious life. The statement sounds hollow to my ears as I stare helplessly at my baby's stiff and bloody face. Unable to cope, I collapse onto the floor beside the bed, sobbing hysterically while sinking farther and lower into despair and fury. My baby girl. 2013 Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District, Brock POV. Seriously, are you not going to tell me who made this? Dr. Cho inquired for the umpteenth time, as she sat beside me in the passenger seat of the hover car. Unable to take it anymore, I sigh heavily, irritated by her constant pestering questions about the vehicle we were currently flying high above Manhattan in. I mean, really, the craftsmanship is just phenomenal. Incredible attention to detail. Each component is perfectly machined and designed specifically for maximum performance using advanced composite materials, ensuring optimal durability yet lightweight construction. She exclaimed passionately next to me as I looked out the windshield at the cityscape passing rapidly underneath us. We've been flying nonstop for hours since departing Korea, and despite having slept briefly during the trip, I felt exhausted listening to the doctor extol praises concerning the automobile's design and the engineering marvels displayed on board. You'll meet the creator in a few minutes, I informed her casually without elaboration, which caused her to look over at me curiously. Not wanting to explain further, I kept my focus outside, gazing thoughtfully at the clouds drifting lazily past the window. Seeing that I wasn't interested in answering any of her questions, Dr. Cho turned back to watch the scenery go by rather contentedly, allowing herself a momentary respite from the incessant nagging curiosity. We rode in silence for a while, until the GPS on the dashboard let us know that we were approaching our destination. The hover car began to sink below the clouds, descending swiftly toward ground level. The warehouse district came into view quickly, causing me to feel pleased with seeing what I now consider my home turf still standing in one piece. So this is your base? Dr. Cho asked as the hover car landed in front of the main warehouse's doors. Nodding affirmatively, I slide open the car door, step out, and stretch my cramped muscles from sitting throughout the long flight. After helping Dr. Show a light. I walked alongside her, heading towards the large metal loading bay doors situated in the front of the building. I moved to unlock the doors, but before I could, they suddenly opened themselves as Drew stood in the doorway looking up at me with an excited and eager smile painted on his young face. "Hey, boss," he yelled enthusiastically, greeting me warmly. "Zero," I greeted back, giving the kid a slight smile and a pat on the shoulder as I stepped past him to enter the warehouse. "How are things here? Any problems?" Zero looked over at Dr. Cho, giving her a quick wave before responding. "We had a few pests try to get in, but I handled them easily enough. They didn't even come close to getting inside." I nodded approvingly, impressed by how capable the boy has become after all these months of working under my supervision. Turning away, I looked back at Dr. Cho, who was watching our exchange closely. She noticed my gaze and gave me a curious glance, probably wondering who this boy was and why he was working with someone who was supposed to be fighting against a dangerous organization like Hydra. "This is Zero," I started, introducing the youngster. "I rescued him a few months back from being experimented on by Hydra," I explained, looking over at Dr. Cho to make sure she understood the situation clearly. "He works with me because he wants revenge against those responsible for hurting so many people, including himself." Dr. Cho looked surprised to hear such information regarding Zero's background. She looked down at the boy, who glanced over at me for a second before returning his gaze to Dr. Cho and giving her a solemn-looking nod. I smiled inwardly, proud that the boy caught on to the lie so quickly. Dr. Cho seemed saddened upon learning of the truth behind Zero's origins. Looking concerned, she reached out and gently touched the young lad lightly on his arm, reassuringly. Zero, to his credit, showed no signs of discomfort or resentment when encountering a human touching him unexpectedly. Instead, he accepted the gesture calmly, nodding respectfully and acknowledging that Dr. Cho recognized his struggles. Looking relieved that everything went well, I turned to walk toward the large cylindrical tank, which housed Ava. "Come along, Doc," I told Dr. Cho, gesturing toward the water tank containing the unconscious woman. She followed suit reluctantly, getting in step behind me as we moved close to the massive container. "This is Ava," I said softly as we approached the glass enclosure where she drifts peacefully in the liquid. Her body floated limply in the transparent gel-like concoction. "What happened to her?" Dr. Cho questioned quietly as we neared the vessel. Shrugging uncomfortably, I answered truthfully, she was involved in an explosion of quantum energy that killed her parents. However, she survived with side effects that caused her molecular structure and equilibrium to become imbalanced. We tried to cure her by using the same energy, however, it seems to have failed. As I spoke, Dr. Cho watched silently, observing the girl breathing rhythmically beneath the thick layer of clear liquid material covering her entire form. "Do you have any samples left of this substance?" she asks anxiously. Zero moved forward to answer. "We only have 2 vials of quantum matter remaining." He moved toward his workstation and pulled out a familiar black duffel bag from the shelf nearby. Opening the drawstring flap, he removed several small containers filled with 2 different glowing liquids. 2 crystalline blue vials stood out amongst the several blood-red ones contained therein. Picking up one of the blue vials in his palm carefully, Zero handed it to Dr. Cho, explaining its composition and purpose. Although hesitant at first due to its strange appearance, she took it anyway, accepting it curiously. Holding it between her fingers, she examined the contents intently. "I've never seen something quite like this before," she spoke softly. After studying it for a minute longer, she handed it back reverentially. Then, moving her gaze toward the red vials, she stares at them questioningly. "What is this other one exactly?" she inquires inquisitively. "PIM particles," Zero answered her honestly. "I'm not entirely certain, but I believe it's created from the quantum matter." At his explanation, Dr. Cho frowned slightly, confused. "Quantum materials can manipulate subatomic particles in ways normal atoms cannot, creating new possibilities and realizations impossible according to known laws governing physics." Zero informed, "This solution allows things to change their mass, shrinking or expanding dramatically." A slow grin spread across Dr. Cho's lips as understanding settled in place. Reaching out slowly to gently touch the red vials with her fingertips, she stared deep into them, mesmerized momentarily as if trying to see through the scientific data within the liquid with her bare eyes. Finally, turning around abruptly, she set the vial aside on top of the desk and began rummaging through the luggage she brought with her. Pulling out notebooks, binders full of papers, and folders stuffed with lab reports, she stopped searching and turned back toward me asking, "Where do I work?" Smirking knowingly, I motioned for her to follow Zuru toward his workstation near the wall opposite the entranceway leading to the rest of the facility. There, he built a laboratory complete with computers, microscopes, test tubes, Bunsen burners, and much more equipment necessary for conducting experiments on various compounds. As the two geniuses began working, I headed outside to move the hover car back into the warehouse. Returning shortly afterward, I noticed both of them speaking animatedly together, seated facing each other at the countertop in front of the monitors showing screens displaying various pieces of data. They're talking about some sort of chemical reaction occurring inside the vat. Their voices raised in excitement as they discussed the possible outcomes of whatever experiment they were theorizing. Watching the two talk excitedly, my head suddenly turned toward the door as I smelled an unfamiliar scent approaching the property. Beep, beep. At the same time, the proximity alarm goes off, pulling Zuru from his conversation as he rushes over toward his computer. Walking closer, I move behind him as he pulls up the camera feed from the gate outside. A man walks steadily up to the fence surrounding the compound and stops there, staring directly ahead beyond it. He was tall and broad, with short-cropped brown hair, and wearing dark clothing. "It's just one guy?" Zuru says incredulously. Looking closer at the feed, I took note of the numerous tattoos running along his arms as well as his expressionless face, which bore little emotion save for intense concentration etched deeply into every line and crease of his features. The man continues standing still, unmoving, while keeping focus straight ahead, waiting patiently for something. His hands hung loosely at his sides, revealing nothing within them. There isn't anyone else present besides him, nor did he appear to be carrying anything except perhaps a weapon hidden somewhere concealed on his person. But judging by his demeanor, I doubted very seriously that he was here for a fight. "What should we do?" Zero asked, turning around to face me. I shrugged, unsure myself. Although it didn't seem likely that whoever this was could harm either of us, I still didn't like the idea of strangers standing outside my territory. "Do you have a way to speak to him from here?" I asked the tech expert next to me. "Yep," Zero responded confidently. Turning back toward the screen, he presses a button on his keyboard and hands me a small mic, thinking briefly about what I would say. I moved the mic to my lips and simply stated, "What?" My voice echoed loudly through the speakers placed throughout the compound, sounding robotic and inhuman. The man was startled by the sudden interruption and spun his head around sharply, surveying the area for the source of the voice. When he saw nobody else in sight, he nervously lifted his hands in the gesture of surrender, showing that he came here in peace. "I come here in peace," the man spoke nervously in a heavy Russian accent. "I was sent on behalf of Vladimir and Anatoly Ranskahov, leaders of the Bratva stationed here in New York." His words sounded somewhat rehearsed, almost scripted, as though he knew that if he said the wrong thing here, he would die. Still, despite knowing that fact, it wasn't hard imagining that he might actually mean what he said. Given all the trouble we got ourselves mixed up in lately, someone was bound to come knocking sooner rather than later looking for answers. They would like to meet with the boss of this territory immediately to settle matters concerning the recent troubles as of late. He continued hesitantly, glancing uncertainly around him. "Please, allow me to speak to the one called Crossbones. 2013 Hell's Kitchen, New York City Warehouse District, Brock POV. Please. Allow me to speak to the one called Crossbones," the man said nervously through clenched teeth. With a sigh, I took a moment to think about his request, considering whether or not meeting another gang without warning was wise given the current circumstances. It wouldn't hurt for me to hear what kind of deal they wanted, especially since the man claimed to represent powerful men from Russia itself. Although unlikely, maybe this could provide me with some valuable resources. After thinking it over for a bit, I cleared my throat and then uttered into the mic, "Okay, mister." My tone was indifferent as I studied his face. "I am Semyon." He replied instantly after having heard my reply. Okay, Semyon, I repeated absently as I continued watching the monitor closely. When and where is this meeting supposed to take place? Sitting stiffly upright on the chair beside me, Zira began typing away furiously on his computer, pulling up any information he could find on the New York Russian mafia. Tomorrow night, the stranger informed firmly, at the abandoned Glenwood power plant located in Queens County. I took a moment to think over the offer before finally answering him. All right, I agreed non-committally, deciding to humor the man's invitation nonetheless. If nothing else, it would give me a chance to get a better look at the other organizations operating in this city. Besides, if worst comes to worst, I'll kill everyone who gets too bold during our discussion. Semyon gave a wide smile of relief, letting out a breathy exhale that seemed forced upon him, and nodded gratefully. He started slowly backing away from the gate, keeping his hands raised and visible so no one would mistake his intentions. When he reached the edge of the sidewalk bordering the street, a black car pulled smoothly onto the road and picked him up effortlessly. A second vehicle soon followed right behind them, quickly driving past the compound and disappearing down the block. Once alone again, I looked over at Zru, whose brows had furrowed heavily as he sifted through the info he gathered on the Russians. As he worked diligently on finding any relevant details pertaining specifically to these particular bosses, I let out a long, drawn-out yawn, stretching tired muscles cramping underneath my jacket. While doing so, I glanced over at Dr. Cho, who was looking over at us with a concerned look in her eyes. Is everything all right? She inquired quietly. Yeah, just an unexpected guest, I say, giving her a reassuring smile. Shouldn't cause us any problems. Dr. Cho nods distractedly, returning her attention to her work once more. Several minutes pass, and suddenly Zira jumps up from his seat and rushes over to me with a small stack of papers in his hand. Looking over the documents carefully, he glances at me quizzically and asks, "Are you really going to meet with them tomorrow? It could be a trap." Nodding my head, I respond nonchalantly, "Yeah. They already know we're here now anyway, and they probably want to try to use me to help them control the current power vacuum we left by killing off the Irish. And the Carbone family," Zero added anxiously, handing me the small stack. Giving him a sideways look, I shake my head dismissively as I piece together what happened while I was gone. "Guessing they were the pest you mentioned," I comment casually as I study the contents of the documents. "Yeah. I guess I probably should have contacted you first before I dealt with them," Zero adds worriedly. "No, you did fine," I assure him. "Besides, I would have just done the same thing." Zero looks up at me, surprised, and gives me an appreciative nod. "Go help Dr. Cho. I've got this handled," I tell him calmly as I flip through several pages, scanning them thoroughly. He reluctantly agrees and heads over toward his station, leaving me to my thoughts as I finish reading through the files he handed me earlier. After reviewing their entire dossier, I think I have a decent grasp on what kind of people the Ranskahov brothers are. Both of them held significant positions among organized crime circles in Moscow, but only Vladimir, the older brother, served as the leader of the organization known as Bratva, the Russian Mafia. Vladimir possessed intelligence and cunning far superior to most others of his ilk. However, he also suffered greatly due to being unable to fully master his vainglorious nature. His brother, Anatoly, wasn't as gifted intellectually compared to Vladimir, yet he still managed to rise higher amongst the ranks thanks to his reputation for violence and cruelty. Both siblings spent years building their wealth across Europe by trafficking illegal drugs such as heroin and cocaine. Eventually gaining enough capital, they decided to expand operations overseas, buying the controlling interest in a few legitimate businesses such as nightclubs, construction companies, and motels. Going over the reports, it appeared that neither sibling was particularly fond of making friends outside their organization unless absolutely necessary, which made me curious why they sent me a friendly messenger instead of sending assassins after me personally to try to eliminate me. That question aside, though, it became clear that they weren't stupid guys, at least not in terms of business sense anyway. Maybe this meeting will be more profitable than I thought. I mused aloud absent-mindedly as a plan began forming in my mind. "Zuru," I call over to the small boy working intently at his desk. "Is that thing I asked you to make ready?" "Yonkers, New York City abandoned Glenwood Power Plant. The following night, omniscient POV. The sky above the abandoned Glenwood Power Plant was pitch black as the sun set below the horizon hours ago. In the distance, darkness blanketed the land as the moon rose high overhead, casting its pale glow upon the building below. This desolate location sat empty for decades, deserted ever since the plant stopped functioning sometime before World War II. Nowadays, few even remember what purpose this old factory used to serve anymore, much less how exactly it ended up falling apart. A squad of well-armed men surrounded a large front door near the entrance of the facility, securing each side tightly. Two armored vans parked nearby contained three separate groups. One group consisting of 4 members wearing bulletproof vests and holding assault rifles stood guard facing outward along the opposite wall of the power plant. Another team composed entirely of soldiers dressed similarly occupied themselves inside the vehicles, sitting idly in wait. Lastly, there were 2 additional teams positioned along the inside walls surrounding the main structure, containing 6 individuals altogether between both sides. Inside the power plant, 5 figures clad in various forms of protective gear huddled close around 2 men who were seated at a small table discussing something important. One wore a dark blue button with a black leather jacket hanging loosely around his shoulders, sporting short brown hair neatly shaved at the sides. The other person sitting alongside him sported a blonde wavy mop atop his head and was wearing a dark gray suit with a matching tie. Their faces bore similar characteristics, marking the two as family. These 2 men represented different factions within the Russian mob hierarchy, based on their respective roles. Vladimir representing the upper echelon of leadership, and Anatoly serving as his loyal general, overseeing day-to-day affairs involving daily operational issues like maintaining order and security throughout the territory controlled by the Bratva. Are you sure he'll even show up? Anatoly questioned impatiently as he glanced briefly at Vladimir. This whole situation has been getting worse by the minute because of this nobody meddling in our business. We should just take care of him. Vladimir sighed loudly before responding curtly, "You must understand, Anatoly, we can't afford to ignore threats posed directly to us by outsiders." Looking slightly annoyed, Anatoly crossed his arms aggressively, leaning forward in annoyance. "Then don't act weak. We need to send somebody to take care of these pests," he shouted angrily, staring daggers at Vladimir. "We cannot allow anyone to threaten us openly. That'd put us all in danger." Shaking his head irritably, Vladimir responded coldly, "Anatoly, you forget yourself sometimes. This isn't our home. If we want to make a foothold in this city, we can't just go around killing everybody." Pointedly ignoring him, Anatoly sneered sarcastically. "Do you honestly believe we couldn't handle things ourselves?" He yelled hotly. "Why do I feel like you keep trying to run everything? What makes you qualified to decide anything?" Ignoring the outburst directed towards himself, Vladimir continued speaking softly as he stared straight ahead, studiously studying whatever document lay open next to him on the tabletop. Then, turning his gaze back momentarily, he said, "Negotiating matters with someone doesn't mean weakness, it is smart management. And besides, Father seems to think that this man might actually listen to reason. If you have a problem with our current plan of action, then feel free to take it up with him." His words struck fear deep into Anatoly's heart, prompting him to sit straighter defensively, clutching the armrests of his chair nervously. Yet despite feeling angry, he knew better than to argue with his father's decision on this matter or risk incurring his wrath. Turning abruptly away from Vladimir, Anatoly turned sharply towards the window overlooking the Manhattan skyline beyond. "Fine." Boom. A loud crash echoed off the concrete interior walls, causing every single member present within the room to flinch violently in response to the sudden noise echoing ominously throughout the massive factory complex, startling the 2 brothers alike. "What the hell was that?" Anatoly exclaimed furiously, gripping the pistol strapped securely beneath his coat. Standing up swiftly beside him, Vladimir grabbed hold of another gun secured firmly underneath his belt and pointed menacingly outwards towards where the sound originated, coming from somewhere outside the abandoned factory. Shouting orders harshly amidst hushed whispers, several guards rushed forth towards the front door, as Vladimir grabbed the radio to find out what caused the commotion outside. What happened? Vladimir demanded urgently as he listened closely to whoever answered his query. Hey, the guy just fell out of the sky, sir. Someone replied tensely as they spoke hurriedly, relaying information. What? Vladimir pressed angrily as he scowled deeply at hearing the words relayed to him. Turning towards the doorway leading into the building, he ordered hastily, all units converge outside. Do not fire till I give the order. As everyone began moving frantically to comply with commands given by their boss, Anatoly moved to one of the windows lining the inner perimeter of the building and peeked out curiously. Hesitantly peering down past darkened buildings lined in rows against the backdrop of sprawling steel and glass skyscrapers illuminated dimly under the bright full moonlight, Anatoly spotted movement in front of the power plant itself. A lone figure stood in a small crater a few feet away from the building, standing motionless as he surveyed his surroundings silently, as if waiting for something else to happen. Anatoly, Vladimir called sternly, looking over at his younger brother. Grunting unhappily, Anatoly moved to his brother's side without saying a word. Firmly grasping onto the weapons, the pair quickly moves through the doors, exiting behind their comrades and heading outdoors cautiously towards the source of the disturbance. As soon as they stepped foot outside, they immediately realized what caused the commotion. A tall, broad-shouldered man stood alone on top of a hollow patch of rubble located in the middle of the property. Dressed in a black suit and dark red shirt, the stranger radiated a dangerous aura as he walked forward into the light cast by the rising moon, illuminating his features. Surprise registered visibly on the brothers as they saw the newcomer's face, or more accurately, the strange metal black skull helmet covering his head. On closer inspection, they could see long metallic plates running vertically down either cheek, extending upwards until disappearing right above his forehead and creating sharp points protruding downwards. An angular chin extended down, giving way to a chiseled jawline, and below the prominent brow ridges rested piercing crimson-red glowing orbs that penetrated deep into the shadows as he glared intensely at those gathered around him. Who is that? Anatoly whispered heatedly, pointing accusingly at the newcomer with his gun while glaring fiercely in return. At his words, the helmeted-faced stranger twisted into a threatening smile that sent shivers crawling up the brother's spine. Sorry for being late. The mysterious masked individual greeted sardonically as he approached the assembled crowd with slow, deliberate steps. As he got nearer, the guards guarding the area took notice of the obvious threat presented by this unknown intruder and drew their guns instinctively, aiming them squarely at the man. Hold your fire, Vladimir commanded forcefully, stepping towards the new arrival as he gestured for calmness amongst his subordinates. Looking carefully at the approaching figure, Vladimir frowned lightly before asking hesitantly, Crossbones, I presume? Still smiling faintly, the stranger tilted his head quizzically as he observed the two brothers before reaching out a hand casually toward Vladimir. What gave it away? Crossbones stated jokingly, sounding amused when addressing his host. Noticing the gesture but unsure whether or not to accept an offer from a complete stranger in hostile territory, Vladimir hesitated only briefly before accepting the man's handshake. He felt goosebumps rise suddenly across his skin once contact was established as power and strength radiated intensely from this singular touch. After exchanging pleasantries briefly, Crossbones broke eye contact first, giving a subtle nod of acknowledgement to Anatoly, whose expression remained stoic yet cautious. Now that introductions are done with, let's get started, shall we? Vladimir instructed calmly as he gestured inside the building. Lead the way, Crossbones stated casually, the faceplate of his helmet still twisted into a small, unsettling grin as he followed after the two brothers. 2013 Yonkers, New York City abandoned Glenwood Power Plant, omniscient POV. Inside the dimly lit power plant, three men were seated at a small round wooden table that was situated in the middle of the floor amongst scattered debris strewn haphazardly everywhere save for where their chairs and table had been placed. Two of the men appeared anxious and nervous as they looked across at the masked man sitting patiently in front of them. So, tell me again, why exactly am I here? Crossbones asked bluntly, crossing his legs comfortably in front of him as he sat back in a relaxed manner. Despite appearing indifferent, he didn't miss noticing the tension in the air, nor did he fail to note the unease in the eyes of the armed thugs currently surrounding their table. "Well, first off, please excuse my associate's actions earlier," Vladimir started. "They tend to be overly aggressive due to certain circumstances." Crossbones chuckled dryly, shaking his head dismissively. "It didn't bother me much anyway, since most people seem to greet me poorly whenever I enter places," he added nonchalantly. Vladimir nodded understanding. "Yes, well, let's start with explaining how we came upon finding out about you." His voice became serious, then as he leaned towards the stranger, inquiring. The massacre of the Carbone family and the Irish mob shook up the power balance of many powerful organizations in the city, including ours. It has forced us to reevaluate some aspects of our operations. He paused briefly before continuing. "We've heard the rumors circulating about your involvement in these recent events, so naturally we wanted to know the truth." "And what exactly would that be?" Crossbones inquired, tilting his head questioningly. Seeing no harm in answering any questions, Vladimir explained slowly. "To begin with, there is supposed evidence suggesting you're responsible for these crimes committed recently. You obviously aren't going to deny such claims considering the nature of the victims involved themselves. However, I'm curious now myself regarding how one man managed to take down two large gangs simultaneously. How does one person manage to kill multiple high-ranking members who supposedly control entire territories, without leaving any witnesses alive afterward to corroborate the story?" Crossbones smiled thinly, nodding knowingly as he observed the other man, listening attentively. "I guess that you're not like the other everyday two-bit criminals that usually occupy this town," Vladimir surmised simply. Crossbones let out a light chuckle. "That may indeed be true," he agreed easily. "But I still fail to see why you needed to tell me this in person," he remarked slyly, smirking dangerously as he watched the reaction on both sides. Vladimir nodded and cleared his throat as he went into the main point. "You see, Mr. Crossbones, my organization is not upset by your actions. If indeed you truly killed both factions, chances are good that you may also be able to help us resolve our problem." Vladimir paused slightly, looking for some kind of reaction before elaborating further. "Unfortunately, there remain unanswered issues concerning the Carbone and Irish mobs' currently vacant territory, which will need settling sooner rather than later. We want this territory for expansion, which means that even though we don't necessarily want conflict with you, we can't afford to have anyone interfering with business during such crucial times." Crossbones raised an eyebrow skeptically, his mask twisting ever so subtly into a mischievous smirk as he responded. "So, in short, you're asking permission to claim ownership of this piece of real estate, huh?" Both Vladimir and Anatoly stiffened noticeably at this statement, a sense of indignation evident in each other's expressions as they exchanged glances momentarily. However, the conversation continued uninterrupted. Ignoring the slight awkward pause between them, Crossbones resumed speaking. "Truthfully, I don't really care who takes over their turfs. If anything, it doesn't interest me enough to do anything with it in the first place." Vladimir smiled wryly. "Good to hear, Dash," he started as Crossbones interrupted coldly, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Unfortunately, everything has a price," the masked man said flatly, staring down at the two men across from him. Forcing himself to remain composed despite feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the menacing gaze directed towards him, Vladimir crossed his arms tightly beneath his jacket nervously. His brother, on the other hand, looked to be fuming at the situation unfolding right in front of him. Inwardly seething, Anatoly clenched his fists together as anger boiled within him. With every passing second, he grew angrier knowing that someone dared speak disrespectfully in their presence. "How much?" Vladimir uttered quietly after a moment. Both brothers stared evenly at Crossbones, expectantly awaiting his response. In reply, Crossbones shrugged indifferently as he gazed pointedly ahead, stating frankly, 40% of all profits generated from all operating businesses in that stretch of land. This caught both siblings completely unaware because neither expected the man to come out with such a ridiculous demand so readily. "Do you have a counteroffer?" Crossbones queried politely. Without thinking, Anatoly blurted out hotly, in Russian. This is ridiculous. Why should we pay 40% just for occupying another gang's territory? We should just kill this Anatoly. Vladimir warned sharply, interrupting his sibling's outburst angrily, in Russian. But brother, this man is trying to extort money from us. Anatoly protested loudly, ignoring his brother's warning altogether. In Russian, you think I don't see that? Vladimir exclaimed furiously. This is a negotiation. You will conduct yourself with the dignity of our father's name. Realizing too late that he'd gone overboard, Anatoly tried desperately to cover his tracks. My apologies for the outburst. Please continue, sir. Crossbones merely grinned humorlessly, watching the exchange unfold before responding coolly. Please keep quiet next time unless spoken to directly. Then turning to look straight at Vladimir, he waited silently for the man to respond to his offer. After glancing back in annoyance at Anatoly, Vladimir turned his attention fully to the stranger and spoke directly. Mr. Crossbones, what makes you think we'll agree to such terms? Crossbones turned towards Vladimir with a faint shrug, leaning forwards in his chair slightly as if bored. Because, unlike everyone else present, you actually recognize the value of this offer beyond mere monetary worth, he replied matter-of-factly without missing a beat. Paying me means gaining access to something far greater than simple profit margins. Something potentially life-changing. What better investment could there possibly be than making sure your family stays safe and secure forevermore? Vladimir could read the veiled threat hidden within the masked man's words perfectly clear. Are you sure you're not overestimating your own worth? He questioned warily. Crossbones laughed sarcastically at this remark. Smiling darkly at the pair, he countered confidently, of course, but if you don't believe me, I'll be happy to give you a demonstration. He spoke challengingly. At his words, the air in the room instantly became tense as the atmosphere changed abruptly from casual banter to deadly serious. As the threat of violence loomed in the air, the silence stretched uncomfortably long before Vladimir finally found his tongue again after taking several deep breaths, choosing instead to ignore Crossbones' last comment entirely. Instead, he decided to change tactics, deciding to try negotiating from a different angle. Very well, if you insist. Acknowledging Crossbones' request, Vladimir began cautiously. Let's say hypothetically we grant you those demands of yours. What assurances do we receive that we won't end up regretting granting you such concessions? Hearing Vladimir ask for reassurance caused Crossbones to raise an intrigued brow curiously, prompting him to answer honestly. None whatsoever. That goes without saying, seeing that everything depends solely on trust here. His tone sounded sincere but dangerous, causing both brothers to sweat profusely underneath their jackets regardless of their attempts to appear calm outwardly. Unsure of how to proceed at first, Vladimir chose to wait for a few moments until eventually breaking the uneasy lull between them with a new line of questioning. All right then, assuming we go through with this deal of yours, can we count on you to protect our interests while keeping things civil amongst our people? Crossbones sighed lightly, letting out a breathless sigh, while gazing blankly forward as he answered reluctantly. Fine. However, if I find either of you or any member of your respective families start acting against my wishes in regards to this agreement, then I'll reserve the right to eliminate whoever I deem necessary. He emphasized necessary, highlighting the severity of his position once more. This made the two mobsters visibly pale as they glanced at each other uncertainly, wondering whether they had chosen wisely to agree to meet with this mysterious individual named Crossbones. Although they knew little about the masked man besides hearing about his reputation of being a ruthless, brutal killer capable of dispatching dozens of men single-handedly. After exchanging meaningful looks, Vladimir broke the silence first as he reached out a hand hesitantly toward the seated figure in front of him. All right, do we have a deal? Vladimir stated calmly. Crossbones glanced at the proffered hand for a second before reaching out and grabbing hold of it firmly. For a brief instant, nothing happened apart from the sound of flesh meeting skin. However, suddenly, Crossbones grabbed hard onto Vladimir's hand, violently pulling him closer, forcing his face close to his own. The guards stationed nearby reacted immediately as they trained their weapons on the masked man threateningly. Vladimir quickly raised his other hand, signaling them to hold off as he nervously stared into the piercing crimson-red eyes glaring intensely into his own. Just remember, Crossbones whispered harshly into his ear, if you betray me, your death will be slow, agonizing, and extremely messy. He concluded ominously, releasing his grip only when satisfied that his message got across loud and clear. Only then did the man release his grasp, allowing Vladimir to pull away from his stare. The guards hesitated briefly, unsure of what to do, but upon receiving a quick signal from Vladimir, they lowered their guns and fell silent. Once assured that nobody was going to try anything against him, Crossbones smoothly stood up from his seat and gestured casually behind him, indicating he wanted to leave the premises. Both Anatoly and Vladimir followed suit, grudgingly following closely beside him as they led him swiftly outside into the night sky. Taking in a deep breath of the cool night breeze, Crossbones turned toward the brothers as they stood outside the building. "Well, boys, it's been fun," he remarked playfully, giving them a devilish grin. "Wait, how do we get in contact with you?" Vladimir asked hastily. "Don't forget that we're technically allies now," he added seriously. Crossbones nodded slightly at the man's words and pulled out a phone from inside his coat pocket, tossing it over wordlessly to the brothers. "That has a number programmed already for easy use whenever you wish to communicate with me. It's unlisted, so no one can track its location," he explained curtly. "It has the info to wire me the money. I'll be expecting the first payment soon." At these final ominous words, Crossbones gave them a meaningful glare full of menace. Then, without waiting around longer, he suddenly crouched down low like a predator, before surging up into the air effortlessly, leaving cracks in the concrete below his feet. Like a shadow cast by moonlight, he disappeared in seconds, leaving the twins alone, standing in stunned disbelief as they watched him leap inhumanly high above their heads. Anatoly let loose a string of curses in Russian whilst Vladimir simply shook his head in awe as they walked slowly back into the power plant. "What are we supposed to make of this guy?" Anatoly spat bitterly as they descended rapidly along a darkened corridor. "Not only does he blatantly threaten us with violence, he also wants us to pay him for doing nothing. Did you see how high he jumped?" Vladimir retorted incredulously, ignoring his brother's rantings. "So what? We knew before calling him here that he might be enhanced," Anatoly argued defensively. "When father told us that there are many people like his business partner, Alexei Sitsevic, here in this country, I didn't actually think we would encounter any of them," Vladimir interjected bluntly, unable to contain his frustration with how humiliated he felt in the meeting with Crossbones. Seeing the look on his brother's face, Anatoly understood why Vladimir seemed angry and spoke conspiratorially. "You know, we could launch a surprise attack on the bastard now that his guard is down," he suggested hopefully. However, Vladimir remained unconvinced, shaking his head vehemently as he responded. "No, even though I'm furious right now, I get the feeling that if our organization were to go against that monster, the only result will be death for all of us. So please stop suggesting stupid ideas like that, all right? Let's focus on getting the expansion done for now," Vladimir finished coldly. Yonkers, New York City, above the abandoned Glenwood power plant. Brock POV. "Alexei Sitsevic?" I repeated numbly under my breath, looking over to Ziru, who was seated next to me in the passenger seat of the cloaked-out hovercar that was currently hovering above the abandoned power plant. "Who's that?" the boy sitting beside me inquired curiously. "I don't know, but seems like he might be connected to this branch of the Bratva and that he might be like us, judging off what I just heard," I said quietly, as if talking to myself rather than addressing him. Zira looked puzzled momentarily before asking eagerly, "You can hear them from up here?" "Yeah," I admitted tersely. "Cool," the young preteen muttered, sounding impressed. Suddenly becoming aware of himself, he covered his mouth apologetically and mumbled awkwardly, "Sorry, sometimes I talk too much. My bad." Having heard enough, I ignored his apology completely and pulled up on the steering wheel sharply, turning the car around in the air as I headed back towards the Warehouse District compound. 2013 New York City SHIELD Headquarters, Conference Room, 3 weeks later, Brock POV. The target's name is Sanaa Amanat. Fury informed us as we gathered together in a conference room where various members of Strike sat listening to him debrief us on our new mission. A dark-skinned woman's face appeared on the screen behind him as he continued speaking. A Nobel Prize-winning scientist, who also played a crucial role in designing the defensive systems for S.H.I.E.L.D. She was kidnapped at a public appearance at Maltitz, a restaurant in Brooklyn, yesterday evening, he announced grimly. Fury paused briefly for effect before continuing. We've managed to pull the surveillance footage taken near the scene and trace the vehicle used directly back to members of a mercenary group known as the Cadre, which makes her abduction seem highly likely to be orchestrated by another party. His voice trailed off as he gazed distastefully at the image displayed on screen, showing images of the kidnapping suspects captured on camera. Fury turned back to the rest of my team, looking serious. Your main priority will be locating Sanaa Amanat and bringing her home safely alive. For obvious reasons, she mustn't fall victim to interrogation. I began, but was suddenly cut off. Do we have any leads on her current whereabouts? A soothing voice inquired softly from behind me. Turning around, I saw Natasha walk through the glass door of the conference room, a suited-up Steve Rogers following behind her. Natasha smiled warmly, greeting me silently as usual as she approached Fury to stand alongside him during his briefing. Looking thoughtful for a moment, Fury replied, "We believe Ms. Amanat may still be within New York City limits based on the information we've gleaned." Sir, I thought you were bringing this assignment to strike? I questioned confusedly after glancing suspiciously at Natasha and Steve. I am. Just thought you could use a little help since you've just returned, he lied reasonably. Besides, there are time constraints involved with this case, so you'll need every bit of assistance you can muster. I studied Fury carefully, not showing the skepticism that I really felt at hearing the thin excuse. Although I wasn't sure precisely what kind of game Fury was playing, I knew there was something about this assignment he wasn't telling me. Where should we start? Steve asked, oblivious to the subterfuge surrounding the situation. Fury considered the question before answering. We located a few key locations connected to the Cadre, but none of those places yielded useful intel. Your best bet lies in tracking down some of their associates at their last reported location and finding out whatever else they know about the kidnapping, he advised tactically. Steve nodded understanding as he leaned forward intently, studying the map projected onto the wall behind Fury. After looking over the locations on the map, he straightened up again and addressed the table. Okay, guys. Let's split up and see if we can find anything worth noting regarding the kidnappers or the victim, Steve proposed confidently, attempting to inject enthusiasm into the strike team, who considered this an otherwise dull mission. Each member present looked over to me expectantly, awaiting instructions. However, I had yet to decide what I wanted to do, and since I hadn't received any orders from Pierce regarding this assignment, I chose to defer my authority temporarily to Steve. You heard the man. I barked loudly, causing my men to jump slightly in fright. They recovered quickly, however, once they realized what I was doing and returned to attention respectfully. Steve sent me a grateful glance while nodding his agreement before stepping up front to address the entire squad. All right, everyone. We'll split up into small units and search each area separately. Agent Romanoff, Major Rumlow, and I will go ahead and investigate the scene of the crime. Everyone else, report any of your findings via comlink immediately. Without pausing between sentences, he hurriedly outlined his plan for investigating possible leads. Then he stepped aside from the podium to allow me to take charge. After taking a second to collect myself, I took control of things formally, projecting confidence as I swiftly and efficiently divided the 40-odd members of the strike team evenly amongst themselves according to their skill sets. As they received their assignments from me, everyone began heading out of the conference room to prepare for the upcoming mission. Glad we get the chance to work with one another again, Steve commented as he moved over to me. Wish it was under better circumstances, I replied with false sympathy. At my words, a look of concern crossed Steve's features as he reached over cautiously to place a hand gently upon my shoulder, reassuringly. That woman has nothing to worry about. We will rescue her safe and sound, he assured sincerely with conviction. As always, when dealing with Captain America, I couldn't help but be bemused by the man's simplistic optimism, despite being proven wrong more often than not throughout history. Let's hope so. I sighed wryly to embellish the act, then gestured toward the exit doors leading outside. Come on, let's move. Time isn't on our side. My comment caused both Natasha and Steve to nod earnestly before moving out briskly. As we left, I shot a glance back at Fury, whose eye followed us until we exited the room entirely. Brooklyn, New York City Malted's restaurant and bar omniscient POV. As the sun dipped beneath its horizon beyond the Manhattan skyline, the lights dimmed inside Malter's dining hall, signaling that dinner service was coming to a close soon. Most patrons had already departed due to closing hours, leaving only a handful of customers remaining scattered across tables littered with empty chairs. Captain America, Black Widow, and Brock walked into the slightly empty establishment without fanfare, causing the citizens occupying nearby seats to turn their attention away from their meals to acknowledge their presence. The group drew many eyes as Brock was dressed in his usual Black Strike team uniform. Natasha wore her typical business attire consisting of a tight-fitting black jumpsuit. And Cap sported his updated red, white, and blue costume complete with his shield strapped tightly to his back. However, none of them bothered paying mind to the stares directed at them. Instead, focusing solely on reaching the bar counter situated along the far end of the large open space occupied mostly by banquettes lining either long walls. Brock stayed near the entrance, surveying the room carefully as Cap and Widow headed for the bartender station set up midway down the length of the opposite wall. Upon spotting them approaching, the male employee standing behind the tall wooden structure stood up nervously at seeing such high-profile guests approach. "Hello?" He greeted enthusiastically as he stared at Captain America with a bright smile spread across his lips. "I can't believe how lucky I am. It feels like a dream, having such celebrities visit us tonight." He gushed excitedly, clearly pleased with himself as he bowed ever so slightly. "Hi," Cap acknowledged politely as he kept a serious expression plastered firmly upon his visage. "We came here hoping to find out more information on the incident that took place yesterday afternoon." Without missing a beat, the bartender responded positively, shaking his head vigorously. "I wasn't working yesterday, unfortunately, but maybe my manager knows something. She was probably here when it happened." "Where would we find her?" Widow queried coolly, ignoring the employee's jovial demeanor altogether. "She should be in the back office upstairs," the bartender stated matter-of-factly. Cap motioned for the guy to lead them there before sending Brock, who was waiting patiently by the door, a quick look over his shoulder, indicating that he should keep watch for anyone suspicious. The pair of heroes followed the nervous staff man up several flights of stairs, hidden discreetly in the corner of the building overlooking the floor below. Once they arrived at the top level, they found themselves staring blankly at the closed oak door blocking access to the office. Looking uncertain, the bartender moved to knock on the wooden surface repeatedly. "Yes," came a muffled reply from behind the thick mahogany barrier. The voice sounded tired, almost exhausted. "Come in." The bartender opened the door, revealing a heavy-set woman seated behind a desk facing two wide windows providing views of downtown Manhattan lit brightly against the dusk. Her hair hung loosely past her shoulders, framing her round face, which was covered partially with strands of gray curly locks. Despite appearing worn out physically, she maintained an aura of calmness radiating from deep within herself. Her gaze shifted momentarily to regard the trio, entering her small private workspace with surprise and confusion evident on her face. When recognition finally dawned on her, she rose slowly from her chair to greet them with a welcoming gesture. "Captain America?" she inquired hesitantly, unable to hide her shock. What brings you all through?" "Wait a minute." She stopped abruptly mid-sentence, realizing why these visitors showed up at her door. "Oh no. Please don't tell me you're here about what happened last night, too." The woman appeared visibly distraught, tears welling up rapidly in her hazel green eyes as she spoke haltingly. "I'm afraid we are, ma'am," Captain America affirmed quietly as he sat down heavily in the seat opposite the desk. Black Widow remained standing next to him, resting her hands idly atop her hips as she observed the room closely. "But the police already ran through this place earlier and didn't find anything," said the woman, gravelly as she shook her head sadly. "Why are superheroes, of all people, suddenly getting involved now? What is going on?" Despite feeling sorry for the distressed owner of the restaurant, Natasha noted that the woman seemed very agitated and worried, which would have made sense considering recent events, except the apprehensive glances cast towards us suggested that perhaps someone other than law enforcement might have spoken to this particular individual already. Although that possibility piqued Natasha's curiosity, she chose to simply observe the situation further rather than interrupt proceedings prematurely. Oblivious to Natasha's thoughts, however, Captain America calmly explained to the restaurant owner why we'd shown up unexpectedly. "So do you remember what actually happened last night?" he prompted softly, watching anxiously for signs of distress. Sensing the urgency in his tone, the lady paused briefly before replying in a low, whispery voice, "Yes, I think so." A dark van with tinted windows pulled up right beside the window of the booth where I worked late last evening around 9 o'clock. 5 masked individuals wearing some kind of body armor jumped out, brandishing guns and demanding that the woman come with them. When she tried to resist, one of them grabbed her roughly by the hair and dragged her out of the establishment, screaming hysterically. That was pretty much everything I saw. Natasha frowned deeply after hearing the account given by the nervous woman. Although somewhat vague concerning details like any descriptive features, it did give us some indication as to what exactly transpired during the abduction. Did anybody notice anything unusual happen before that moment? Captain America inquired curiously. And no. She answered vaguely, looking off into thought for a brief instant before continuing. Or at least I didn't. Even Cap could see that the woman in front of them was hiding something important, judging from the way she fidgeted uncomfortably as she attempted to avoid direct contact with them. His suspicion grew stronger still when he noticed her reluctance to answer certain questions related directly to the incident itself. Instead, choose to steer clear of specifics whenever possible. He glanced back at Black Widow, who gave him a subtle nod, confirming his suspicions. Both knew instinctively that whatever was happening here was more than first suspected, and the sooner they figured out precisely what was really transpiring, the faster they were able to begin rescuing Sanaa Amanat safely. After all, time was running short. They needed answers fast if they hoped to save her life. So, without hesitation or delay, Captain America decided to press harder. With renewed determination burning fiercely in his heart, he leaned forward intently, studying the frightened woman sitting silently before him. With a narrowed, piercing glare fixed squarely onto her eyes, he placed both palms flat on the table between them, forcing her to lean backwards slightly in her chair. "Listen, ma'am, I can tell that you aren't being entirely honest with us regarding certain aspects of this case," he announced bluntly as he locked eyes with hers. "If you want to protect yourself, now's the time to start telling us everything you know." His commanding statement immediately put a frozen expression of fear on the woman's face, making her flinch involuntarily, forcing her to take stock of reality and realize just how dire things have truly become. Realizing the seriousness of matters quickly, she swallowed hard, trying desperately to regain her composure. Eventually regaining enough courage, she looked straight ahead, avoiding eye contact completely while speaking urgently, yet barely above a murmur. "The men that kidnapped that woman," she started, her voice trailing off as sadness and fear filled every word uttered thereafter. "They came to me, offered me money to just make sure she was in the place for them, and stay quiet afterward," she admitted reluctantly, staring unseeingly at the desktop between them. I didn't think it was going to turn into a big thing, so I agreed." A shocked silence fell upon the room as Cap and Widow listened intently to the woman's words, processing each detail meticulously. I didn't know they glass shattering. At once, the entire atmosphere changed dramatically as the window behind the woman exploded outwards, showering glass fragments everywhere, startling everyone present, including the two heroes who were caught unaware by the unexpected occurrence. Thud. As shards of glass scattered to the office floor, the woman's head abruptly slumped atop her desk, falling lifelessly forward onto the polished wooden surface. Blood pooled instantly underfoot, soaking her white shirt and becoming visible as crimson stains began seeping outward. Before any of those witnessing could react, another loud crash echoed throughout the room, accompanied by heavy footsteps pounding loudly from downstairs.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.